Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1. The Hidden Sect, Body Sect. Douluo continent, in the north of the Heaven Do Empire, there lies an endless mountain range called the Yuntian Mountains. This mountain range towers into the clouds. Due to its proximity to the extreme north, it is covered in perpetual snow, with extremely low temperatures and abnormal coldness that ordinary people can hardly endure. Thus, aside from soul masters with ice or water attributes, and some mercenaries or desperados risking their lives for a livelihood, only those fallen ones rejected by the world would choose to wander here. Otherwise, almost no one dares to venture into this desolate land. The howling cold wind carried snow particles, scraping across the snow like countless small knives, leaving chaotic marks on the pristine white surface. Suddenly, a heavy figure crashed heavily into the snow, kicking up a half-person high mist of snow. It was a burly man with a deep, bone-visible wound on his chest, from which warm blood continuously gushed, splattering glaring crimson on the snow, only to quickly freeze into dark brown crystals in the extreme cold. The man struggled to lift his head, his forehead hair matted with blood on his skin. His vision blurred from blood loss, yet he stared fixedly at the figure slowly approaching from ahead. The newcomer wore black tight-fitting clothes, with steady steps. No dazzling soul rings lit up around him, only his hands had strong grip, and a silver-white light shadow gradually condensed behind him. The silver-cast sternum and ribs were clearly visible, identical to a human torso. Cough, cough. The man violently coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with utmost disbelief. His voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. No, impossible. The body martial soul is just a waste martial soul. We're both. Soul Douluo, how could you be so strong? Ha! Facing the man's disbelief, the newcomer's eyes were full of disdain. He approached the man, looking down from above with a voice devoid of any fluctuation. A frog in a well indulging in fantasies, merely lingering in a self-built cage. How could it understand the vastness of the heavens? With that, soul light bloomed at his fingertip, turning into a thin thread that pierced into the man's forehead. Remember, when you see the god of death, report my name, Chen Zhen of the Body Sect. It'll waive the toll. Not long after, a slender figure skimmed over from afar, shouting as he walked, fourth brother, hurry back to the sect. Fourth sister-in-law is about to give birth. The voice echoed through the mountains. The originally calm man's eyes burst with light, and he instantly turned into a streak of light flying toward the inner mountains. Deep in the Yuntian Mountains, an unnamed small village seemed long forgotten by the world, lying lonely amid the endless ice and snow. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard, a group of burly men gathered outside the house, their faces full of anxiety as they waited. From the room came intermittent sounds of busyness, as if something important was happening. Among the crowd, the man who had just been so imposing appeared especially restless. He paced back and forth on the spot, occasionally standing on tiptoe to stretch his neck and look into the courtyard, muttering to himself, clearly very worried about the situation inside. I say, kid, can you stop spinning around? The tall and majestic elder standing nearby finally couldn't hold back. He glared at the man, his voice like thunder, grumbling irritably, you're making my head spin with all that swaying. The surrounding people burst into laughter upon hearing the elder's words, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Yeah, fourth brother, don't worry too much, someone comforted. Fourth sister-in-law is a full 6-ring soul emperor, with great strength and an extraordinary constitution. How could she compare to ordinary people? Nothing will go wrong. Haha, I think fourth brother is just overly concerned. Another person nearby chimed in with a laugh. Isn't that right? 2 years ago, when my little brat was born, old 4, you were merciless. Someone else teased. Now it's your turn, and look at how anxious you are. Karma comes around. Ha ha ha. The man was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something and vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Inside the room, a group of women held a baby and said to the beautiful woman on the bed, congratulations, sister-in-law, it's a big, fat boy who'll run all over the mountains. The little guy is quite big and sturdy. My child. The beautiful woman took the child, looking at the pink, jade-like little face with big, dark, shining eyes. The tenderness and love in her eyes seemed about to overflow. The next moment, the man appeared in the room. He first looked at the child, then at the beautiful woman, his tone gentle. Xiao Shi, you've worked hard. What's hard about it? This is my son too. Xiao Zhen, give the baby a name first. Let's call him Chen Yi. My son will surely be a towering hero in the future, spreading the prestige of our body sect. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the central square of the village, sunlight poured down as a group of children around 4 or 5 years old practiced boxing. Their movements were somewhat immature, but each strike flowed smoothly, with fierce power, clearly guided by experts. Not far away, several steaming wooden barrels were placed. Upon closer inspection, they were filled with deep brown unknown liquid, surrounded by a pungent medicinal smell. After finishing their boxing, the children's little faces were flushed red, panting heavily. In this icy world, it was hard to tell if it was from the cold or fatigue. The big man standing nearby saw this and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Get in quickly." His voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the square. The children, hearing the man scolding, dared not slack off and quickly stepped toward the medicinal barrels. With a casual wave of the big man's hand, the children's clothes were instantly shaken off, falling like snowflakes into the barrels. Immediately, the energy in the medicinal liquid seemed to find an outlet, surging into their bodies through the skin. Soon, muffled groans came from the barrels as the children endured the stimulation of the medicinal soup. The big man stood by the barrels, watching the children struggling to endure, his face showing undisguised satisfaction. Though these children were young, they had such tenacious willpower. As long as they awakened decent martial souls in the future, they would surely achieve great things. Come out now. Time passed slowly, about 2.5 hours later. The big man had been staring at the medicinal water, watching it turn from turbid to clear and transparent. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction, then slightly clenched his palm, as if invisible forces gathered in his hand. Then, with a wave of his arm, that force acted like an unseen giant hand, precisely reaching into the wooden barrels and pulling the children out one by one. After dressing, the group of children stood obediently before the big man like they were under a spell, without any resistance. Go back and practice the boxing more to build a foundation for awakening your martial souls. Only by forging a good body now will you have a greater chance of awakening powerful martial souls in the future. The big man's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. Don't think of slacking off on me. Remember, every drop of sweat you shed now gives you more chances to survive in the future. Every bit of hardship you endure now paves the way for your future cultivation. Do you all understand? Understood. The children answered in unison. Though their voices were still childish and milky, they faintly revealed an extraordinary aura, as if they already understood the hardships and importance of cultivation. Dismissed. The big man looked at the children with satisfaction, then waved his hand to signal they could leave. Goodbye, fifth uncle. See you tomorrow, fifth uncle. The children bid farewell to the big man one by one, then scattered like a flock of cheerful little birds, disappearing from his sight in an instant. These little brats. The big man stood there, watching the playful little ones running around. The originally stern lines on his face gradually softened, revealing a faint smile. His gaze then turned to a small figure not far away, moving unhurriedly. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider as he asked, "Chao Yi, are you going to the library to read again today?" The child called Chen Yi was about 3 feet tall, with a petite build and a face as delicately cute as carved pink jade. His big eyes were clear and bright, like stars in the night sky, sparkling with intelligence. However, contrasting his childish appearance was the maturity and steadiness on his face, which was not something a child should have. Despite that, his chubby baby face and the cute tiger head shoes and hat he wore made him look even more endearing, like a little elf from a fairy tale world. Hearing the big man's question, Chen Yi stopped, turned around, and respectfully bowed to the big man, then answered in a crisp voice, "Yes, fifth uncle." Though his voice was childish, it carried a steadiness and firmness beyond his age. Chen Yi's gaze fell on the big man before him, who was the sect's merit transmission elder, Huang Qi. In the child's eyes, there was not only respect for an elder but also a trace of awe. This was not just because the big man was a level 79 peak soul sage, a super powerhouse at most 10 years away from 8-ring soul Douluo, but more because he was his father's sworn brother in life and death, a true family member in this world. This stemmed not only from his father's generation but also from the sect's ancestral teaching, all body under heaven is one family. Then go quickly, but remember to come home before dinner, or fourth sister-in-law will make bamboo strip stir-fried meat. Looking at the little guy, a mischievous glint flashed on Huang Qi's face. The kid was young but acted mature and steady, and he hadn't been teased less by these old folks in daily life. Hearing Huang Qi's teasing, even with Chen Yi's composure, he couldn't help but flush red. Though his body was small, he was after all a person with 2 lifetimes experience, and being chased and spanked by his mother was still very embarrassing. "I won't this time. I specially brought the clock soul tool that 17th uncle gave me," Chen Yi quickly explained. "Goodbye, 5th uncle." As if afraid Huang Qi wouldn't believe him, he immediately took out a small metal box from his pocket and shook it at Huang Qi. With that, he greeted Huang Qi and turned to walk toward the library. However, perhaps because the earlier embarrassment hadn't fully dissipated, Chen Yi's retreating figure looked somewhat flustered, like a startled rabbit hastily fleeing the scene. Ha ha ha, the little guy is still so easy to tease. After all this time, no improvement. After teasing a bit, watching Chen Yi's departing back, he murmured, I wonder if in 3 years the little guy can awaken the sect's martial soul. If not, it'd be a pity, but maybe it's for the best. Among the current children in the body sect, the sect's higher-ups valued little Chen Yi the most. At such a young age, he showed photographic memory and astonishing comprehension, able to draw inferences from one example. He was diligent and steadfast in his actions. Currently, aside from his martial soul, the little guy had all the qualities to become a peak powerhouse. Even if he couldn't awaken and embody martial soul, as long as he awakened a decent one, he could become an extraordinary expert. Thus, the elders placed great importance on him. Wait, where's my meat? The library. Looking at this so-called library, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel speechless inside. This wasn't a library at all, it was just an ordinary cave. Moreover, this cave looked like it had been casually dug out, with no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. Though Chen Yi was already very familiar with this library, every time he saw it, the corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. He really couldn't imagine how such a crude place could deserve the elegant name library. One day, when I become sect master, I must replace this library. Chen Yi thought viciously to himself. Not only replace it, but make it golden pure gold. After inwardly complaining, Chen Yi arrived at the nearby cave and saw an elderly man with a hunched back, eating pickled vegetables with tofu while sipping wine. The old man had a hunched figure, several ferocious scars on his face, and his left pant leg was empty. "Eighth Grandpa, I'm here to play with you again." The chubby little face paired with a smiling expression was extraordinarily endearing. "Forget it, if you're here to read, just say so. Don't say you're here for this old man. Sigh, who remembers this old geezer nowadays?" Hearing Chen Yi's words, Zhu Hai clearly didn't believe him, his cheerful face showing a pitiful look of being unwanted. "How could that be? Who in the entire sect dares not want you? Tell me if it's 17th uncle. I'll go beat him up right now." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked out. Hearing Chen Yi's words, old Zhu laughed. Go on, go on. After you beat him, come back here, and I'll help you apply medicine." Seeing old Zhu wasn't falling for it, Chen Yi immediately used his trump card. "Look what this is, 8th Grandpa. Top grade Soul Beast Red Flame Golden Bull's best tenderloin meat." With that, he took out an oil paper package and presented it like a treasure to old Zhu. Hearing this, old Zhu's eyes lit up. The next moment, the package was in his hand, and he sniffed it closely. That's the flavor. It's from an 800-year-old Red Flame Golden Bull. This beast is quite rare. Where'd you get it, kid? Chen Yi smiled mysteriously. "I have my ways. 8th Grandpa, you eat first. I'll go in and read." Old Zhu, who was changing his wine, waved his hand. Go on, go on." Chen Yi smiled and walked out. Old Zhu was a sect elder who had been severely injured years ago while protecting sect disciples outside. His martial soul, his legs, had even lost one, greatly reducing his strength. So, they transferred old Zhu from the front lines back to the sect to guard the library. The old man had no particular hobbies except eating and drinking, and he hadn't lost a single old tooth, far better than some supreme elder 10,000 years later. Entering the cave, there was almost no decoration inside, just an ordinary, plain mountain cave. The only adornments were over 20 pieces of 10,000-year light and fire attribute soul beast bones embedded in the stone walls. Chen Yi gently pulled over his little soft stool, hugged it toward one of the bookshelves, carefully took out a yellowed book from it, then sat on the stool and read intently. After a long time, Chen Yi slowly raised his head, then looked at the clock soul tool on him. "It's almost dinner time. I have to go back, or Mom will be angry." He put the book back in place, casually took another one nearby, wrote a note and placed it on the small table at the door, then shouted toward the closed door, "8th Grandpa, I'm going home." Okay. Be careful on the way." 2 Chapter 2 Body Sect Member Chen Yi. 2 Chapter 2 Body Sect Member Chen Yi. Nights in the extreme north always come early. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and the night curtain rapidly covered the entire sky like a huge black drape. Seeing the increasing wind and snow, Chen Yi quickened his pace, wrapped his collar tightly, and hurried home. The road underfoot was covered in thick snow, each step like treading on a fragile mirror, emitting a faint creak. The outlines of distant houses loomed in the darkness, with warm yellow window lights gradually lighting up like scattered stars. Ice crystals clung to Chen Yi's long eyelashes, and the white mist he exhaled dispersed in the biting cold wind before it could form. Looking at this snowy land where he had lived for 4 years, a complex emotion surged in his heart. He still remembered how much he used to hate these long winter nights. Lonely, desolate, oppressive, standing alone in this seemingly frozen world always gave him a sense of not belonging. Chen Yi came from Earth. By chance, he arrived in this extreme northern land. It was a sunny day when he was playing outside and suddenly encountered a torrential downpour. He hurriedly ran under the roadside trees, trying to reach a distant building for shelter. However, just as he was about to arrive, "You really can't take shelter under a tree during rain. Honesty doesn't deceive me." Chen Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, recalling the scene, still unable to resist complaining, struck so accurately by lightning. When he woke up again, He had come to the world of a novel he had read in his youth. Douluo continent and was even born into a legendary sect that would shake the continent 10,000 years later, the Body Sect. Chen Yi's understanding of the Body Sect mostly came from descriptions he encountered while reading related works during the Douluo II era. This sect had always been shrouded in mystery, known as the world's most mysterious sect. From those descriptions, it was clear that the Body Sect's foundation and strength were unfathomably deep, even comparable to the continent's top academy, Shrek Academy, 10,000 years later. Over 8,000 years later, the Body Sect stirred up a bloody slaughter in the Star Doe forest, triggering a massive beast tide. However, at the time, though Chen Yi had speculated about the Body Sect's existence period, he believed its history might not be too ancient. Even if it had appeared early, it was probably just an insignificant small sect in this era. It wasn't until Chen Yi truly arrived in Douluo continent that he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Through conversations with sect elders, he learned that the Body Sect had been founded over 800 years ago. The previous sect master was even from the same era as the Soul Master worlds Two Peaks Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen and Angel Douluo Qian Baolu. When Chen Yi first learned this, it did cause a small ripple in his heart, but the surprise didn't last long. After all, building a complete cultivation system for martial souls is no easy task. It requires not only long periods of careful refinement but also generations of geniuses to personally verify its feasibility. The time and effort invested are undoubtedly enormous. Although the body martial soul system wouldn't reach perfection until thousands of years later, that doesn't mean the Body Sect didn't exist in this era. In fact, the development of anything is gradual, and the body martial soul system is no exception. Before it fully matured, there were likely pioneers silently exploring and trying, laying the foundation for later generations. It was precisely because the sect had been painstakingly exploring cultivation methods for body martial souls that, in this long and arduous process, many body soul masters in the sect unfortunately went mad, becoming cripples or even perishing. Now, the number of true body martial soul masters left in the sect was only 68. Though this number was pitifully small, they were the hopes of the sect, painstakingly gathered from all corners of the continent. Just 68 body martial soul masters compared to other sects, the Body Sect was utterly dwarfed. It could be said that on the current Douluo continent, there was probably no sect more impoverished than theirs. After all, in this era, body martial souls were publicly recognized as waste martial souls. They neither provided the powerful physical enhancements of beast martial souls nor the obvious offensive advantages of tool martial souls. Among numerous martial souls, body martial souls held an awkward position, only slightly better than blue-silver grass, the top waste martial soul essentially on the same level as the most ordinary farm tools like hoes and sickles. The most important theory for body martial souls, secondary awakening, was still in its infancy and not fully developed. Despite this, including the founding sect master, only 34 soul masters in the Body Sect's history had successfully achieved secondary awakening of their body martial souls. In the current sect, the number of successful secondary awakenings was even scarcer, only 11. Moreover, the success rate was shockingly low, not exceeding 10%, truly lamentable. However, what deeply surprised Chen Yi was not the difficulty of secondary awakening but the powerful strength displayed by the Body Sect. The current Body Sect actually had 7 soul sages, 3 soul Douluos, and 2 titled Douluos, a top-tier lineup that even compared to the upper 3 sects was not inferior. Standing at the door, looking at the bright lights ahead, Chen Yi's face bloomed into a brilliant smile. He took a deep breath, then pushed open the door without hesitation, shouting loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Hearing Chen Yi's call, a woman in red clothes with a beautiful face came out, looked at Chen Yi, and said irritably, "Our big busybody still remembers he has a mom. Training ended in the morning, and you come back just before dinner. Why not wait until breakfast tomorrow?" Hearing Mushi's words, Chen Yi awkwardly touched his nose, pondering how to respond. Just as he was about to speak, a tall figure suddenly walked in from outside. This figure had steady steps, each one carrying an invisible aura. He strode into the room with hearty laughter. "Xiao Yi is back. Your 8th uncle just told me your boxing today was beautifully done, almost catching up to your senior brothers. Haha, not bad worth of being Chen Jin's son, really making me proud." Seeing the newcomer, the embarrassment on Chen Yi's face instantly vanished, replaced by joy. He quickly went forward and said respectfully, "Father, your child is back." Seeing this, Mushi immediately raised her head high, her face full of pride and confidence, her tone brimming with self-assurance. "Of course, look whose son he is." Hearing Mushi's words, Jin Zhen laughed heartily and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Marrying such an excellent wife is a blessing I must have earned in my past life. Those savages in our sect don't know how envious they are of me." With that, Chen Jin quickly stepped forward and carefully helped Mushi into the inner room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wink at Chen Yi. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately gave his dad a thumbs up. Dad's still the reliable one. At the dinner table, father and son smiled broadly, enthusiastically serving food to the family head. While enjoying the delicious meal, they chatted about recent events. Suddenly, the father seemed to remember something important. His expression turned serious, he put down his chopsticks, and slowly said, "Earlier, disciples outside the sect sent news, the Spirit Hall Pope, Angel Douluo Sunji, has succumbed to severe injuries and fallen." This sentence exploded like thunder at the dinner table. Mother and son's actions froze instantly. They looked at each other, faces full of shock. Chen-yi sighed inwardly, thinking, it seems Tang Buddha has finally appeared. After hearing her husband's words, Mushi's confusion deepened. She frowned and asked, "Died from injuries? But I heard the Pope returned to Spirit Hall alive. With Spirit Hall's foundation, they couldn't save him. How severe must the injuries have been?" It wasn't surprising Mushi was shocked. After all, Spirit Hall was the continent's top soul master holy land, with countless heavenly materials, treasures, elixirs, and an astonishing number of top healing soul masters. The angel clan from which Sunji originated had an even deeper foundation, having produced a god 10,000 years ago. Moreover, Sunji returning alive to Spirit Hall already indicated his injuries weren't as exaggerated as imagined. To die under such circumstances was unthinkable no matter how you looked at it. "Not just you, Mom, I am afraid Tang Big Hammer is even more surprised." Hearing the disbelief in his mother's words, Chen-yi couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity surge in his heart. Yes, absurd. Sunji was an extremely rare idiot in the entire Douluo series. To say he was good, he did things that left people speechless and dumbfounded. To say he was bad after what Bibi Dong did, he didn't eliminate the root to prevent future troubles, which was hard to understand. Knowing Bibi Dong was full of resentment and possessed unparalleled talent, since he had already done it, he should have been thorough. Either eliminate her after Qian Rongxiu's birth to cut off loose ends, or directly cripple her martial soul so she could never rise again. However, inexplicably, he not only didn't do that but pampered her, providing good food and drink, and even prepared extremely precious 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones for her. As the leader of a major force, Sunji's baffling actions were incomprehensible no matter how you thought about it. With the Pope suffering such heavy injuries and ultimately dying, Spirit Hall will probably go into a frenzy. As for Clear Sky Sect, with Tang Chen mysteriously missing, they probably can't withstand Spirit Hall's wrath. Mushi continued. Hearing his wife's words, Chen Zhen nodded and said, "According to the news, the new Spirit Hall Pope is the Saintess Bibi Dong. Upon taking office, she issued a crusade against Clear Sky Sect and a kill order for Tang Hao. Moreover, the former two peaks of the Soul Master world, the Invincible in the Sky, previous angel Douluo Qian Daolu, has come out of seclusion seemingly to avenge his son's death. Qian Daolu, as a living legend in the Soul Master world, had slain countless fallen ones as Spirit Hall's Judgment Elder, his prestige in the Soul Master world even surpassing the land's invincible Tang Chen." 3. Chapter 3 Body Martial Soul Secondary Awakening. It seems the Soul Master world is about to stir up another storm of blood. Mushi couldn't help but sigh. Back when she was an ignorant girl, the prestige of the two peaks had already shaken the entire continent. At that time, their names were like myths, revered by Soul Masters everywhere. Time flies, and now Mushi was no longer that naive girl but a mature woman and mother. The tempering of years had elevated her strength further in the entire Soul Master world. She could be called a powerhouse of her generation. However, just when she thought those legends had become passing clouds, Qian Daolia's emergence made her realize that some things wouldn't be forgotten with time. Those former legends reappearing in the world felt like fate's arrangement, evoking a sigh of how things change while people remain. Enough, let's not talk about that. Old 17 came back a few days ago. Could it be he's planning to attempt secondary awakening of his body martial soul? Mushi suddenly spoke, causing Chen Zhen, who was focused on eating, to freeze, his chopsticks unconsciously stopping in midair. Chen Zhen slowly put down his chopsticks, a bitter smile on his face. Yes, 17 is 35 now. Though his soul power has reached level 55 Soul King, the potential of his body martial soul is nearly exhausted. If he doesn't attempt secondary awakening soon, his chances of breaking through to Soul Sage will greatly decrease. Moreover, in a few years, his chi and blood will gradually decline, making secondary awakening even harder then. When body martial souls first awaken, they are actually like ordinary martial souls, even weaker due to various defects. That's why in the Soul Master world, body martial souls have always been seen as waste martial souls. However, things changed over 800 years ago. At that time, the body sect's founding sect master, by a chance opportunity, miraculously completed the secondary awakening of his body martial soul. This astonishing discovery gave the body sect hope for the potential of body martial souls. The founding sect master didn't keep this secret to himself but actively sought out other body soul masters and helped some of them achieve secondary awakening too. This action finally gave body martial souls the possibility of further development. However, achieving secondary awakening for body martial souls is no easy feat. First, it requires sufficient experience and skills, which the body sect was severely lacking in at the time. More crucially, secondary awakening requires the body soul master to be at their peak chi and blood state and to undergo a life or death trial for a chance of success. This success rate is essentially gambling with life. Only a very few lucky ones can succeed under such harsh conditions. Over the long years, the body sect had experienced countless attempts at secondary awakening. Many powerful soul masters harbored hopes of breaking through themselves but ultimately paid a tragic price, ending in failure. Qin himself was a powerhouse who had successfully completed body martial soul secondary awakening. He knew the hardships and difficulties involved. It was a journey full of trials and setbacks. Qin also remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to over 2 years ago when he personally witnessed a tragic case of failed body martial soul secondary awakening. 7th Aunt Xia Shaoqin. Xia Shaoqin was not only his elder but also the one who had brought him into this world. At the time, Xia Shaoqin was only 40, with level 69 soul emperor strength, her body martial soul being her heart, possessing the potential to become a high-tier soul Douluo. Yet now, she couldn't even run quickly. What a tragedy. Thinking of this, Qin couldn't help but ask his father, 17th uncle is attempting secondary awakening. Does the sect have corresponding preparations? With 17th uncle's current cultivation, attempting it might. The sect has prepared some Qian blood-boosting drugs and top soul beast flesh for him, but you know, this is gambling with life. Qin sighed heavily with a face full of worry, filled with helplessness and concern. He couldn't help but recall his own experience back then, when he chanced upon a 6th-grade precious ginseng in a deadly place. Relying on that ginseng, he achieved secondary awakening and greatly increased his strength. But over the years, he had nearly turned that area upside down and never found similar heavenly treasures again. Looking at his father, who had visibly aged during this time, Qin felt a pang in his heart. He pursed his lips and said softly, during this time, while reading in the library, I saw mentions of boosting qi and blood. It's essentially nourishing qi and blood, regulating various bodily functions to improve physical quality. The greatest guarantee for body martial soul secondary awakening is having a strong constitution and abundant qi and blood. Though Qin didn't quite understand why his son suddenly brought this up, seeing his son so sensible made him very gratified. He nodded repeatedly in praise. I didn't expect Xiao Yi to start understanding these things at just 3 years old, truly worthy of being a child prodigy. Hearing Qin's praise, the corners of Qin Yi's mouth curved up in a shy smile. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, hee, I had nothing to do, so I just pondered randomly. Oh, while researching those drugs, I discovered something whose effects perfectly match all definitions of a Qian blood treasure. Qin was stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Yi to mention this suddenly. However, he didn't want to dampen his son's enthusiasm, so he smiled faintly and asked curiously, really? What is it? Whale glue. Whale glue, 2-inch. Qin and Mushi looked at each other, not expecting their son to say this. In this era, whale glue was seen by everyone as having only one function for Aphrodisiac, nothing else. A blush flashed across Mushi's face, then she picked up her chopsticks and lightly tapped Qin Yi's little head. You little brat, what are you looking at that stuff for? On the other hand, Qin looked thoughtful and asked the head holding Qin Yi, why do you say that? Qin knew his son very well. He knew this child was an outlier among his peers. From a young age, Qin Yi had been steady in his actions, not naughty like other kids. Moreover, he never spoke recklessly, always thinking deeply before expressing his views. Qin believed that if Qin Yi said this, there must be a reason. He trusted that Qin Yi understood the importance of this matter and wouldn't speak nonsense without cause. Dad, Mom, while researching cases about whale glue, I accidentally discovered something shocking. There was once a noble who, after consuming a piece of whale glue aged 50 years, failed to vent the energy in time, leading to uncontrollable bleeding and unfortunate death. Many symptoms on his body clearly pointed to deficiency, unable to receive supplementation, which is a typical characteristic of Qian blood drugs. Qin Yi said while gently rubbing his little head, then looked seriously at his parents. After hearing this, Qin Yi's parents' expressions turned grave. They exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise, astonishment, and a hint of excitement. So, what we previously thought was whale glue's aphrodisiac effect might just be a misunderstanding. Qin Yi continued, his tone growing firmer. Its true function is likely to enhance qi and blood and strengthen the constitution. Qin took over excitedly, slamming the table with excitement. Seeing his father so out of composure, Qin Yi didn't interrupt, because he knew very well what this discovery meant. Though whale glue was expensive among drugs, compared to those rare Qian blood treasures, it was negligible like roadside weeds. For a major sect like the body sect, buying whale glue was well within their means. As for high-age whale glue, they'd just have to burden the ocean a bit. Besides, the body sect's family skills went far beyond just digging tunnels. After a brief pause, Qin Yi continued, however, all this is just my speculation. Whether it's true still needs further verification. Yes, look at my memory, I forgot such an important thing. You two eat first, I'll go report to the sect master right away. Qin snapped out of it, slapped his forehead, and rushed out like a streak of light. Watching her husband's rapidly departing back, Mushi's mood was equally unsettled. She knew that if Qin Yi's speculation was true, then just this contribution alone would ensure Qin Yi's status in the sect wouldn't be low, even if his future martial soul talent was mediocre. Chapter 4 Body Douluo Chu Shan He. The Qi Blood Soaring Hall, this magnificent building, sat in the center of the body sect. It was not only the residence of successive sect masters but also the decision-making core of the entire sect. In the hall of the Qi Blood Soaring Hall, a burly old man sat solemnly in the main seat, looking seriously at the middle-aged man before him. This old man was the current sect master of the body sect, exuding a powerful aura that inspired awe. Changyu, the sect master, spoke seriously, his voice deep and forceful. You're only at level 55 now. Attempting secondary awakening is indeed difficult. In my opinion, you'd better wait until you break through to Soul Emperor before trying that way, the success rate will be higher. The middle-aged man standing before the sect master was named Zhu Changyu, around 30 years old, with a slender build and refined features, giving a gentle and elegant impression. However, his eyes revealed firmness and determination. Zhu Changyu frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the sect master's suggestion. He retorted, "Sect master, you know with my talent, breaking through to Soul Emperor will take at least 3 years at the fastest. Attempting secondary awakening 3 years later, how much better could the situation be compared to now?" And the identity of the old man before him was self-evident. Body sect master, Body Douluo Chu Shan He. The body sect had 2 Douluos, sect master Body Douluo Chu Shan He and second elder Jade Skin Douluo. Zhu Changyu continued with a bitter smile, "Moreover, even if I really break through to Soul Emperor, what then? Seventh sister's talent and martial soul are above mine, and she ended up like that. Could my foundation be stronger than seventh sister's?" Chu Shan He fell silent. Over 80 years, he had seen too many sect disciples attempt martial soul secondary awakening only to end tragically. They should have had bright futures but ended up with wasted martial souls or even death. This tormented even his titled Douluo mentality. After a moment of silence, Chu Shan He said hoarsely, "Actually, you don't have to be obsessed with secondary awakening. Even without it, with your talent, you can still break through to Soul Sage and become." "No, Sect Master, if body martial souls were just ordinary martial souls, perhaps I could accept my mediocrity, but that's not the case. Their potential can reach the absolute peak." Zhu Changyu interrupted Chu Shan He without hesitation, his voice full of resolve and firmness. If he hadn't witnessed the power after body martial soul secondary awakening, he could have deceived himself, but he had seen it and knew how terrifying a secondary awakened body martial soul was, making him unable to accept his current self. Zhu Changyu continued, "Yes, even without secondary awakening, I still have a chance to become a soul sage. But Sect Master, you know what our body sect lacks isn't just a soul sage. What we truly need are powerhouses who can intimidate all directions, making those major sects wary." His words were like a sharp sword, piercing Chu Shan He's proposal and revealing the body sect's current predicament. The Soul Master world is like an ecosystem. Either you eat me, or I eat you. If you don't want to be seen as prey, you must become a predator at the top of the food chain. Not just Chu Changjiao, the entire body sect knew that relying on current strength, it was hard for the sect to establish itself in the Soul Master world, let alone compete with those sects with deep foundations. I grew up in the sect since childhood and only heard about the plight of body martial souls from my father and uncles. Once, I heard someone demean our body martial souls as waste, treating body soul masters as inferior. That sounded utterly absurd and laughable to me. Zhu Changjia's voice rose slightly, as if defending the sect's honor. "You know, our body sect has 2 titled Douluos, a glorious achievement that even the overhyped upper 3 sects outside probably can't compare." Zhu Changjia's words were full of pride and confidence in the sect. It wasn't until I truly ventured outside that I realized how naive and ridiculous my previous thoughts were. Those powerful martial souls are nearly invincible at the same level once awakened. 10 years ago, I personally saw a Soul King with dual palm martial soul get smashed to death on the soul fighting stage by a clear sky hammer Soul King. In terms of soul power, that dual palm Soul King was a full 3 levels higher. But because his martial soul strength was insufficient, he was no match. If his body martial soul could have secondary awakened, then the outcome would have been completely different. Definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. Do you remember? The founding sect master's dying wish, "May there come a day when all body under heaven is one family." You should know this better than I. Our sect's goal is to gather all body soul masters in the world and prove to the people, to the Soul Master world, body martial souls are not waste but powerful martial souls, not inferior to any other, even the top ones. Seeing Zhu Changjia's unwavering determination, Chu Shan He felt a surge of complex emotions. It was as if he saw his younger self in Zhu Changyu, the fearless youth facing his own father. Chu Shan He slowly sat back in his chair, closed his eyes tightly, his mind flashing through the hardships and setbacks the sect had endured over centuries to realize, all body one family. He sighed deeply and murmured, "All body one family. Hee, difficult, too difficult. Over these centuries, our sect has strived for it, but seen no hope." Zhu Changyu stood before Chu Shan He, his gaze locked tightly on him, eyes pleading. He knew Chu Shan He's helplessness and despair, but he still refused to give up. If centuries aren't enough, then millennia, tens of millennia. Zhu Changjia's voice was somewhat agitated. Despair? Could it be more despairing than awakening a waste martial soul? His voice echoed in the room, carrying resolve and unyielding spirit. Zhu Changyu continued, if we don't forge a path now, do we leave those kids to face this hardship? Second uncle, let me try once, just once. And I might not lose. Chu Shanhe stared blankly at this child he had watched grow up. Just once. But there's only one chance. Success means king, failure means death. Time ticked by, the atmosphere on site oppressively heavy, almost suffocating. In this stifling stalemate, suddenly, a dazzling streak of light shot across the distant sky, racing like a meteor. This light was extremely fast, arriving outside the hall in the blink of an eye. When it landed, upon closer look, it was Chen Zhen. His face full of excitement, he hurried toward Chu Shanhe, shouting as he walked, Sect Master, good news, good news. Good news. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Chen Zhen's voice gradually lowered. Chu Shanhe looked at Chen Zhen expressionlessly. You're a soul Douluo after all, acting so rashly, aren't you afraid of setting a bad example for the young? Then he poured himself a cup of tea. Speak. Hearing the sect master's words, the corner of Chen Zhen's mouth twitched. Me setting a bad example? In the entire body sect, whose child is as promising as my Chen Yi. So young, smart, steady in actions, and knows to share his father's worries. Saying this, aren't you embarrassed? After inwardly complaining, Chen Zhen said, it's Xiao Yi. He then recounted Chen Yi's discovery and ideas about Whale Blue's effects to the two present. Meanwhile, their eyes grew brighter, several times wanting to interrupt but holding back. Only when Chen Zhen finished did they eagerly speak. Fourth brother, is what you say true? Does Whale Blue really have such miraculous effects? Ancestors bless yous if it's true, we won't have to worry about insufficient qi and blood anymore. Chen Zhen drank from Chu Shanhe's teapot in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and said, Xiao Yi speculated based on Whale Blue's effects, but whether it's true still needs verification. Chu Shanhe's eyes flickered, his finger tapping lightly on the table, his tone measured. Xiao Yi's idea is quite shocking, but given this item's previous uses, it's possible. Changyu. Disciple is here. Immediately notify all sect soul masters above 7 rings to come to the Qi Blood Soaring Hall for a meeting. Understood. Zhu Changyu immediately cupped his hands in salute, then yellow, purple, black 5 soul rings emerged around him, shining simultaneously. His figure instantly vanished from the Qi Blood Soaring Hall. Zhu Changju's martial soul was his legs, known as the fastest under soul Douluo in the body sect, which was one reason the sect allowed him to travel outside. Watching Zhu Changju's departing back, Chu Shanhe clenched his hands behind his back, unable to hide the turmoil in his heart. Sit. 5. Chapter 5. The Ecstatic Body Sect. Not long after, figures exuding terrifying auras stepped into the hall one by one. Seeing Chu Shanhe in the main seat with eyes closed in meditation, they saluted and sat in their positions. The entire hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. But privately, why did the sect master suddenly summon us? Did something happen? Old 8, you're in charge of external intelligence. Did some fool come courting death? You ask me, who do I ask? 17 said the sect master urgently called a meeting and ran off. Maybe the old man suddenly wants to check on sect affairs. You believe that? How many sect matters need asking, and summoning us all? I say, could it be related to Qian Sunji's death? Whether Qian Sunji dies or not has nothing to do with our body sect. Use your brain, martial soul. This fire won't burn our sect anyway. Hehe, senior brother has great insight. Sentences wrapped in soul power transmitted wildly in the hall, while Chu Shanhe in the main seat had his eye twitching. Good for you, Zhang Tao, daring to mock me behind my back. Wait and see how I deal with you later. Suddenly, all voices stopped, and everyone stood up. Even Chu Shanhe, who was meditating, did the same. Because at that moment, a middle-built old man with skin as fair as jade slowly walked in from the door. Greetings, second elder. Greetings, sect master. Seeing the old man, Chu Shanhe waved his hand. I've said before, no need for that between us. Etiquette cannot be neglected. The old man chuckled. It was the body sect second elder, level 92, titled Douluo Huashuwen, titled Jade Skin. You, always like this. Seeing Huashuwen's serious demeanor, Chu Shanhe had no choice. He could only say, take your seat. After everyone was seated, Huashuwen looked at Chu Shanhe and asked, all high-level members are here. What happened that requires us all present? Haha, good news. Sensing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, Chu Shanhe didn't hide it and looked at Chen Zhen below. Chen Zhen, tell everyone about Xiao Yi's discovery and ideas. Yes. Chen Zhen stood and repeated what he had told the sect master earlier. After Chen Zhen finished, everyone in attendance was invigorated, and Huashuwen's eyes flashed with sharp lights, his body exuding a terrifying aura. Xiao Zhen, is what you say true? Fourth brother, is this real? If so, our body sect is truly about to rise. If, no, it must be true. The hall immediately became noisy. They understood too well what this meant. Over the years, countless sect powerhouses had failed secondary awakening due to insufficient qi and blood. These were their parents, spouses, siblings. If Whale Blue's effects were real, the success rate of body martial soul secondary awakening would increase by at least 30%. In the future, even if secondary awakening failed, there would be a high chance of preserving the martial soul unharmed thanks to strong qi and blood. Silence, what decorum is this? Hua Shuwen lightly rebuked the excited crowd, but his slightly trembling mustache showed his inner unrest. Whether it's useful, we'll know with a test. After everyone quieted, Hua Shuwen stood, saluted Chu Shanhe, and said solemnly, Sect Master, this matter is of great importance. I request an on-site verification. The body sect had profound attainments in qi and blood paths previously, they just hadn't linked whale blue to body refinement. Now, with a little nudge, it was likely true, but given the gravity, they still needed to see it to believe it. Indeed. Chu Shanhe nodded heavily. He had summoned everyone precisely for this. Then, Chu Shanhe turned his gaze to a figure on the left, and others did the same. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Wu's face darkened, and he angrily said, What are you looking at me for? I don't have it. Cough cough, second brother, you see. Jiang Wu, in his youth, was obsessed with cultivation, so he delayed personal matters until recent years when he found a young wife. But age was there, and some things were beyond his strength. Though Jiang Wu hid this well, women gossip and spill everything, so everyone knew he had whale blue but didn't point it out. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Jiang Wu's face flushed red, thinking, that silly girl, why does she blab everything? Cough cough cough. Seeing Jiang Wu's flushed face, Hua Shuwen coughed lightly, suppressing a smile, and said to Jiang Wu, I hear a new pharmacy opened in the town outside, with a wide variety of medicines. They should have it. Jiang Wu, make a trip, go and return quickly. Yes. Then, like an arrow released, he rushed out of the hall. Ha ha ha. Once Jiang Wu was far away, everyone's laughter was no longer restrained, and the entire hall seemed to shake. Heh, cough cough, everyone restrain yourselves, little Wu will be back soon. After laughing a while, Hua Shuwen looked seriously at the crowd. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Jiang Wu returned with a sizable jade box in hand. Sect Master, I bought the stuff, he said, handing over the jade box. Chu Shanhe looked gratified, took it, and opened it. Inside were over a dozen pieces of whale blue of varying sizes and colors. Whoa, look at that luster, at least 7 or 8,000 years old. Such rare stuff, that pharmacy has some strength. Zhou Zheng nearby exclaimed. Pfden. Jiang Wu's face instantly darkened. Indeed, eating this would probably be too much even for a soul sage. Huang Qi nearby smirked. Soul sage Jiang Wu and he were both level 79 soul sages. I can't hold it anymore, ha ha ha. Jiang Wu's expression returned to calm. Alright, quiet down, Hua Shuwen mediated again, shifting the topic. Now, the test subject. Chu Shanhe pondered for a moment and said, let 17 do it. 8,000-year whale blue should have sufficient potency for a soul king, and if effective, the results will be obvious. Hua Shuwen nodded, then used soul power to transmit a message. Soon after, Zhu Chongyu arrived in the hall again, his face full of excitement. 17, do you know why we called you? Reporting to second elder, 17 knows. Zhu Chongyu looked firmly at the two at the front, kneeling on one knee. This disciple has insufficient talent to go further, I must take a risk and fight fate. Please, sect master and second elder, grant this. The two unrivaled titled Douluos in the world both sighed to the heavens, foolish child. Foolish since the body sect's founding 800 years ago, it had fallen to rock bottom and barely survived, but it persisted with unyielding spirit. In the body sect, who isn't foolish? With that, Chu Shanhe's body surged with vast qi and blood, pouring into the whale blue. Supreme yang soul power spread from Chu Shanhe, distorting the space in the hall visibly. This was the power of a fire attribute soul bone on his body. Moments later, the whale blue turned into a liquid mass floating above his palm, emitting a foul, fishy stench. Retracting his soul power, he handed it to Zhu Chongyu. While it's hot. Zhu Chongyu grabbed the whale blue, ignoring the nauseating stench, quickly stuffed it into his mouth, sat cross-legged, and circulated his meditation method to refine the energy. Soon, his body temperature skyrocketed, his skin burned red, and his face twisted. Everyone stared intently at Zhu Chongyu, afraid to miss a detail. After a long time, Zhu Chongyu was soaked in sweat. If ignoring his red skin, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The next moment, everyone's pupils contracted, because a thin layer of black impurities slowly seeped out from Zhu Chongju's skin. The most impatient Huang Qi lowered his voice and growled, Impurities, it's impurities. This whale blue actually has a marrow cleansing and meridian washing effect. The effect of whale blue boosting qi and blood and improving constitution was within expectations, but the impurity expulsion and marrow cleansing were completely unexpected. The reason? Drugs that boost qi and blood aren't rare, but most leave some impurities in the body, which in a sense damages potential. But whale blue improving constitution while also cleansing marrow exceeded all expectations, meaning that in the future, even if body soul masters couldn't secondary awaken, they could still produce extraordinary powerhouses. How could this not be surprising? Chu Shanhe stared fixedly at the layer of impurities on Zhu Chongyu, laughing wildly. Good, good, good. Heaven truly wants to prosper our body sect. 3 good S in a row swept away the depression accumulated in his heart over years. He knew the body sect would truly usher in great prosperity, producing batch after batch of secondary awakened body soul masters. Within a century, the body sect would replace Clear Sky sect as the true #1 sect in the world, even if it was Tang Chen's Clear Sky sect. Vast soul power enveloped Zhu Changyu, and hearty laughter echoed in the hall. Everyone vented their inner joy. Even the usually unsmiling Hua Shuwen let out the most unrestrained laugh of his life. After a long time, Zhu Changyu slowly opened his eyes, looking at the excited crowd, about to say something when he frowned, looked down, and sure enough, saw a thin layer of impurities on his body, along with a fishy stench assaulting his nose, rushing straight to his crown. Ugh! Chu Shanhe and Hua Shuwen didn't care about the smell. In a flash, they appeared beside him, placing hands on his shoulders. Powerful soul power coursed through his body, carefully checking every change. After a while, having checked twice, they both opened their eyes and exclaimed. Meridians widened by nearly 10%, body toughness increased by over 20% compared to before, soul power also rose by half a level. Hua Shuwen added, 17's current state is like absorbing an 8,000-year top soul ring. On Douluo continent, there are only 2 ways to break the shackles of martial souls and innate soul power. One is becoming a fallen soul master, using depraved methods for shortcuts. The other is absorbing powerful soul rings and soul bones to change aptitude, defying heaven. Powerful soul rings and soul bones are no less than any heavenly treasures, true cheats. Ha ha ha, our body sect shall prosper in the world. 6. Chapter 6, Destined to be Mine. Since we've confirmed that whale blue has such miraculous effects, this sect has decided to personally head to the sea in the near future to hunt those whale soul beasts and obtain more whale blue resources. As for you all, use various secret channels to acquire as much whale blue as possible and bring it back to lay a foundation for the young ones in our sect. Chu Shanhe, seated in the main position, now seemed reborn, exuding a vibrant energy that belied his age. Hua Shuwen, standing nearby, also wore a relaxed smile and said softly, "It just so happens I've been idle lately. Why not join you? We might even have some unexpected gains." With that, his gaze turned to the eager youngsters below, his smile growing even brighter. "But we can't all go. We need to leave a few to guard the house. Don't you all know the situation in the Yuntian Mountains?" The Yuntian Mountains bordered the extreme north, with complex terrain and truly barren land. Because of this, no powerful soul master forces existed here. However, this also made the Yuntian Mountains a paradise for fugitives and degenerates. People who couldn't survive elsewhere thrived in this environment, acting with impunity. Yuan Hua, Chen Zhen, Huang Qi, Zhou Zheng, Han Zion Zhe 5 will stay behind to guard. During our absence, stay fully alert. This old man doesn't want to return from a trip only to find our home gone. His gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on the 5 named. The 5 responded in unison, "We accept the order." Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing preparations for the sea voyage, a figure who had been like an invisible presence suddenly raised his hand, drawing all eyes to him. Last year when I was staying in Balak Kingdom, I heard the Duke has a piece of 50,000-year whale blue. Zhu Changju's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet atmosphere, it was exceptionally clear. The beastly Duke of the Barak Kingdom. Chen Zhen stroked his stubbly chin, his tone odd. "Are you sure they have a 50,000-year whale blue?" The Luo ducal mansion was infamous across the entire Douluo continent. Generations of Luo dukes were known for wanton killing, bullying men and dominating women, committing countless atrocities in the Barak Kingdom. But because their family controlled 1/3 of the Barak Kingdom's military power, victims dared not speak out. Even when the Spirit Hall intervened, it was thwarted by the Heaven Do royal family and Barak royalty, making them even more arrogant. Confirmed. Zhu Changyu nodded firmly, then recalled, "Last year, that old Luo guy got some opportunity and broke through to level 80. The old fool got a wild idea to hunt sea soul beasts in the ocean and actually succeeded in killing a 50,000-year devil killer whale. He threw a big banquet upon return and even showed off that whale blue. The whole Balak Kingdom knows about it. Devil killer whale? If I remember right, they live in pods, right? How did that old guy pull it off?" The slim Han Xiang nearby looked shocked, his tone incredulous. "Heh." Yuan Hua, seated to the right, sneered disdainfully, "Who cares how he did it? Since we've learned about it, we'll just rid the continent of this scourge." The second elder is absolutely right. Those beasts have been wreaking havoc in Barak for years. They should have been killed long ago. This is our body sect's duty. We'll act on behalf of heaven. Zhu Changju's eyes lit up with excitement. In his mind, he calculated, a 50,000-year whale blue's effects probably rival those of legendary immortal herbs, right? However, before his words even faded, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere turning strange. Everyone present was looking at him with speechless expressions. Before Zhu Changyu could react, there was a bang as Chu Shanhe unceremoniously smacked him on the head, making stars dance in his vision. "You brat, you've only been out mixing for a few years and you've learned all these fancy tricks. Robbery is robbery. Why make it sound so hypocritical?" The Soul Master world had always been survival of the fittest, big fish eating small fish eating shrimp. Back in the day, Yu Yuanzhen forcibly took someone's family heirloom for his useless son, and no one said a word. Exactly. If old Luo hadn't broken through to level 80, he wouldn't have gotten that whale blue. And our body sect is about to hunt at sea. That devil killer whale might very well fall into our hands. So, we're just taking back what's ours. Nearby, Jiang Wu spoke with a righteous face, making everyone side-eye him. Who knew you were this shameless before? Alright, since we've learned the location of a top-grade whale blue, we'll make a trip to Balak Kingdom first. Since ancient times, heavenly treasures go to those destined for them. That whale blue is destined for our body sect. Chu Shanhe said calmly, his words full of entitlement. Everyone looked at him with admiration. As expected of the sect master, face not red, heart not skipping a beat. Our realm is still lacking. The group sighed inwardly. Chu Shanhe ignored the youngster's thoughts. His sharp gaze fell on Chen Zhen in the crowd, and he said, as for Chen Yi, he discovered the whale blue's effects, which is a great contribution to our sect. By sect rules, he should be heavily rewarded. But considering his young age, we'll hold off on the reward for now. When Chen Yi awakens his martial soul later, we'll give it all at once. At this, Chu Shanhe paused slightly, as if giving Chen Zhen time to digest. Then he continued, however, this sect specially permits him to enter the body's secret realm and consult the sect's classics. As soon as Chu Shanhe finished, Chen Zhen was overcome with excitement. The body's secret realm held the body sect's years of research and countless secret soul master knowledge from across the world. It stored precious materials like self-created soul skills, ring fusion secrets, divided attention control, and more. These were the sect's core secrets, the foundation of its enduring strength. Normally, only core high-level members could enter the body's secret realm. Others couldn't even touch the threshold. Now, Chu Shanhe was allowing Chen Yi in, clearly grooming him as a future high-level sect member. Chen Zhen thanks the sect master on behalf of my son. His boy had always loved reading Soul Master classics, and this reward suited him perfectly. Anyway, he didn't get along with those other kids, so better to expose him to that knowledge early and save time for future Soul Master cultivation. Everyone present looked envious. They could guess the sect master's intent. As long as Chen Yi's martial soul wasn't too poor in the future, the sect would heavily nurture him. Besides, the sect master had said this privilege was just an appetizer. The real reward would come after Chen Yi awakened his martial soul. It wasn't hard to guess what that might be. Double training when we get back. A bunch of them thought darkly. Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone go prepare on your own. Chapter 7, Plotting Against the Breaking Clan. The group left the Chi Blood Soaring Hall in high spirits, arm in arm, excitedly discussing a gathering at the back mountain that night. However, at that moment, Jiang Wu, who had been striding ahead, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned, expressionless, looking at Zhou Zheng and Huang Qi with a faint air of authority. Old 5, Old 8, Jiang Wu's voice was calm and low, devoid of emotion. I feel like you've been slacking in your cultivation lately. Zhou Zheng and Huang Qi tensed at these words, realizing they might have been too smug in the hall earlier. They exchanged glances, seeing unease in each other's eyes. Ahem, second brother, I was just joking earlier, don't take it to heart. Huang Qi forced a flattering smile, inwardly cursing. Though he and Jiang Wu were both level 79 soul saints, Jiang Wu had been stuck at the level 80 threshold for nearly a decade, making him stronger. And from Jiang Wu's look, he was clearly holding back anger. If it came to a fight, he'd be too embarrassed to show his face tomorrow. Yeah, second brother. We're all brothers, no need for this. Just let it go like a fart. Huang Qi at level 79 couldn't beat Jiang Wu, and he at level 73 was even further behind. This was a strategic retreat, no shame in that. However, Jiang Wu remained expressionless and simply said, both of you together. This hit Zhou and Huang like lightning. They exchanged glances, eyes flashing with delight. They'd been worried about getting crushed one-on-one, but now Jiang Wu was offering two-on-one. This was a golden opportunity. Together, they could probably win. At this thought, their eyes lit up, as if victory was in sight. A legitimate chance to beat Jiang Wu didn't come often. How could we, second brother? This way, please. Yeah, we'll be in your care soon. Watching the receding figures, Zhang Tao turned to Chen Zhen, his tone a mix of anticipation and worry. Old 5 and Old 8 won't get beaten to death, right? Chen Zhen's lips curved into an enigmatic smile, his reply teasing, not to death, but I know. He dragged it out, then said with a half-smile, it'll hurt a lot. Zhang Tao couldn't suppress his grin at Chen Zhen's words. He knew Jiang Wu's strength. If Jiang Wu were still level 79, he might not beat Zhou and Huang together. However, during a recent mission with the second elder, Jiang Wu had broken through the barrier that plagued him for nearly a decade, stepping into level 80. With the second elder's help, he'd even acquired a suitable soul ring, making him a genuine level 81 soul Douluo. Even together, Zhou and Huang couldn't compete. The others overhearing guessed the twist, smirking mischievously as they quietly followed, eager for the show. Second brother, don't hit the face, bro, big bro, I was wrong, really wrong, From afar in the hall came pitiful screams, showing how ruthless the attacker was. For this sea trip, I plan to try hunting more top-grade whale blue. Then, Old 4, you can attempt breaking through to level 90. Chu Shanhe poured tea for Hua Yuan and the other as he spoke. Yuan Hua took the teacup from Chu Shanhe, glanced at the latter's white hair, and smiled self-deprecatingly. It's all because I was arrogant in my youth, thinking I could create soul skills rivaling the Clear Sky 9 absolutes at the Soul Saint level. I wasted cultivation time and got stuck at level 89 for 20 years, unable to break through to titled Douluo. The entire burden of the body sect has fallen on you and sixth brother. In his youth, inspired by Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen's legends and his own top genius talent, he thought if Tang Chen could do it, so could he. He spent massive time researching self-created soul skills, only realizing too late. Even chasing hard, he got stuck at the titled threshold. Nearby, Hua Shuwen shook his head at the self-blaming Yuan Hua, comforting, "Fourth brother, you're wrong. The self-created soul skills you researched benefited the whole sect. Your efforts advanced our body sect's research on self-created skills by at least a century. Everyone in the sect knows your contributions are no less than anyone's." Chu Shanhe added, "Yes, your contributions to the sect are obvious. Who dares call you useless?" Under their consolation, Yuan Hua finally smiled. He looked at Chu Shanhe and asked, "Sect master, why did you keep us two behind? What instructions?" At this, Chu Shanhe's face grew serious. He slowly stood and walked to the window, gazing at the distant sky. "Not long ago, our disciples outside reported that Pope Qian Sunji has fallen, and the long-secluded Qian Douluo has emerged in rage. Do you think the Clear Sky sect has a chance in this war?" Without thinking, the two replied, "Absolutely not. The Clear Sky sect's current status relies on Tang Chen's prestige, but he's been missing for 20 years. Though his influence lingers, resisting the Spirit Hall's fury with that alone is delusional. Fourth brother is right. Though called the world's first sect, after Tang Chen's disappearance, it's undeserved. Sect Master Tang Xing's talent is mediocre. He reached titled Douluo only due to his father's protection. His strength might not even match 7 treasure glazed tile sect sword Douluo Chen Xian. Moreover, this is vengeance for a killed son. Even if Tang Chen reappeared, he might not protect the Clear Sky sect. Since Tang Chen's disappearance, the Clear Sky sect's strength didn't match its title. In overall power, it was far inferior to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and its top fighters were weaker than the sword and bone duel Douluos. If not for the Clear Sky twin stars emerging years ago, the world's first sect title would have changed hands long ago. Hearing this, Chu Shanhe smirked and asked again, "Then, do you think the Clear Sky sect can survive this crisis?" This. The two exchanged glances, clearly struggling. Finally, Hua Shuwen pondered. Before disappearing, Tang Chen challenged Qian Douluo and won by a hair. They talked all night. Perhaps they made some agreement favorable to the Clear Sky sect. Qian Douluo was renowned as a true gentleman in the Soul Master world, always keeping his word. If they had such an agreement, even facing vengeance for his son, he might honor it. Yuan Hua nodded too. The two peaks were active nearly a century ago, before their births, so their knowledge of Qian Douluo came from the previous sect master's records, a upright gentleman, even pedantic. Oh, and one more thing from the two peaks battle 20 years ago, a fool who didn't use his aerial advantage and insisted on clashing head-on with a brute. Since you both think the Clear Sky sect has a way to protect itself, do you think they'll protect the single attribute 4 clans along with them? Hard. Even with Tang Chen's great face, protecting the Clear Sky sect's direct line would be the limit in this situation. Including the 4 clans is nearly impossible. Hua Shuwen added, moreover, under vengeance for a killed son, whether Qian Douluo honors any agreement is questionable. To restore his sanity, he'd need to vent first. In my view, the single attribute 4 clans are perfect for that. After all this, Yuan Hua grew impatient and said to Chu Shanhe, "Heckin' brother, what exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Shanhe turned to them and said softly, "Since the Clear Sky sect can't or won't protect those 4 clans, they'll suffer heavy casualties. If our sect secretly helps at that time, with that favor, do you think we could get the Breaking Clan's ancestral medicine refining formula from them?" Neither Hua Shuwen nor Yuan Hua expected Chu Shanhe's goal to be the Breaking Clan's prized formula, their foundation. Rumors said even the Clear Sky sect coveted it but didn't dare force it due to the terrifying attack power of the soul-breaking spear. The Breaking Clan is known for being forthright and valuing loyalty. If we help during their extinction crisis in exchange for the formula, it might seem like exploiting gratitude, but with Yang Woody's character, he probably wouldn't refuse. Second brother, why the sudden interest in the Breaking Clan's formula? Sensing their confusion, Chu Shanhe smiled, as if he'd anticipated it. He was direct. Whale soul beasts aren't rare in the ocean, but they're all top predators in the sea soul beast food chain. Most live in groups, so we can indeed harvest a fair amount of whale glue in the short term. However, this won't last forever. Chu Shanhe paused to let his words sink in, then continued, maybe centuries, maybe just decades. Time passes, and we'll eventually grow old. We can't just focus on immediate benefits, we must think of our descendants. We can't guarantee whale soul beasts will remain easy to hunt in the future. His gaze swept them. The Breaking Clan's refining arts are renowned across the continent, that's a fact. If we get their methods, in the future, we can refine similar drugs using whale glue. Then, we won't have to swallow it raw like before but can better harness its effects through refinement. Chu Shanhe's voice grew deeper, full of resolve. Our sect has some achievements in refining, accumulating experience in enhancing physique and boosting chi blood. What we got from the Yi family was just some drug recipes. For true refining arts, few in the world rival the Breaking Clan. He sighed deeply. Now, with the Breaking Clan facing extinction, how many on the continent are willing to help? Probably very few. Our sect saving their whole clan in return, them giving the refining arts isn't excessive. Chu Shanhe said calmly. Hua and Yuan exchanged glances, inwardly admiring Chu Shanhe's visionary insight. Whale Glue's effects had just been discovered, yet he was already thinking centuries ahead, far beyond most people. However, thinking of the powerful lineup the Spirit Hall might deploy, Hua Shuwen said worriedly, in that case, I'll go with you, Sect Master. More hands are better. Chu Shanhe shook his head firmly. This matter calls for few people, not many. I'll go alone. You take the others to get the Whale Glue first, then wait for me in Vast Sea City. Seeing Chu Shanhe's resolve, Hua Shuwen could only nod. All right, Sect Master, I'll follow your lead. But when will you depart? Chu Shanhe thought briefly. Tomorrow. 8. Chapter 8. Army at the Gates. Star Luo Empire, Clear Sky City. As the headquarters of the world's first sect, the Clear Sky Sect, it had held a transcendent status in the Soul Master world since Clear Sky Douluo Tangchen's rise. Especially after the Two Peaks battle over 20 years ago, where Tangchen defeated Qian Daolu and solidified his position as the world's strongest, its prestige soared. Clear Sky Sect disciples walking abroad even revered Clear Sky City as the continent's foremost Soul Master Holy Land. However, this once Soul Master Holy Land was now shrouded in a deathly oppressive silence. Outside the city gates, dense Soul Master legions spread like a tide, their battle armor gleaming coldly under the glaring sun. It was a clear, sunny day, yet it sent chills from the inside out. At the forefront, a golden-armored general sat on horseback with sword drawn, eyes like lightning. Behind him, blood-red war banners fluttered wildly in the wind, the angelic patterns on them facing Clear Sky City, as if ready to purify its filth at any moment. There was no clamor, no pre-battle taunts, only heavy breathing and occasional hoarse snorts echoing in the wilderness. This silence was more suffocating than the roars of 1,000 armies. It was the stillness before the storm, where even the wind dared not stir. On the city walls, disciples of the single attribute 4 clans stared down intently, knuckles white from gripping. They could clearly see the rising soul ring lights below, white, yellow, purple, black interweaving into a heart-palpitating glow. Even several pressures strong enough to make Soul Douluo's tremble pressed toward the gates like mountains, causing dust in the wall cracks to trickle down. The golden-armored, golden-haired general glanced indifferently and said coldly, "Just you bugs. Where's Tang Hao?" Turned into a turtle hiding in its shell. His voice, laced with killing intent and backed by powerful soul power, echoed over the battlefield. Those on the walls felt endless murderous aura assault them, like a hand gripping their hearts. This was surely a battle-hardened god of slaughter. Old Qian bastard, if my master were here, you'd be pissing yourself in fear. How dare you act so arrogant? On the wall, a burly, white-haired elder roared at the golden-armored general. The general's gaze grew even colder, as if looking at a dead man. Heh, a Soul Douluo at least, yet you act like a dog with a superiority complex. Tai Tan, you're quite the talent. The general was this generation's deputy commander of the Angel Legion, titled Dawn. The Angel Legion consisted of angel family branches and some light-type soul masters, with commanders always being Angel Douluos. They cleared degenerate soul masters harming the continent and held great fame in the soul master world. Hearing Dawn Douluo's mockery, Tai Tan didn't get angry but laughed proudly. Being my master's dog is the greatest honor. I wouldn't trade it for being the Spirit Hall Pope. Insolent. Seeking death. Tai Tan, you've got some nerve. At Tai Tan's words, several angel soul masters behind Dawn Douluo erupted in rage, terrifying golden soul power bursting forth, tinging the air with cold killing intent. Dawn Douluo's fingers clenched, knuckles whitening from force. His once indifferent eyes now filled with icy murder, the space around his golden armor distorting. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings emerged as he stared at Tai Tan on the wall, his voice like eternal ice. Do you know that just for those words, the entire Clear Sky sect could be buried with you? Tai Tan showed no fear, puffing out his chest, his aged face full of defiance. Is that so? Like the one who died in the Pope's palace a few days ago. With that, his soul power fully unleashed, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black 8 soul rings rising at his feet, confronting the golden soul power opposite. The battlefield atmosphere instantly turned tense. Dawn Douluo's light surged, sharp sword chi ravaging around him. At the same time, a pair of pure white wings unfolded behind him, flowing with sacred glow, a majestic light shadow emerging, his martial soul, the holy angel. At that moment, a soul light quickly arrived beside Tai Tan from the city. It was a member of the Speed clan. He approached Tai Tan and said, "Patriarch Tai Tan, the sect master requests your presence." Hearing this, Tai Tan's momentum stalled. He coldly glanced at Dawn Douluo and sneered. "You're lucky. Then he eagerly sped toward the city interior. Watching Tai Tan leave, Don Douluo's eyes returned to calm indifference. In his view, Tai Tan and the entire Clear Sky sect were just clowns in their death throes, no different from the degenerates he'd eradicated. Once the Grand Worship gave the order, the Angel Legion would pierce the Clear Sky sect's heart like a dagger, utterly ending these usurpers who tarnished the Angel's glory. In the City Hall, Clear Sky sect Master Tang Xing sat in the main seat, his usual authority and presence gone, replaced by an unshakable gloom. He seemed to have aged decades overnight. A few days ago, the Speed Clan scouts brought thrilling news. His second son, Tang Hao, had broken through to titled Douluo and, upon entry, defeated 3 Spirit Hall titled Douluos 1 against 3, even severely injuring Pope Qian Sunji. He'd been ecstatic this meant the Clear Sky sect would rise again, with Tang Hao taking his place and leading it back to its former heights. As for injuring Qian Sunji, he ignored it after all, it was just an injury, not death. The Spirit Hall wouldn't trouble the Clear Sky sect over that. A tiger's prestige lingers even in death, let alone his father who was merely missing. Without confirming Tang Chen's death, the Spirit Hall wouldn't act rashly. But before he could celebrate long, another message from Spirit City hit like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place. Pope Qian Sunji had succumbed to his injuries and died. For Tang Xing, injuring or even crippling Qian Sunji was fine. He knew Qian Douluo as a true gentleman, who could be deceived with propriety. His son had been beaten badly in a many against one, so Qian Douluo would only reprimand Qian Sunji, not trouble the Clear Sky sect. But now, Qian Sunji was dead, fatally wounded by Tang Hao. His only son gone, Tang Xing knew Qian Douluo would go mad, and the current Clear Sky sect couldn't withstand the Spirit Hall's wrath. What about the tiger's lingering prestige? Sorry, for this, even calling Tang Chen back wouldn't help. Damn wretch, causing such a catastrophe for a beast. It infuriates me. Thinking this, Tang Xing clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. At that moment, a disciple entered respectfully. Reporting to Sect Master, the elders and 4 clan patriarchs have arrived. 9. Chapter 9, Clear Sky's Decision. In the spacious hall, the Clear Sky sect elders and single attribute 4 clan patriarchs sat silently with grave faces until Tang Xing appeared. Sect Master. Big brother. Father. Tang Xing's arrival gave them a backbone, and they rose to salute. Tang Xing nodded slightly, slowly taking the main seat. He took a deep breath, then looked solemnly at everyone. Everyone, with the Spirit Hall's army at our gates, what are your thoughts? They exchanged glances. The Spirit Hall's forces were overwhelming and clearly not here for peace. Tang Xing continued, the Spirit Hall has wolfish ambitions. Today's actions aren't just for avenging Qian Sunji but to seize the opportunity to swallow all sects and chaos the world. Since my father Tang Chen, our Clear Sky sect has dominated the continent, admired by all soul masters. Today, the Spirit Hall villains dare try to force our submission with might. Ha, impossible. Today, I, Tang Xing, vow here to coexist or perish with Clear Sky City. Even in death, our Clear Sky sect will bite a chunk out of the Spirit Hall. This sect master wants the world's soul masters to see why the Clear Sky sect is the world's first. Will you all join me in a life or death battle against the Spirit Hall today? Silence fell, then the Strength Clan's patriarch Tai Tan rose first, fists clasped, face excited. If sect master is willing to fight to the death, how could we lag behind? The Strength Clan follows our master to the end, without regret. Master killed that Qian Sunji today, this old man will make blood flow like rivers. Well said, Speed Clan Patriarch. By he rose. Though the Speed Clan isn't great at offense, we're willing to perish with the Clear Sky sect. Defense Clan Patriarch Niu Gao and Breaking Clan Patriarch Yang Woody also declared, where the Defense Clan stands is the Clear Sky sect's safest barrier. The Spirit Hall wants to destroy the Clear Sky sect. Only over our clan's dead bodies. To destroy the Clear Sky sect, first ask if my soul-breaking spear agrees. The Breaking Clan is willing to die for sect master. The aged Clear Sky sect second elder stepped to the center, expression solemn. The Spirit Hall villains want to exterminate our Clear Sky sect. Delusional. No matter how strong they are, our Clear Sky sect has iron will. Seeing the 4 patriarchs declare, Tang Xing rose slowly, laughing with relief. Our Clear Sky sect is united, working together. What fear of the Spirit Hall? Pass the order, prepare the best wine and meat. After the lads are fed and drunk, join this sect master to clash with those villains. We obey. 4. Watching the 4 patriarchs leave quickly, Tang Xing's eyes grew profound, then he looked at the burly man below. Little Xiao, how are the clan arrangements? The man was Tang Xing's eldest son, Howling Sky Douluo Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao rose, Father, as per your orders, all Clear Sky sect direct line soul masters below level 50 have returned to the ancestral grounds in batches. Those guarding Clear Sky City now are all capable fighters. Tang Xing nodded, inwardly praising his father Tang Chen's foresight in digging a tunnel from under the Clear Sky sect grounds straight out 100 km beyond the city when Clear Sky City was built. Tang Xiao looked at his father, hesitant. Tang Xing glanced at him and said flatly, are you wondering why we didn't tell the single attribute 4 clans? Tang Xiao nodded heavily. The 4 clans are loyal to our Clear Sky sect and are now fighting for its glory. I believe they deserve to know. Foolish. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, the second elder slammed the table, rising with a cold laugh. You're a titled Douluo, yet you say such naive things. If the 4 clans knew of the tunnel, would they still fight to the death? They'd probably turn on us for that sole escape route. How could we resist the spirit hall then? Do you want to see our clear sky sect's fine sons littered as corpses? Hearing the heart-stabbing words, Tang Xiao frowned. Tang Xiao has no such intent. But acting this way chills the 4 clans' hearts. If this leaks, the world will mock us. Can the clear sky sect stand? Stand. The 4th elder sneered. After this, our clear sky sect will have 2 Douluos who dares mock us. As for standing, when uncle returns, we'll storm Spirit City and demand justice. 4th brother is right. The single attribute 4 clans are just our clear sky sect slaves. Isn't it natural for slaves to shield their master? The 5th elder said righteously. But. No buts. The 7th elder looked at Tang Xiao with disgust, his words ice cold. If not for you covering for Tang Hao and that beast, bringing the beast back early, we wouldn't have this disaster. His voice carried resentment. As the youngest elder, he had the best chance to break through to titled Douluo on his own. If Tang Hao had brought that 100,000-year soul beast back, with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao already having full soul bones, he couldn't dream of the ring, but he had a good shot at the 100,000-year soul bone. Thinking of missing that soul bone, his heart bled. Seeing this, Tang Xing comforted Tang Xiao. The 4 clans are willing to sacrifice for our clear sky sect. The sect will never forget. In time, when your grandfather returns, they'll naturally be honored. Tang Xiao fell silent. Raised under his grandfather Tang Chen's protection, he'd always tried to emulate him, aspiring to be a heroic figure. Sacrificing 4 clans for selfish gain today violated his principles. Seeing Tang Xiao's silence, Tang Xing sighed. This eldest son had great talent and upright character but lacked flexibility compared to his younger brother. He said to Tang Xiao, the 4 clans each have strengths together, even the spirit hall would pay a price to take them down. They have a chance to break out. He didn't believe his own words. The spirit hall had laid a perfect trap, with the angel legion that had dominated the continent for millennia. This lineup was too much for the 4 clans, let alone with the clear sky sect breaking out was delusional. But Tang Xiao lifted his head. Then uncle and them. Bai He's sister was Tang Xing's wife and Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's mother. The brothers had grown up under Bai He's watch, making their uncle-nephew bond close. Tang Xing pondered. Let him stay here. Don't forget his needle-tailed swift martial soul is the continent's fastest. If he wants to leave, unless agility attack titled Douluo's act, no one can stop him. 10. Chapter 10. The 4 Clans' Fury. A pitch-black curtain pressed heavily over Clear Sky City, thick clouds obscuring the bright moon and stars. On the silent walls, only the crackling of torches sounded, casting flickering shadows of the 4 clans' soul masters. In the shadow of the battlements, a bright bonfire stood out starkly in the darkness. That was where the 4 clans' leaders gathered. Pouring amber liquor into a bowl, then slamming the jug down, the usually suave Bai He lifted the bowl and took a big gulp, liquor dripping down his chin. Bai He laughed loudly, thinking back, when we 5 were called the Extreme 4 Sons, we roamed the continent in glory. Especially 50 years ago, I alone toyed with those 2 Soul King mercenaries. In our generation, who saw me, Bai He, without eating my dust? Ha ha ha. Young Woody wiped his mouth and snorted. Of course I remember. If I hadn't acted and killed that Longbow Soul King in time, you'd have died under his arrows. Bai He awkwardly touched his nose, feeling embarrassed to lose face in front of everyone, and tried to patch it. Ahem, with my speed, he couldn't hit me even if you didn't act. He then went on about Douluo soul skills, speed is unbreakable, needle-tailed swift, continent's fastest, etc., making everyone laugh heartily. Niu Gao slapped his thigh, laughing. I'd say the first merit of that battle goes to me. Think about it, if not for my plate armor giant rhino's supreme defense holding off their only soul emperor, could you guys have had it so easy? Bai He brightened. Right. In my view, the first merit goes to old Rhino. Niu Gao grew even prouder, smugly saying to the 3, say thanks. Thanks, ha ha ha. Then 3 jugs and a bowl clinked. Tai Tan raised his jug to clash with theirs, the mouths making a dull sound. Over these years, our 4 clans have been invincible, making a big name in the Soul Master world. Who'd have thought now? He swallowed the words, downing the jug's contents. The burning liquor slid down his throat but couldn't suppress the gloom in his eyes. No matter what, tomorrow's battle we 4 clans fight side by side like back then. Naturally, let's show the Spirit Hall bastards the style of our single attribute 4 clans. Bold laughter echoed in the night sky, heroic yet tinged with desolation. How could they not know tomorrow might be their last? Just the sense titled Douluo auras outside numbered at least 5, plus the hordes of soul masters they might truly end. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook all of Clear Sky City. Everyone jumped, looking toward the city. It's the city lord's mansion direction. Niu Gao shook his head, seriously looking at the others. Let's go see what happened. Young Woody said gravely, turning into a streak of light and rushing over. The others followed. The city lord's mansion, once a glittering luxurious estate, was now gone, leaving only dust clouds and shattered stones. Pillars were half standing stubbornly, and the courtyard's tough blue bricks were cracked everywhere. Screech. A sky-shattering cry pierced through as Baiyi's seventh soul ring lit up, pale cyan soul power surging through him. His needle-tailed swift true body unfolded massive wings behind, feathers sharp as blades, whistling through the dust to land in the mansion. Brother-in-law. Little Shao. Baiyi roared at the ruins, unable to believe what enemy could silently destroy the city lord's mansion where Clear Sky sect elites gathered. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sounds of breaking air came as other 4-clan experts arrived, equally incredulous at the sight. How is this possible? Tai Tan's disbelieving voice echoed in the ruins. The mansion housed Clear Sky sect elites, with Tang Xing and Tang Xiao as titled Douluos, plus top soul Douluo elders. What being could do this silently? Suddenly, nearby Yang Wushuan seemed to realize something and shouted at a stunned Speed Clan soul saint. Baiyu, take the Speed Clan's experts to the Clear Sky sect grounds now and check if anyone's there. Huh. Baiyu was clearly confused. Huh, what? Go now. The Clear Sky sect ran, they fled. Yang Wushuan's roar echoed, his fury consuming his reason. Known for rationality, he now erupted regardless of setting. Everyone's faces turned ugly. They instantly thought of this possibility. No, confirmed it. No one could make a mansion guarded by 2 titled Douluos vanish without warning, not even Qian Daolu, and he wouldn't do it. Baiyu immediately activated his true body and rushed to the Clear Sky sect grounds, his roar echoing, all Speed Clan members, check the Clear Sky sect guard positions immediately. Wushuan, could you be wrong? Tai Tan's voice was bitter, forcing a smile uglier than crying at Yang Wushuan. Did Tai Tan not guess? No, he did, and that's why he couldn't accept it. Yang Wushuan ignored Tai Tan and said to Yang Woody, the noise wasn't just for us, the spirit hall heard it too. Once word of Clear Sky sect's escape spreads, they'll vent on us. Quickly gather all clansmen, break out. Break out. The final breakout shook everyone with raging soul power, snapping them back. Quick, quick, gather the clansmen now. The awakened patriarchs shouted to their people. Niu Gao roared to the sky, Clear Sky sect, fuck your ancestors. Yang Wushuan, truly a rare strategist among the 4 clans, analyzed calmly, go to the south gate. It's guarded by Demon Bear Douluo best for breakout. North gate, Ghost Leopard Douluo, agility attack titled hard to escape if entangled. West, Dawn Douluo, not high soul power but Angel Legion overwhelming. East, 2 titled Douluos of N riskier. Next moment, Baiyu returned, the entire Clear Sky sect grounds are empty, the gate guards vanished not long ago. Though expected, hearing it crushed the 4 patriarchs' last restraint, the shame of being tricked and abandoned overwhelming. Bang! Yang Woody's soul-breaking spear rang sharply, shattering the Clear Sky Hall plaque into wood chips. Tang Xing. Niu Gao's heart filled with grief, want to flee. Fine. At least take our families, we'd risk our lives to cover you. Can't even bring women and children? No time to vent anger, they rushed to the south gate. Seeing their gathered clansmen, eyes reddened with fury, but survival instinct overrode hatred for Clear Sky sect. Wushuan, you lead half the young and strong to open the path, I'll cover the rear. Yang Woody's eyes bloodshot, he said gravely to Yang Wushuan, or calmer than me, you can lead the clan to a safer life in the future. No, the clan needs strength in the future. Only with you in charge, big brother, can we fend off ghosts and demons. I'll cover the rear. Before Yang Woody could argue, Yang Wushuan turned and knelt to the elder generation. This junior is incompetent, tricked by Clear Sky sect to this point. I ask the elders to join me in covering the rear. Half in the grave already dying for the clan is worthwhile. The central white-haired elder laughed. Yang Wushuan then said to Niu Gao, Old Rhino, merge our 2 clans for breakout. Remember, charge forward, don't look back, now's not the time for sentiment, got it. He then looked at Niu Budong, also on rear duty, then to Yang Woody, big brother, remember, after escaping, don't think of revenge. Survive, only alive is their hope, to claim today's blood debt from Clear Sky sect and Spirit Hall. Yang Woody looked at his only brother, tears blurring his vision. Understood, I understand. With all 4 clans assembled, Yang Wushuan grinned ferociously and roared. Open the gates. 11, Chapter 11, Bloody Battle Breakout. The city gates slowly opened, and terrifying waves of soul power surged straight into the sky, shattering the thick clouds above Clear Sky City. Without any prelude or unnecessary words, the leading soul masters directly activated their martial soul true bodies, charging forward with a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth. Facing this scene, Demon Bear Douluo's eyes flashed with cold light. Without hesitation, his thick soul power erupted suddenly, and his martial soul true body appeared instantly, colliding head-on with the opponent's attack. The Spirit Hall soul masters behind him were filled with killing intent, surging forward like a tide without any orders, instantly igniting a brutal slaughter. Roar! Second soul skill, explosive giant strength. The second soul ring flashed, and Tai Tan, who had activated his giant gorilla true body, immediately confronted Demon Bear Douluo. Relying on his tyrannical strength, the 2 were evenly matched for a moment. Not bad. A trace of appreciation flashed in Demon Bear Douluo's eyes. As a power type titled Douluo, in the entire Spirit Hall, only the second worship golden crocodile Douluo and the fourth worship lion Douluo could surpass him in strength. Tai Tan's ability to briefly match him in power truly surprised him, but that was all. Third soul skill, Barbarian Bear Fury. Demon Bear Douluo's third soul ring flashed, and his aura surged. With one punch, he sent Tai Tan flying over 100 meters away. Just as he intended to pursue and finish off Tai Tan, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, and a fatal sense of crisis assaulted him. Almost instinctively, his fourth soul ring flashed instantly. Fourth soul skill, Golden Rock Wall. Swish. A sharp sound cut through the air. Young Woody's soul-breaking spear appeared like a black lightning bolt behind Demon Bear Douluo. The incomparably sharp spear tip directly collided with his petrified body. Though the defense was hasty, relying on his title Douluo's formidable cultivation, he blocked Young Woody's fatal strike. However, the skin on his chest was instantly torn, spilling scarlet blood. What a pity. Young Woody thought to himself. With one strike failing to severely injure Demon Bear Douluo, the next would surely be a fierce battle. On the other side, Baihe's needle-tailed swift martial soul true body rampaged in the sky, leaving after images as he directly faced a golden eagle soul Douluo from Spirit Hall. Though the needle-tailed swift was astonishingly fast, its own durability was low, relying only on tricky positioning and incredible speed to briefly hold his own. Niu Gao activated his rhinoceros armor shield like an untiring ferocious beast, charging straight ahead, forcibly opening a path for the four clans. At the same time, endless pursuers from the rear gradually formed an encirclement. After Yang Wushuan forced back a soul sage with one spear thrust, he roared, "Don't get entangled in battle. Concentrate your strength and tear open their encirclement." The group gradually moved toward the periphery. At that moment, a mournful spear cry echoed around them. It was an old soul sage from the Breaking Clan, burning his martial soul to unleash a desperate spear strike that took out two Spirit Hall soul sages, briefly tearing open a gap. "Haha, good job, old Yang. Watch this old man." An elder from the defense clan at the front saw this, his eyes reddening. His whole body burned with blood chi, transforming into a massive plate armor giant rhino and charging forward, instantly surpassing Niu Gao. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, immediately clearing a large empty space ahead. "Go, hurry." Without time for grief, the defense clan members behind quickly filled in. Such scenes were occurring in multiple places on the battlefield at this moment. Just then, a brilliant golden light streaked across the distant horizon, moving at an astonishing speed, approaching the battlefield in an instant. The newcomer was Don Douluo. His body radiated golden soul power and light, with scorching sacred flames burning everything in his path red. But at this moment, his face was as cold as frost, his sharp phoenix eyes filled with suppressed rage. Clearly, the sudden disappearance of the Clear Sky sect had greatly impacted his state of mind, stripping away his usual composure. Where is the Clear Sky sect? The Angel Holy Sword pointed at the four clan leaders, and anyone could feel the bone-chilling coldness in his voice. Like hell I know. Having activated his first soul skill, Rock Defense, to barely block a claw from Demon Bear Douluo, Tai Tan roared. "You don't know." Don Douluo's eyes grew even colder, his body's light surging. He swung the Angel Holy Sword at Tai Tan. "Then there's no use keeping you alive." Fifth soul skill, Holy Sword. Roar. The sharp sword chi stung the skin, and a feeling of death emerged in his heart. Tai Tan's final soul ring flashed. Eighth soul skill, Heavenly Meteor Fall. "You dare." Seeing the old gorilla facing off against Don Douluo, Yang Woody knew that in Tai Tan's current state, he had no chance of resisting. He thrust his spear fiercely, trying to force back Demon Bear Douluo and aid Tai Tan. "In your dreams, worry about yourself first." Demon Bear Douluo, seeing through Yang Woody's intent, wouldn't let him succeed. With a savage grin, his fifth soul ring flashed, and he spread his 5 fingers, clawing straight at Yang Woody. Fifth soul skill, Mad Bear Earth Split. Sixth soul skill, Destroy. Seeing this, Yang Woody had no choice but to meet Demon Bear Douluo with his spear. The giant gorilla clashed with the Angel Holy Sword, but it wasn't the even match. Imagined it was a one-sided crushing. Don Douluo struck in anger, every move laced with killing intent. Tai Tan could only barely defend, with no power to counterattack. Before long, Tai Tan's body was covered in several deep, bone-exposing wounds. Don Douluo's cold eyes looked at Tai Tan. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where did the Clear Sky sect go?" "Go to hell." Tai Tan completely ignored Don Douluo's words, spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with organ fragments. Surging soul power emerged again, and he charged straight at Don Douluo. Die. His last bit of patience worn away, Don Douluo could no longer suppress his killing intent. His sixth soul ring shone, and he thrust a sword straight at Tai Tan's throat. Eighth soul skill, Rhinoceros Armor Giant God Shield. At that moment, a heavy soul power fluctuation came from Tai Tan's side. Niu Gao arrived just in time, his entire body like a mountain range blocking in front of Tai Tan. He was forced back dozens of steps by the sword, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. Then, looking at Don Douluo with a bitter expression, he said, "The Clear Sky sect escaped, and as for where, we don't know. With your insight, you must have thought of Itwiri just abandoned pawns. Demon Bear Douluo appeared beside Don Douluo and said gravely, they broke out with women and children. This is probably true. Though his soul power was stronger than Don Douluo's, the latter was not only Chien Daolia's confidant but also the Deputy Legion Commander of the Angel Legion, with a higher status in Spirit Hall. The next moment, Yang Woody and the others also arrived beside them, their eyes fixed intently on the now united Don Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo. 8th Soul Skill, Radiant Earth. Too lazy to waste words with them, Don Douluo directly unleashed his most lethal area soul skill. This move was something the current group of wounded couldn't withstand. But the next moment, Don Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Demon Bear Douluo beside him reacted the same way. Chapter 12, Limit Douluo. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent. A tall figure cloaked entirely in a black robe stood in front of Yang Woody and the others, holding a bloodied man in his hand. Facing Don Douluo's full-force strike, the black-robed figure let out a light shout, his soul power erupting. He then threw a punch, and at the same time, a shocking scene unfolded. Where the fist light passed, the sky full of sword shadows shattered, and the brilliant golden light rapidly faded. He forcefully blocked Don Douluo's originally fatal sword, his entire body merely swaying slightly. Whether it was the Spirit Hall Soul Masters or the surviving 4 clan Soul Masters, everyone who saw this was stunned, their worldview shattered by the scene before them. How is this possible? As someone murmured in disbelief, waves of uproar spread across the battlefield. Don Douluo, as a level 93 titled Douluo, had unleashed his 8th soul skill. Even a level 95 titled Douluo wouldn't dare take it head-on. Where the sword light passed, even soul sages would perish. Yet now, this nearly unsolvable killing move had been casually blocked by someone, and the black-robed figure hadn't even budged. The watching soul masters widened their eyes, forgetting to breathe, left with only disbelief in their hearts. Could such a terrifying powerhouse exist in this world? Level 98. Or the legendary level 99. Who are you, sir? Having his 8th soul skill easily blocked, Don Douluo's shock surpassed everyone else's on the field. No one understood the power contained in that sword better than him. Even the level 96 Jianjun and Jianmo brothers couldn't do it so effortlessly. Who was he? How strong was he? When had such a figure appeared on the Douluo continent? The black-robed man didn't answer Don Douluo's question but threw the bloodied Yang Wushuan to Yang Woody. Why aren't you leaving? A deep, oppressive voice rang out, snapping the stunned 4 clans back to reality. Thank you, senior. After a grateful salute, the group hurriedly chased after their clans in the direction of the breakout. Seeing the black-robed man's near-disrespectful attitude, Don Douluo flew into a rage. I don't care who you are, you're too arrogant. As the second-in-command of the Angel Legion, Don Douluo ranked only below the Pope and the 7 worship in Spirit Hall. Even titled Douluo-level elders treated him with respect. When had he ever been ignored like this? 7th Soul Skill, Sacred Angel True Body. 6th Soul Skill, Holy Light Judgment. 8th Soul Skill, Heaven-Rending Claw. Facing such an unfathomable opponent, Demon Bear Douluo beside him didn't dare slack off. His 8th soul ring flashed as he attacked simultaneously, a massive palm capable of covering a small mountain pressing toward the black-robed man with mountain-splitting power. Humph. Facing the combined attack of Don Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo, the black-robed man's soul power surged. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his black-robed body like an unshakable war god, emitting a piercing silver-white glow. The surrounding air twisted under this pressure. He thrust both palms forward fiercely, without any fancy prelude, only ultimate power. One palm met Don Douluo's holy sword, the other clashed with Demon Bear Douluo's giant bear paw. Terrifying airwaves immediately flipped all Spirit Hall Soul Masters within a 100-meter radius, many crashing into rocks or trees, unable to even stand. Crack. The two sides stalemated in the air for only a few breaths before the golden light on the Angel Holy Sword shattered inch by inch, and the mountain-splitting giant palm halted in midair. Scram. The black-robed man let out an angry roar like thunder. The silver-white light under his robe surged violently, turning the condensed airwaves into a raging energy torrent that rushed at the two. Don Douluo felt a sharp pain in his palm, nearly dropping his holy sword. Demon Bear Douluo was hit hard in the chest by a massive force. Both were sent staggering back over a dozen steps before steadying themselves, blood trickling from their mouths. Before they could recover, the black-robed man turned without looking back, his figure vanishing like a ghost into the distance. Lord! Deputy Commander! The Soul Masters behind saw this and rushed to support Don Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo, while glaring at the direction the black-robed man had gone. A few Soul Masters' eyes hardened, their soul power flaring, clearly intending to pursue and block him. No need. Sensing his subordinates' intentions, Don Douluo raised his hand to stop them. His eyes, filled with unwillingness, looked toward the forest where the black-robed man had vanished. Turn around and pursue the Clear Sky sect. With that, he ignored the others and soared toward Heaven Do City. Did Don Douluo not want to pursue? He did. But he couldn't. Though the mysterious black-robed man's soul power was violent, there was no change, and he held no artifact. Clearly, he hadn't used his martial soul. In the Soul Master world, to defeat an opponent without using a martial soul, the soul power gap had to be at least 15 levels. At the titled Douluo level, this gap was even more horrifying. To repel two titled Douluo without revealing a martial soul, even the level 98 power-type Super Douluo second worship might struggle. Perhaps the long-missing Tang Chen could do it, but that person clearly wasn't Tang Chen. Level 98 Super, or a level 99 limit Douluo like the Great Worship. When had such an existence appeared in the Soul Master world? A massive doubt lingered like a dark cloud in Don Douluo's mind. Such a powerhouse would undoubtedly disrupt the current power balance on the Douluo continent, which was extremely unfavorable for Spirit Hall's upcoming plans. Don Douluo recalled all the power-type Soul Masters from the past century in his mind but found no match. Don Douluo, where do you think the Clear Sky sect could have run to? Demon Bear Douluo caught up and asked Don Douluo. He had naturally thought of what the latter had. A Super Douluo of at least level 98 had appeared silently on the Douluo continent, which was baffling. At the same time, Ghost Leopard, Snake Lance, and Thorn Blood, the other three titled Douluo, also arrived, turning their gazes to Don Douluo. There's no place left for the Clear Sky sect in heaven or earth. The two great empires wouldn't dare shelter them. So, there's only one place they can go: Clear Sky sect's ancestral land. As the absolute confidant of the Qian family father and son, he naturally knew about the bet between Tang Chen and Qian Daolu back then. Now that Qian Daolu had personally come out, there was no foothold left for the Clear Sky sect on the entire Douluo continent except their ancestral land. As for that mysterious powerhouse, it needed to be reported to the Great Worship. Such an existence was beyond his authority. Ghost Leopard and I are the fastest. We'll go ahead to intercept the Clear Sky sect. You lead the others and follow. 13, Chapter 13, Obtained, an Unexpected Joy. In a dense forest 300 miles from Clear Sky City, the four clans' disciples were taking a brief rest. A faint whooshing sound came from the distant horizon as over a dozen figures sped toward them. It was Yang Woody and the others who had escaped. Clan leader. Father. Seeing the arrivals, the four clans' members breathed a sigh of relief. After Yang Woody set down Yang Wushuan from his back, he asked the people who had come, the casualties, how many? Upon hearing this, Niu Gao, Tai Tan, Bai He, and the others also stared intently at the clansmen present. The clansmen, seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, these usually steadfast men instantly had reddened eyes, tears glistening, and trembling voices. The casualties are heavy. The Strength clan lost nearly 100 people, and the remaining brothers are all injured. The Speed clan is about the same, but brother by Sun also. Our Defense clan lost 62 people, and the remaining clansmen are all seriously injured. They probably can't use their martial souls again for a short time. Clan leader, our Breaking clan suffered, nearly half casualties. Hearing such severe losses, everyone's eyes dimmed. Yang Woody staggered, nearly falling. Clan leader. The Breaking clan's members were shocked and moved to support Yang Woody. Pushing away the clansmen, the collapsing Yang Woody roared at the sky. Half the clan. The others were all injured too. The Breaking clan had almost lost 2 entire generations. These were the future and foundation of the Breaking clan, yet they had died miserably outside Clear Sky City. Clear Sky Sect Tang Xing. Damn Clear Sky Sect, I'll fight you to the death. Tang Xing, you deserve to die. The others also roared in anger. If not for the Clear Sky Sect fleeing alone, forcing them into a hasty breakout, how could the four clans have suffered this? The mournful cries echoed through the forest, laced with chilling killing intent. Once their emotions had slightly calmed, the clansmen asked, Clan leader, are you all okay? Bai He shook his head. Spirit Hall's powerhouses are beyond us. If not for a powerhouse assisting at the critical moment, we might all have been left there. A powerhouse. With Spirit Hall's Great Worship personally targeting the Clear Sky sect, and the new Pope Bibi Dong ordering a complete eradication, the Soul Master world treated anything related to the Clear Sky sect like the plague. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which always shouted about the upper 3 sects being united, had fallen silent. Even the Clear Sky sect itself had fled without fighting. In such a situation, who would dare risk universal condemnation to help? Sensing the crowd's surprise, Niu Gao beside him said with a bitter smile, this person's strength is unfathomable. He casually blocked Old Dawn's killing move. His strength is at least that of a level 96 Super Douluo. Super Douluo. Everyone present gasped. After a Soul Master obtains their 9th Soul Ring and breaks through to title Douluo, they stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world, with status equal to kings and emperors of the 2 great empires. But titled Douluo are divided into 3 levels. Levels 91 to 95 are ordinary titled Douluo, levels 96 to 98 are Super Douluo, and level 99 is the legendary limit Douluo. Super Douluo, as the top among titled Douluo, transcend the world. It's been at least 20 years since any news of a Super Douluo on the Douluo continent. Even the upper 3 sects at the top of the Soul Master world currently have no Super Douluo. Whether it's Clear Sky sect's Clear Sky Douluo Tang Xing, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanzhen, or 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect Sword and Bone Douluo, they're all stuck at level 95 without breaking through. In fact, in the nearly 100 years since Tang Chen, the 7 great sects haven't produced a single super Douluo. Now, Niu Gao was saying the helper was a super Douluo. How could they not be shocked? Whoosh! Just as everyone was astonished, a black-robed figure appeared before them, startling the 4 clans members into activating their soul rings. Stop! This is the senior who helped us outside Clear Sky City. He has done our 4 clans a great favor. Seeing the arrival, Yang Woody and the others quickly stopped their reactive clansmen, lest they offend the mysterious person. Though he had helped them escape, whether he was friend or foe was still unclear. Heh, no need to flatter me. This old man offended Spirit Hall by helping you this time. Naturally, I have demands. The mysterious person under the black robe chuckled, not bothering to hide it, and spoke directly. Yang Woody and the others had expected this. After all, risking so much to help must come with a request. Moreover, in such times, having demands was the most reassuring. What does Senior want? Or what can our 4 clans do for Senior? This old man wants your breaking clan's medicine refining method. Additionally, I just smelled a chi blood treasure medicine on this little bird. That's also something I need. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. Who didn't know that the medicine refining art was the foundation of the breaking clan? Even the Clear Sky sect had asked for it multiple times without success. This powerhouse wanted that, and given the breaking clan's value of it, it would be extremely difficult. As for Bai He having a chi blood treasure medicine, that was unexpected. Chi blood treasure medicine. Bai He pondered briefly and guessed what it was: the rare herb, crystal blood dragon ginseng, he had obtained in his early years. It wasn't of much use to him, and if it could repay this favor, he couldn't ask for more. Thinking this, a jade box appeared in his hand. This is something this junior obtained by chance. Since it's useful to Senior, please accept it. With a mental scan, the eyes under the black robe lit up. His main goal this trip was the breaking clan's medicine refining art, but he had unexpectedly smelled a faint fluctuation on Bai He. If not for his profound attainments in chi blood, he might not have noticed it. Taking the jade box, the black-robed man turned his gaze to Yang Woody and the others. This was an unexpected joy, but his true target was the breaking clan's medicine refining method. The others, seeing this, looked toward the breaking clan's position with worry. Cough cough. Just as everyone was uneasy, Yang Wushuan, who had recovered some vitality, immediately took out 2 thick books from his soul tool and respectfully handed them over. This is our breaking clan's medicine refining method, along with this junior's insights on medicine refining. Please accept them, Senior. Yang Woody beside him remained silent, tacitly approving. After all, the method could be lost and recreated as long as the people survived. A trace of appreciation flashed in the eyes under the black robe. Taking the books, he said lightly, not bad. Senior overpraises, Yang Wushuan replied respectfully, then tentatively asked the black-robed man, our 4 clans are now like rootless duckweed. Might Senior point us to a clear path? Qian Douluo is a grand master. As long as you don't seek revenge on Spirit Hall, he won't care about your lives. After a pause, the black-robed man continued, the Clear Sky sect has offended too many in the Star Luo Empire over the years. If you stay here, your situation will be difficult. He then turned, transforming into a streak of light and departing, leaving only his voice echoing in the forest. This seat has said all there is to say. Whether to go or stay is up to you. P.S. Bonus chapter at 200 Power Stone. 14, Chapter 14, Martial Soul Awakening. Winter came and went. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Yuntian Mountains range was still blanketed in white snow, layers upon layers, unchanging except for the howling wind and snow in the valleys. Snap. In a secret chamber of the body sect, Chenyi gently closed the book Lu Cleanse 34 Inherited Styles, rubbed his eyes, and put it back in place. Since the sect master ordered him to enter the body secret grounds for study 3 years ago, Chenyi had spent almost every day in the library. It took him nearly a year to finish all the books there, after which he moved his exclusive little stool to the body secret grounds. Of course, this attitude of not treating home like home naturally drew strong dissatisfaction from the family head, to the point that Chenyi's ears were ringing for a while. However, as the sect's external powerhouses brought back many resources from the ocean, his mother Mushi also entered long-term cultivation, greatly reducing Chenyi's survival pressure. Notably, 2 years ago, Elder Yuan Hua, stuck at level 89 for nearly 20 years, finally broke through the level 90 barrier and obtained his 9th soul ring, becoming the body sect's 3rd title Douluo, titled Wisdom Brain. Yuan Hua's breakthrough plunged the body sect into joy, meaning the sect had truly reached the level of the upper 3 sects in high-end combat power, becoming a top-tier soul master force at the pinnacle of the soul master world. On the Douluo continent, having titled Douluo is just one standard for a force to become top-tier. Comprehensive strength is also a measure of a force's power. Chenyi later learned that among the 7 great sects, not only the upper 3 had titled Douluo, lower 4's Wind Sword sect also had one. But besides that Wind Sword Douluo, Wind Sword sect had only one low-level soul Douluo nearing the end of his lifespan, so it couldn't compete with the upper 3. In terms of comprehensive strength, it was even weaker than the Holy Dragon sect, which had 5 soul Douluos, with its sect master just half a step from titled Douluo. The upper 3 sects not only had titled Douluo but also numerous top experts below them. Even the lowest-ranked Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had no fewer than 6 Seoul Douluo truly astonishing foundations. Shortly after Yuan Hua's breakthrough, Huang Qi, Zhang Tao, and other body sect powerhouses successively broke through to Seoul Douluo, making their high-end combat power comparable to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Of course, comprehensive strength was still somewhat inferior after all, that was the richest sect in the world. It could be said that over these 3 years, the entire body sect showed a thriving scene. At this rate, in no more than 20 years, the body sect could completely surpass the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and become the undisputed uncrowned king of sects. After Seoul Douluo, every step forward consumes potential. Even with Dad's top-tier torso martial soul, silver level second awakening, and Whale Blue's help, he barely broke through to level 86. And that's called godlike speed by Grandpa Sect Master. How did those potential exhausted old guys from the Clear Sky sect break through to titled Douluo? This had been Chen Yi's biggest doubt these years. In the original story, the Clear Sky sect's 5 elders were all titled Douluo when they appeared. But from what Chen Yi learned from consulting the Great Elder these years, those old things from the Clear Sky sect were from the same era as the previous sect master Tang Xing, all around 90 years old, their chi and blood long decayed. Without great fortune, they had no hope of advancing further. So, how did they do it? No wonder Chen Yi was curious. The body sect's strength had rapidly expanded these years, and they would emerge in at most 10 years. After all, the body sect was founded on body martial souls. Without emerging, they couldn't gather all body martial souls soul masters under them. At that time, the Clear Sky sect would be an unavoidable point. Since the body sect was emerging to claim the title of world's #1 sect, how could the domineering folks of the Clear Sky sect tolerate it? The two sides would inevitably clash. As for the body sect yielding, Chen Yi hadn't even considered it. What a joke. The body sect was founded on the waste body martial soul, enduring 800 years of storms yet standing firm. Their pride was something a nouveau riche like the Clear Sky sect couldn't match. After awakening my martial soul, some things can be put on the agenda. Chen Yi thought to himself. As Chen Yi was plotting in his mind, a slender figure approached. Seeing Chen Yi, a smile appeared on the stiff face. Xiao Yi, what book did you read today? The newcomer was the body sect's elder, Wisdom Brain Douluo Yuan Hua. Since Chen Yi moved into the body secret grounds, the old and young had practically made it their home. Chen Yi prepared a little stool for himself, while the elder directly set up a bed. Fourth Grandpa, I just read Lu Clan's 34 Inherited Styles. The Lu family self-created soul skills. That stuff has no value. It's thousands of years old, many techniques were decent back then but are outdated now. The Lu family's useless descendants never thought to improve it, just sticking to the same old things. Rather than reading that, you'd be better off eating a couple more snow ox legs to build up strength for tomorrow's martial soul awakening. Yuan Hua clearly looked down on the Lu family's self-created soul skills, which was understandable. His attainments in self-created soul skills were extremely high. 1/5 of the body sect's self-created soul skills were his contributions. If not for his early obsession with it, his current strength might not be below Chu Shanhe's. Previously, Chen Yi had only heard about this elder's talent from his parents, without a direct concept. It wasn't until these 2 years, when he accidentally thought of some martial arts concepts from his previous life found online and shared them, that this elder reverse-engineered many self-created soul skills fitting body martial souls. Only then did Chen Yi truly understand what terrifying meant. Because of his deep development of body martial souls, after breaking through to titled Douluo, he reached level 93 in just 2 years, only half a level behind Hua Shuwen, who had broken through 10 years earlier. According to Chen Yi's guess, this elder's development of his brain martial soul was even comparable to the illusion brain Douluo Han Tianyi from 20,000 years later. I'm just bored, passing the time. Chen Yi grinned. It's almost dinner time. Want to join this old man for a bite? I brought some demon soul great white shark brain good stuff. That sounds great, but too bad Mom started cooking this morning. If I don't eat, I'll be carried to the martial soul awakening tomorrow. Chen Yi spread his hands, showing a regretful expression. Then you're out of luck today. Yuan Hua laughed heartily at this, waving his hand. Hurry back then, lest little Mushi comes here to drag you away. How could Mom dare? You're the body sect's pillar of heaven, the purple gold beam holding up the sea. Hearing Yuan Hua's words, Chen Yi shamelessly flattered him. Ha ha ha, you kid sure knows how to talk. Yuan Hua gently tapped Chen Yi's little head. How could I? Ask anyone in the sect, they all admire you from the heart. Then hurry back for dinner, this old man won't keep you. See you, fourth grandpa. P.S. Bonus chapter at 200 Power Stone. 15, Chapter 15, Martial Soul Awakening. Back home, Mushi was just bringing out a small basin of sauced beef. Seeing her son's small figure, a brilliant smile lit up her face. You're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. 3 years ago, Chu Shanhe and the others had a successful soul hunt at sea, bringing back plenty of whale glue and expanding the body sect's treasury. To not miss any hunting opportunities, 2.5 years ago, Chen Zhen and other sect experts, along with the second elder, began stationing long-term in Vast Sea City. Because of the body sect's rampage at sea these years, each trip brought back not just whale blue but many other good things. Over time, Chenyi had eaten his fill of seafood. To ensure Chenyi was in good condition for tomorrow morning, Mushi had gone all out for tonight's dinner, putting out all the usually rationed items for a feast. Grabbing a dark red steamed bun, Chenyi took a big bite, then used his chopsticks to stuff a piece of fish into his mouth. When the body sect's powerhouses were bored at sea, they dove into the deep sea and discovered that the intense pressure exercised the body, so if they didn't find a whale pod that day, they dived deep. In the extreme depths, they found a peculiar fish species, brought some up to try, and discovered its flesh was comparable to some heavenly treasures. They then hunted them en masse to bring back for the sect members to nourish their bodies. Chenyi suspected this was related to what the Shrek Pavilion elders ate 20,000 years later, not identical, but strikingly similar. Watching her son devour the food, Mushi's eyes were full of affection. Though she always complained that Chenyi didn't treat home like home, her son was her pride, never causing her a day's worry. Thinking about tomorrow's martial soul awakening, a trace of worry flashed in Mushi's eyes. After all, on the Douluo continent, awakening a powerful martial soul was the biggest watershed in life. Chenyi was smart and clever, but martial souls were unpredictable. Over 40 years ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had a similar joke. Thunder Douluo Yuanzhen's highly anticipated youngest son not only failed to awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul but awakened a pig instead, becoming the laughingstock of the Soul Master world. Moreover, children's martial souls usually inherited from parents. Her martial soul was Frost Thorn, a high-level one. But in both cultivation and martial soul quality, she was inferior to Qinzhen's torso martial soul. However, body martial soul inheritance wasn't stable, so everything was uncertain. If it were before, she would have hoped more for her son to awaken Frost Thorn, as the cost of second awakening was too high. But with whale blue and other heavenly treasures flowing into the body sect, she now hoped Chenyi could awaken and body martial soul, as his talent would only go further with a powerful martial soul. Mom, why are you just watching me and not eating? Seeing Mushi staring at him blankly, Chenyi tilted his head and smiled. Eat? Of course I'm eating. I was just watching you eat so heartily, worried you'd get protective. Snapping back, Mushi picked up her chopsticks and teased. At this, Chenyi looked aggrieved and weakly protested, I'm not protective. Chenyi quickly guessed the reason for Mushi's distraction. In the Douluo era, awakening a powerful martial soul was like being born into a good family in his previous life. But Chenyi believed his awakened martial soul wouldn't be too bad. He hadn't lacked whale blue these years, and oceanic rarities came every 3 days small, 5 days large. Under such nourishment, his body was already comparable to ordinary top beast martial soul masters. Though martial souls affected a soul master's future cultivation limit, a powerful martial soul could also be limited by the holder's physical strength. So theoretically, Chenyi's awakened martial soul wouldn't be poor. Moreover, even if he awakened an unsatisfactory martial soul, with the body sect's unity, Chenyi could ask sect powerhouses to seize immortal herbs for him. Thus, whether Chenyi's martial soul was powerful or not wouldn't affect his plans. It would just be more troublesome in the latter case. But Chenyi couldn't say this. Seeing the worry in Mushi's eyes, he could only comfort her. Relax. It's just a little martial soul awakening. When has your son ever disappointed you? I'm going to be a world-shaking powerhouse who suppresses the 2 peaks with one hand and levels the Douluo with 2 palms. Hearing Chenyi's comfort, Mushi smiled slightly. But as his words grew more outrageous, black lines crawled across her forehead, and she scolded with a laugh. You sure dare to dream. The 2 peaks are such existence as the entire Soul Master world has chased their shadows hopelessly for 200 years, and you want to suppress them single-handedly? Truly presumptuous. TCH, if people don't dare to dream, what's the difference from salted fish? Chenyi scoffed, quoting line from his previous life. How do you know today's nobodies won't shake the world tomorrow? Hearing Chenyi's words, Mushi was stunned, then showed a gratified smile. Yes, today's nobodies might shake the world tomorrow. When Tangchen rose, wasn't the Clear Sky sect just an obscure small sect? Since Tangchen could do it, her son might not be inferior. Well said. Then mom will wait to be the mother of the world's #1 powerhouse. Chenyi nodded heavily. In his previous life, he was ordinary. Since heaven gave him a second chance, this life, he would leave an eternal legend. Now that our world's #1 powerhouse has finished eating, go to bed. Oh. Checking the time, it was indeed bedtime. He looked at Mushi. Then I'll go sleep first. Good night, Mom. Good night. The next day, at the body sect's training ground, Mushi and Chenyi arrived before dawn to wait. Little Shi, you're here. Little Chenyi, did you miss second aunt? Not long after, a charming young woman also arrived at the square, looking young but speaking maturely, leading a boy about Chenyi's age by the hand. It was second uncle Jiang Wu's wife, Hua Zixiu, and the child was their son, Jiang Hongfei. Yes, last night I was thinking about second aunt's dragon bone 8 treasures soup. Then second aunt will make it for you later. The beautiful young woman fondly pinched Chenyi's collagen-filled cheeks. Chenyi was quite helpless. Being young had this downside, easy to be taken advantage of. Brother E. Jiang Hongfei beside him greeted Chenyi. As the body sect's ultimate other people's child, Chen was often mentioned when elders scolded their kids. Plus, he was always in the library or secret grounds reading, with little interaction with peers. Normally, with this start, he'd be isolated. But who was Chen? How could he let himself become an outcast among peers? Simple, if he couldn't fit in, he'd be their boss. Bosses don't need to hang out all the time. How did the unsociable Chen become boss? Even simpler. Kids are curious about everything and love causing trouble. Chen just shared odd stories from books, distributed toys and food his dad brought back, and when they got in trouble, he'd step up to take the blame. Of course, stepping up didn't always work. Faced with someone who shared benefits and bore consequences alone, which kid wouldn't submit willingly? By now, even if Chen didn't want to be boss, someone would offer the role. P.S. Bonus chapter at 200 Power Stone. 16, Chapter 16, Martial Soul Awakening. As time passed, the training ground gradually became lively. Since it was summer, the Yuntian mountain range was slowly emerging from the shroud of darkness, with the outlines of distant peaks becoming clearer. At this moment, Chen Yi and Jiang Hengfei, along with the other 5, arrived at the center of the training ground. These 6 were the protagonists of this awakening ceremony. Don't think 6 people is a small number. This was already all the children of appropriate age in the body sect. Last year and the year before combined didn't have this many. However, things would improve in 4 years. Beside the square, Huang Qi was accompanied by 4 children around their age. These were the body martial soul possessors the sect had found outside over the past year. At the same time, in a pavilion not far from the square, Chu Shanhe and the Great Elder looked over, both wearing expressions of melancholy. Another year of martial soul awakening has begun. I wonder how many will awaken body martial souls this time. Yuan Hua's aged voice echoed in the pavilion. Body martial souls were different from others. Their inheritance was extremely unstable. Even if a parent had an body martial soul, their child might not awaken one. It was just slightly more likely compared to others. Awaken or not, what does it matter? Does that mean these children aren't our family if they don't awaken an body martial soul? Old Fourth, you're still too attached. Hearing this, Chu Shanhe let out a light chuckle. Heh, Yuan Hua didn't respond, instead turning his gaze to Chen Yi, who was surrounded like the moon among stars, and changed the subject. What do you think Xiao Yi will awaken? Chu Shanhe raised an eyebrow, a serious glint in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, from my observations of Chen Yi over these years, the probability of him awakening an body martial soul is at least 90%, and it's likely to be Chen Jin's torso martial soul. The body sect had been established for nearly 1,000 years and had deep research into body martial souls. Most possessors of powerful body martial souls shared a common trait before awakening: they could eat a lot, an enormous amount. This was because the body martial soul was part of the body, with extremely strong energy conversion. Even before awakening, they needed a lot of energy to supply the latent martial soul. Chen Yi was famously known as the biggest eater in the entire body sect. Every meal was incomplete without meat. He started with 3 pounds of meat per meal, and as he grew older, the amount kept increasing. Just yesterday, with those black-red steamed buns, the energy in one was enough for a top beast martial soul master to digest for a day, but Chen Yi could devour 3 in one meal when he let loose. Of course, this wasn't the only reason many possessors of powerful beast martial souls fit this criterion too. However, martial soul inheritance was limited by parents. Chen Yi's mother, Mu Shi, had the frost thorn martial soul. The inherited martial soul of the Mu family Chen Jin was even more straightforward. His ancestors all had iron chain martial souls, low-level ones comparable to sickles. It could be said that Chen Yi had no bloodline for a top beast martial soul. Alright, almost everyone's here. On the training ground, the appearance of Chu Yuan and the other ended the commotion. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Great Elder. Everyone saluted in turn, especially the 4 children who had returned from outside. They had long heard that the sect had 3 titled Douluo. Though they didn't know what titled Douluo meant, in their eyes, even soul grandmasters were unattainable, and titled Douluo were like the city lords they could only admire from afar. At ease. Qi, you'll be in charge of awakening the martial souls for these little ones this time. Chu Shanhe smiled and nodded, then turned to Huang Qi beside him. Yes. The latter responded, then walked to the center of the square and tossed out 6 awakening stones, arranging them into a hexagon in front of Chen Yi and the others. Zhang Run. Hearing this, the little girl on the left slowly stepped into the circle. A faint golden light enveloped Zhang Run, and her body began to tremble slightly. Extend your right hand. Seeing this, Huang Qi said solemnly. As her right hand slowly opened, a slender sword with a thin blade appeared in Zhang Run's hand. Will-o-wisp sword. Looking at the sword, even though many present weren't surprised, a hint of disappointment still flashed in their eyes. Huang Qi took out a crystal ball and said to Zhang Run, place your hand on it. As the crystal ball gradually glowed, a smile appeared on Huang Qi's face. Zhang Run, Martial Soul, Will-o-wisp sword, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Innate Soul Power Level 7 almost guaranteed breaking through to Soul Sage, with a good chance at Soul Douluo. It was a good start. Next. Obo Lele, Martial Soul, Red Flame King Tiger, Innate Soul Power Level 6. Next. Jiang Hung Fei, Body Martial Soul, Eyes, Innate Soul Power Level 6. Next. Zhao Liang, Martial Soul, Ice Armored Bear, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Next. Su Jia, Martial Soul, Thousand Ant, Innate Soul Power Level 6.5. With a soul Douluo personally handling it, the martial souls of the remaining 5 except Chen Yi were awakened in a short time. Among the 5, only Jiang Hung Fei had an body martial soul, but the other 4 had excellent talents, which satisfied the elders. The current body sect still upheld the ideal of all body under heaven are one family, but it hadn't reached the extreme body-centric atmosphere of 10,000 years later. Moreover, though Jiang Hung Fei hadn't awakened Zhang Tao's cerebellum martial soul, Eyes were still a top body martial soul. This made the smiles on the body sect powerhouses' faces even brighter. As for the geniuses who didn't awaken body martial souls, the sect would provide resources to help them break through to level 40 and become peripheral forces of the body sect. After all, they were the sect's true direct descendants. Next, it's your turn, Chen Yi. Looking at the last one, Chen Yi, a glimmer of hope flashed in Huang Qi's eyes. Chen Yi took a deep breath and stepped straight into the circle. A warm sensation spread through his body, and a power that seemed suppressed for a long time erupted instantly within him. Crackle. In an instant, a layer of purple-gold lightning enveloped Chen Yi, making him seem like an incarnation of thunder. Seeing this, everyone in the body sect showed a look of surprise. Had they really hit that remaining 10% probability? This isn't an body martial soul. Is it a lightning attribute martial soul? It is lightning attribute, but this lightning feels much stronger to me than the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The great elder at the front stared intently at the purple-gold lightning on Chen Yi. This lightning was clearly superior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon, undoubtedly the king among lightning martial souls. But then, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Though it's not an body martial soul, with such a powerful martial soul, Xiao Yi's future is still immeasurable. Thinking this, though disappointed, the great elder was genuinely happy for Chen Yi. No, this is an body martial soul. 17, Chapter 17, Mutation. No, this is an body martial soul. Chu Shanhe's voice thundered across the square like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone present. But, this is a lightning element martial soul. Others were puzzled upon hearing this. The most obvious trait of body martial souls was that they belonged to a part of the body after awakening. That part would become abnormally prominent compared to normal people, but Chen Yi clearly didn't have that. The great elder reacted, blue light flashing in his eyes as an ocean-like mental power enveloped Chen Yi. This lightning isn't the martial soul, it's an innate attribute of the body martial soul. Under the enhancement of mental power, the great elder saw 2 different golden lights emerging from Chen Yi. One was the purple gold lightning, and the other came from Chen Yi's body itself. That was the body martial soul. Chen Yi's martial soul isn't lightning, it's himself, and that lightning is the accompanying attribute of his martial soul. The great elder's excited voice echoed across the square, resounding in everyone's ears. The body. This was undoubtedly the top body martial soul, possessing legendary golden level potential. Moreover, it came with that terrifying lightning. Even without a second awakening, it was one of the most terrifying martial souls in the world, comparable to the legendary six-winged angel or below. If it could achieve a golden level second awakening, even the six-winged angel would have to yield. Good. Very good. Excellent. In this era, the body sect is destined to rise. Chu Shanhe and Yuan Hua's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the body sect, shaking houses and trees wherever it passed. This was the best era. In the past, the Spirit Hall's successive grand worshippers had dominated the world with the six-winged angel wherever its sword pointed. Opponents could only submit and bow. But Tang Chen's appearance shattered the myth of the six-winged angel's invincibility, and Tang Hao's hammer smashed its prestige to pieces, greatly diminishing the deterrent power of the Spirit Hall's strongest force, the six-winged angel lineage. More importantly, 3 years ago, the last inheritor of the six-winged angel had died young, and this god-level martial soul might vanish forever. At this point in time, Chen Yi had awakened a top-body martial soul with golden-level potential, accompanied by extreme lightning far surpassing the blue lightning tyrant dragon. With such a setup, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he could lead the body sect to the heights once reached by the clear sky sector even higher. Hearing this, everyone was exhilarated. For them, the body sect was their true home, and now that this home was poised to become even more prosperous, their faces couldn't hide the pure, fervent excitement. Boom! Just as everyone was celebrating, the lightning on Chen Yi suddenly became violent, with crackling electric sounds completely covering him, gradually forming a large cocoon. Xiao Yi. Seeing this, Mu Shi, who had been accepting congratulations, instantly appeared beside the thunder cocoon. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by pure anxiety. Chen Yi's body martial soul came with lightning, clearly a mutated martial soul. In the Soul Master world, such mutations often came with defects, and backlash against the owner was not uncommon. Now that Chen Yi was enveloped in lightning, in Mu Shi's view, this was highly likely some form of martial soul backlash. Martial soul backlash, if not handled carefully, could lead to death and soul dissipation even if survived, the martial soul would be ruined, turning one into a complete cripple. Thinking this, Mushi's anxiety deepened, her soul light bursting forth as she prepared to break the cocoon and interrupt the backlash. Don't rush, don't rush. The Great Elder's voice snapped Mushi back from the brink of losing control. She had almost forgotten there were two big shots here. These were two titled Douluo standing at the peak of the Douluo continent, one specializing in mental power with a brain martial soul, naturally more knowledgeable about Qin Yi's condition. Sect Master, Great Elder, Xiao Yi. Even seeing the two approach together, Mushi's worry faded slightly, but the anxiety in her eyes remained undiminished. It's fine. The Great Elder waved his hand, then surged his soul power, his already larger-than-normal head growing even bigger. At the same time, 9 soul rings emerged behind him, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Clearly, to better examine Qin Yi's condition, he had directly activated his martial soul. Watching the blue light flickering in the Great Elder's eyes, Mushi grew even more anxious, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Phew. After a long while, the Great Elder slowly retracted his martial soul, his aura returning to normal. Mushi immediately asked urgently, Great Elder, how is Xiao Yi? But at this moment, a trace of confusion appeared in the Great Elder's eyes. In his observation, the thunder on Qin Yi was like a swarm of eager creatures returning home, rushing into his body one after another. It felt as if this lightning had no connection to Qin Yi's martial soul, yet they were born together, something that shouldn't happen. After thinking for a moment, the Great Elder shared his findings with Chu Shanhe and Mushi. The former was also extremely puzzled. This is truly unheard of. A body martial soul born with lightning should share the same origin, with extremely high compatibility. How could this situation arise? Chu Shanhe was completely baffled. After all, martial soul backlash wasn't rare, it was just incomplete mutation leading to conflict between self and martial soul. But Qin Yi clearly wasn't in conflict, the lightning wasn't clashing with him, yet it hadn't fused with him either, which was baffling. Great Elder, will Xiao Yi be alright? Mushi, standing nearby, didn't care about the details, her eyes were full of worry, fear, and a hint of anticipation. Rest assured, though I'm not entirely familiar with Xiao Yi's situation, this thunder seems violent but isn't harming him. Instead, it's tempering his body. You can sense if his physical body is slowly strengthening. Mushi's eye twitched upon hearing this. If I could stick my hand in to check, would I need to ask you? But from what was said, Xiao Yi was in no immediate danger, which let her breathe a sigh of relief. Ahem. Seeing the dark lines on Mushi's forehead, the Great Elder realized this and quickly added. In short, Xiao Yi is fine. I suspect he'll wake up once his martial soul fuses with this lightning. That's good, that's good. Mushi's worry visibly lessened, and she smiled again, but if one looked closely, deep concern still lingered in her eyes. Sigh, let's leave it at that for now. Ki. Seeing everyone quiet down, Chu Shanhe spoke, take everyone back. As for Xiao Yi here, I'll personally watch over him. Huang Ki was secretly amazed the sect master and the others really valued little Qin Yi, titled Douluo, personally standing guard. But thinking of Qin Yi's talent, he understood and responded promptly. Understood. Mushi looked at Chu Shanhe pleadingly. Sect master, this disciple wishes to stay here with Xiao Yi. Please permit it. Though the sect master and Great Elder said Qin Yi was fine, as a mother, she wanted to watch over him personally to feel at ease. Chu Shanhe naturally understood and nodded. Aloud. 18, Chapter 18, Thunder God. Is this my sea of consciousness? At this moment, Qin Yi had arrived in a vast ocean enveloped by boundless thunder. Thunder light surged, purple gold lightning danced wildly, permeating with a violent aura, as if judging all things and destroying all impurities. This was Qin Yi's sea of consciousness. As for how Qin Yi knew, though he was trapped inside and couldn't return to the outside world, his perception of the outside remained. He could hear the changes happening to his body and the conversations between the elders and his mother. Hearing that his mother wanted to wait here for him to wake up, Qin Yi's eyes turned red. After a lifetime apart, he once again had a loved one who cared for him so much. Mother, your child will come out soon. Looking at Mushi outside with her worried expression, Qin Yi murmured in his heart. He then began observing the surrounding thunder sea. After watching for a long time, Qin Yi's expression grew increasingly strange because in this thunder symbolizing destruction, it didn't just give a pure sense of dread, there was also a strange feeling. This feeling was extremely sacred, inexplicably familiar, evoking a long-lost sense of closeness in Qin Yi. Seeing that the thunder sea had no intention of harming him, Qin Yi exhaled a turbid breath and turned his gaze to the depths of the thunder sea, where that sense of closeness originated. Since there's no avoiding it, then forward we go. As Qin Yi stepped forward, the violent thunder light in front of the thunder sea automatically parted to form a path. The flashing thunder on both sides gradually restrained its edge, like subjects paying homage to their king. Stepping onto the thunder path, there was no burning sensation underfoot as imagined, instead, it was extremely solid. Aside from the occasional flickering arcs and crackling sounds, it was no different from a normal road. Glancing at both sides, the now much gentler thunder had transformed into semi-transparent purple-gold creatures, floating in the air as if swimming in real water. After walking about a dozen steps, the path seemed to reach its end. Ahead, a thunder door shrouded in light mist vaguely appeared. Approaching, the Tuzhonghai door was engraved with ferocious beast patterns, and the surrounding frame was inscribed with ancient and intricate cloud thunder motifs, appearing simple yet grand. No matter if there was real danger, how could I have made it this far? Thinking this, Chen Yi's eyes flashed, and he stepped inside. One step out, and Chen Yi felt the world spin. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a forest, with a sizable lake ahead. What shocked Chen Yi even more was the occasional arcs flashing over the trees, rocks, and lake, telling him that everything here, from flowers and insects to water, soil, stones, and wood, was condensed from pure thunder energy. This discovery nearly made Chen Yi lose control of his expression. In the Douluo world, which relied purely on brute force, achieving such control over power was rare, if not unique. Unless this wasn't an inheritance site of the Douluo God realm gods, but some otherworldly powerhouse who had entered his sea of consciousness. Could I have some portable grandpa with me? Thinking this, Chen Yi's face couldn't hide his excitement. A golden finger grandpa, no matter his strength, would definitely be enough in the Douluo continent. You've come, little friend Fu Si. Just as Chen Yi was secretly excited, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Chen Yi immediately looked up toward the source. It was a tall man in golden robes, with a heroic face, wearing a smile that refreshed the heart. What surprised Chen Yi most was the 9 purple gold halos floating behind the man's head, emanating sacredness and destruction. This was the mark of a Douluo God realm god, divine rings. The man before him was actually a god from the Douluo God realm, and a god king at that. Could he be the god of destruction? No. The man not only differed in appearance from the god of destruction described in the original work. More importantly, the god of destruction's divine rings were purple-black, while this one's were purple-gold. Divine rings were the external manifestation of a god's origin power once formed. They were nearly impossible to change. Appearance might alter, but divine rings absolutely could not, so he definitely wasn't the god of destruction. Thunder God King? But in the god realm, besides the god of destruction, there wasn't any other known god king of the thunder element. And this one hadn't appeared in the later god realm wars. The strongest in thunder besides the god of destruction was the one described in the Dragon King Legends era. If so, his identity was obvious. Seeing that Chen Yi seemed to have guessed his identity, the man generously admitted. It seems you've figured it out. Yes, I am one of the elemental gods of the god realm Thunder God. Even though Chen Yi had prepared himself, he was still shocked by Thunder God's self-introduction. Thunder God was one of the few gods described in the Dragon King era, a first-level god who fell in an ancient great war, with his bloodline creating the Thunder Hell prison vine. But the Thunder God before him clearly far exceeded the original description God King level. Since the creation of the Douluo God realm, only 6 god kings had been born: the God of Evil, God of Goodness, God of Destruction, God of Life, Azura God, and Dragon God. A god king wouldn't fall easily even in the god realm wars. The Dragon God found it extremely difficult to kill one, so Thunder God couldn't have fallen in the Dragon God war. But besides that ancient war, with Thunder God's strength, who could kill him? Who would dare? Moreover, based on the characteristics of the Thunder Hell vine with his bloodline, Thunder God shouldn't have sacred attributes. He should be similar to the God of Destruction, possessing extreme thunder and destruction. This was very puzzling. Seeming to sense Chen Yi's confusion, Thunder God smiled lightly and conjured a table and chairs, then said to him, "Little friend Fu Si, you must have many doubts. Why not sit down, have some tea, and chat slowly?" Fu Si. Chen Yi finally reacted. Thunder God had been calling him by his previous life's name. How did he know? A chill ran down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. In fantasy novel terms, someone like him was a classic outer domain heavenly demon, something to be eradicated on sight. But judging from Thunder God's expression, he seemed to have no malice, which slightly calmed Chen Yi's heart. "May I ask, Senior, how do you know this junior's previous life's name?" After sitting down, Chen Yi didn't bother with riddles. The other clearly knew everything about him and was a God King powerhouse. Better to ask directly. 19, Chapter 19, Clarification. "May I ask, Senior, how do you know this junior's previous life's name?" Thunder God wasn't surprised after all. He had directly revealed the other's previous name, which was the deepest secret in Chen Yi's heart, bar none. "No need to panic, this seat has no malice toward you." Thunder God first reassured Chen Yi, then continued, "To be honest, the Thunder God before you has long since fallen. What's left is merely an indestructible obsession." Obsession? An indestructible obsession? Good grief, could something so high-level appear in Douluo? No need to be surprised. As long as it's a world, its operating rules are largely similar. Though this universe is lower in status than others you know, it's still a world of supernatural great power. Such existences are not unusual. After pondering, Thunder God used an explanation Chen Yi could understand at his level. Chen Yi nodded in understanding. After all, it was a universe where immortality was possible despite average combat power. It had everything it should. "This junior has a few questions I wonder if it's appropriate to ask." After the chit-chat, it was time to get back on track. "Ask freely." Thunder God secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since his birth, He had always been responsible for warfare. Besides his childhood siblings, he rarely communicated with others. If Chen Yi didn't ask, it might have gone silent. This junior's first question: Senior seems to know me extremely well, and as an otherworldly visitor like me, shouldn't we be the ones you, as maintainers of this world, most need to eliminate? Could Senior please clarify? This involved his greatest secret, so Chen Yi dared not be careless. Upon hearing this, Thunder God's face lost its earlier indifference, gaining some solemnity. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying an interpretation of the world's rules. To this world, outsiders like you aren't inherently anomalies. As long as you don't harm the world itself won't reject you. After all, such beings might bring new possibilities, even driving the world toward greater development. Therefore, as long as outsiders haven't committed crimes that shake the foundations, we usually won't intervene proactively. Chen Yi finally relaxed. According to Thunder God, as long as he hadn't caused major catastrophes, they wouldn't act, so his safety was assured. As for why I know you so well, the reason is simple. These years, I've been residing in your sea of consciousness, never leaving. Thunder God continued, ignoring Chen Yi's changing expression, pausing before adding. More precisely, since you arrived in this universe, I've been here, so I've come into contact with your memories, whether intentionally or not. As the words fell, Chen Yi's face turned very ugly. No one would like someone occupying their most important sea of consciousness. Not only had the other taken over, but he had also casually browsed his privacy. This was something even uncles could tolerate, and aunts could also tolerate. No choice, he was a god king, and a thunder type one known for power, the absolute ceiling of Douluo combat strength. He'd just have to endure it. Seeming to hear Chen Yi's thoughts, Thunder God smiled lightly and explained, rest assured, this seat only browsed some of your previous life's experiences. I didn't pry into your privacy. Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression improved slightly. Given the other's status, if he said he didn't, then he didn't. Strong ones have their pride. Besides, this seat has already fallen. What are you afraid of? Fallen. Though Chen Yi had guessed when Thunder God mentioned obsession, hearing it directly still made him shudder. This junior is very curious. With Senior's strength, you should be unmatched in this universe. How could you fall? Speaking of his own death, Thunder God was unreserved, laughing freely. Though this seat considers my strength decent, it's not enough to be called unmatched. In this world, no one is truly invincible. Even the dragon god of old ended in defeat. Moreover, in the vast starry sky, there are countless unknown dangers. How many can avoid them all? Not to mention, just take the Douluo plane you're on now. Even if a god officer descends here, a slight misstep could lead to their fall. That's true. Chen Yi thought even ignoring the Silver Dragon King, Demon Empress and the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King were only a god position away from true gods. An ordinary god officer descending would be lucky to survive against those two at full power. Then how did Senior fall? Seeing Thunder God was easy to talk to, Chen Yi got bold. In the past, this seat left the god realm to explore. During an expedition into a dangerous place, I exhausted my strength and died. Thunder God's brief words sent chills through Chen Yi. Exhausted to death, not an accidental fall. What kind of danger could exhaust a god king to death? No need to be surprised. When you reach my level, you'll know the universe is vast, and god kings are small. Then, looking at Chen Yi with a gentle gaze, besides, I broke through to God King thanks to you, little guy. Ah, me. Chen Yi pointed at himself incredulously. I helped someone break through to God King. Am I that amazing? Seeing Chen Yi's disbelief, Thunder God couldn't help but chuckle, then after a few seconds said, back then, I was in the strongest sequence below God King alongside the Dragon God. To glimpse the God King realm, I made a pact with the Dragon God to fight in the God Forbidden Zone, hoping to break through under extreme pressure. As you can guess, the Dragon God was stronger after the battle. He broke through to God King, becoming the God Realm's 6th God King. Though I didn't reach God King, I broke the shackles of Main God and condensed an 8th Divine Ring, stepping into Quasi-God King. But the life-or-death battle with the Dragon God overdrew my origin. Even breaking through to Quasi-God King only delayed the injury. To extend my life and go further, I decided to venture into the outer domains for opportunities. Since my life was sustained solely by my God position, the God Realm Committee could only let me take it with me. In my final moments, I entered a spacetime storm, hoping to find remnants from some unlucky predecessors inside. But I overestimated myself. The terrifying power erupting from the storm's depths shredded my body, leaving only remnants of my soul wrapped around the God position, trying to escape. The result was predictable. Even at my peak, it would have been hard, let alone as a soul remnant. In my despair, I sensed a thunder aura far superior in status to mine. I immediately resonated my God position with it, and with that power's help, I elevated the Thunder God position to God King level. With God King strength, I finally escaped. A thunder aura far superior in status to yours. Chen Yi's eyes filled with confusion. According to Thunder God, he was clearly the source of this aura. But Chen Yi couldn't think of any connection he had to thunder power. The only possible link was the lightning that had sent him here, but if that lightning was truly that powerful, how could he have survived? Thunder God didn't answer, simply directing his gaze to the lake in front. Seeing this, Chen Yi turned his eyes to the lake, and in one glance, he saw a colossal creature deep within. Chapter 20 Dispelling Doubts. Beneath the lake's waters, a massive purple-gold beast coiled in place, its body surrounded by lightning that slithered like living creatures, illuminating the dim lake bottom with flickering light. What shocked Chen Yi to his core was that the beast's form was strikingly similar to the Eastern divine dragon he knew from his previous life, with one stark difference: the head, which should have been a ferocious beast's face, instead bore a countenance identical to that of a human. "This is the Thunder God." Chen Yi's incredulous exclamation echoed through the space. The image of the giant beast before him was clearly the Thunder God from the myths of his previous life. In his previous life, Chen Yi was named Fu Si, with the surname Fu derived from the humanistic ancestor, the foremost of the 100 kings, and the first of the 3 sovereigns Fuxi. Young people often become curious about their origins, and the teenage Fu Si was no exception. In that era of shared information, Fu Si learned about the origins of his surname and once took great pride in it. After all, it was Fuxi, the emperor of heaven and earth, of unparalleled nobility. The most famous story about Fuxi's origins was that his mother, Huaxusher, stepped on a massive footprint in Thunder God and became pregnant, giving birth to Fuxi after 12 years. It had been 6 years since arriving in the Douluo continent, and now, seeing what seemed like the father of his ancestral figure from his previous life, even with its strange appearance, Chen Yi couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. After a long while, Chen Yi finally calmed his emotions and voiced his guess to the Thunder God. "Senior, the resonance you mentioned with the Thunder God divine position, is it not the aura of the God of Thunder?" The Thunder God neither confirmed nor denied it, gazing at the God of Thunder at the lake bottom with eyes full of obsession and fervor. "Correct, this is the aura that resonates with the Thunder God divine position, originating from the Thunder God's aura from a super high dimension. But for you, this is not merely a wisp of aura, it's a bloodline of ancestral reversion." Bloodline? Ancestral reversion bloodline. As someone who had read fantasy novels for 20 years in his previous life and treated the library as his home since learning to read in this one, Chen Yi was naturally very familiar with the concept of bloodline ancestral reversion. But he had never imagined that in this life, he wouldn't inherit any native bloodline from the Douluo continent, but rather one from his distant homeland. So, the myths and legends of Emperor Shi from his previous life were true. His bloodline truly came from this legendary mysterious deity. The God of Thunder, as the sacred being who wielded thunder and lightning in my previous life, and the source of Emperor Shi's bloodline, would be an absolute fatal temptation for the native gods of Douluo, especially the thunder and lightning deities. Thinking of this, Chen Yi felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. He was just an ordinary person, harboring such a top-tier bloodline without any world-shaking background. Facing a god king, he had no chance of resistance. But the Thunder God paid no attention to Chen Yi's current state, instead directing his gaze toward the giant beast manifested from the God of Thunder's bloodline. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing him, the Thunder God couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Every scale on his body, every wisp of aura he emitted, proclaimed to the universe what the pinnacle of the Thunder Dao truly was. After watching for a good while, the Thunder God continued, "Unfortunately, at that time, my divine body had already been annihilated, and my divine soul was on the verge of withering. Though with his help I broke through to God King, I still couldn't change my impending demise. At that time, I carried your true spirit, protected by him, and escaped the temporal storm. During this, my remnant soul inevitably intertwined with your true spirit, and I learned of your previous life." The air around the Thunder God suddenly froze. The gentle halo that had been circulating vanished instantly, replaced by surging purple-gold thunder that crackled around him, distorting the surrounding space slightly. This old man has no complaints about this so-called fantasy after all. Weakness is weakness, nothing more to say. But that Tang San, he dared to scheme against my brother and sister-in-law, and then gave their divine positions to his son and daughter-in-law. How utterly unreasonable. From the Thunder God's tone, it was clear that the brother and sister-in-law he referred to were the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life from the God Realm Committee. The God of Destruction and the Thunder God were both powerhouses of the Thunder and Lightning path. Since ancient times, those on the same path were either rivals or close friends. From this, it seemed they were the latter. My brother dedicated his entire life to the God Realm, giving everything, only to end up with his family destroyed and himself dead. How could this old man accept that? To rush back before that battle began, I burned my remaining divine soul to return, but I didn't expect that the Thunder God divine position, enhanced by this supreme Thunder God's power, would exceed my expectations, arriving at least 10,000 years earlier than planned. By the end, the Thunder God's tone had lightened considerably. He then turned back to Chen Yi and said, "However, I have completely perished now, leaving only an indestructible obsession. So you needn't worry that I'll do anything to you. Besides, this seed has lived an upright life and would never stoop to underhanded deeds." Hearing this, the weight in Chen Yi's heart finally lifted. With a respectful expression, he said to the Thunder God, "So, Senior, what is the purpose of bringing this junior here?" Since the other party harbored no ill will toward him and had already fallen, the reason for bringing him here couldn't just be for idle chat. Given his relationship with those two God Kings, the purpose was self-evident. "Indeed, I wish to pass the Thunder God divine position to you, little friend. Across the entire universe, there is no one more compatible with my divine position than you. However, you may not know that this bloodline carrying your true spirit originally crossed the cosmic barriers and traversed the river of time to pass through this world. If not for my intervention back then, you should have gone to a far more prosperous realm with your heaven-defying bloodline. Rising step by step there and ultimately becoming a pinnacle powerhouse would have been a matter of course. At this point, a trace of apology appeared in the Thunder God's eyes. In his view, Qin Yi's talent was sufficient to reach the absolute peak in any world, but this realm, dubbed the lower fantasy, was incomparable to the normal fantasy worlds he should have gone to. He had undoubtedly hindered the other's future. Senior, there's no need to blame yourself. Although this junior carries the legacy of ancient sages from my previous life, nothing in the world is set in stone. Without Senior, this junior might have been captured and refined by some powerful existence during the traversal through time and space. Qin Yi had a different perspective. After all, the journey of transmigration was fraught with dangers. Even a god king like the Thunder God from Douluo could sense his bloodline in the temporal storm naturally, even stronger beings from other worlds could as well. In a sense, the Thunder God might have unintentionally saved his life. Moreover, the Douluo universe, as one of the rare fantasy worlds offering immortality despite ordinary combat power, was more suitable as a starting point. In Qin Yi's view, this universe had immense potential. It had simply taken the wrong path or failed to see the way forward. But with the bloodline from his previous life, he could naturally go further. At the very least, it wouldn't be inferior to ordinary fantasy worlds. 21, Chapter 21, Thunder God's Inheritance. Upon hearing this, the Thunder God's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and a hint of warmth emanated from his body surrounded by purple-gold lightning. He looked at Qin Yi with a few more points of approval in his eyes. Little friend Fu Si, to have such clear-minded thoughts is beyond this old man's expectations. Since you understand that misfortune and fortune are intertwined, this mindset is indeed worthy of the bloodline of the Thunder God. Qin Yi shook his head. This junior is merely speaking the truth. I don't deserve such praise from senior. Moreover, let the past drift away with the wind. There's no need to mention the name Fu Si again. The Thunder God was slightly stunned upon hearing this, clearly not expecting Qin Yi to say such words. After all, from the latter's memories, it was evident that people from their clan had strong attachments to their homeland, far exceeding other civilizations. As the only remaining connection between Qin Yi and his previous life, the name Fu Si was proof of his past existence. He was a person, a living human, not a dream. Noticing the Thunder God's confusion, Qin Yi didn't explain further. In his previous life as Fu Si, though not a renowned figure, he had lived openly. He had acted bravely in the face of injustice and fulfilled his filial duties at his parents' bedside. His days weren't affluent, but they were peaceful, stable, and flavorful. He had no regrets toward his family or society. Since his previous life had no lingering regrets, it was time to draw a perfect conclusion to it. In this life, he was not Fu Si, but merely Qin Yi, an ordinary person who would dedicate his life to the body sect. Ha ha ha, well said. Without breaking the old, one cannot establish the new. Kid, you're stronger than me. Understanding the unspoken words in Qin Yi's heart, the Thunder God laughed heartily, his laughter carrying self-mockery and the relief of letting go. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he hadn't lived as transparently and freely as this junior. The hearty laughter swept through the entire space, suddenly causing a heart-wrenching tremor. The ground beneath their feet instantly crumbled, and the emerging lightning scorched the soil with sizzling sounds. The originally lush flowers and grass immediately erupted with violent lightning from within, petals and leaves enveloped in arcs splashing everywhere. Insects and beasts in the forest, and green fish wandering in the lake, let out sharp shrieks and turned into crackling electric lights. Even the hard rocks and flowing streams disintegrated and evaporated under the thunder's pressure, all transforming into surging purple-gold thunder streams, madly converging toward the sky. In an instant, thunder arcs filled the sky like billions of out-of-control golden dragons, trailing brilliant light tails as they tore through the heavens, roaring toward the same central point. The air was compressed to the extreme by the thunder force, emitting muffled explosions, and even space rippled like water waves. Countless thunder streams collided and fused at the central point, the purple-gold light growing brighter, stinging eyes to tears. Finally, amid a thunderclap that shook the universe, it condensed into a fist-sized purple-gold bead. The bead's surface was entwined with intricate thunder patterns, each circulation bursting with pressure capable of tearing through clouds, as if locking the thunder power of the entire heaven and earth into this small space. The bead's interior had transformed into a thunder world, with lightning dancing and currents raging. What caught Qin Yi's attention most was the high thunder throne at the center of the thunder realm, formed from pure thunder god divine power, without a single carving, yet exuding an indescribable majesty. It was precisely the God King's divine position seed of the Thunder God. The Thunder God held the divine position seed in his hand, a trace of melancholy finally appearing on his face. Once upon a time, he had been full of vigor, traversing the universe for endless years, looking down on ancient and modern heroes, creating his own myth. Now, he had finally reached his own curtain call. The divine position seed will remain in your sea of consciousness. When your cultivation reaches the 7th rank, which you call Soul Sage, you can naturally open the divine position inheritance. My super divine artifact is also inside. During this period, you can try cultivating some of the divine skills I've left within. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation. With that, the Thunder God embedded the divine position seed deep into the sea of consciousness. His entire body gradually became transparent, and he looked at Chen-Yi gently, saying, "Additionally, I'll leave 3 life-saving measures on you. Even if a first-class god arrives in person, they won't be able to harm you. As for the god realm, you don't need to worry. Go ahead and do what you must. Though I've fallen, I can still ensure your safety." Bang! Disciple Chen-Yi pays respects to master. A teacher imparts knowledge, teaches skills, and resolves doubts. Since the Thunder God had left inheritance and life-saving means for Chen-Yi, he clearly regarded him as a disciple and successor, naturally making him Chen-Yi's master. Seeing this, a crystal tear finally appeared in the Thunder God's eyes. He quickly helped Chen-Yi up and laughed loudly. "In my life as your master, I had my brother's protection in my youth, full of youthful spirit in my middle years, I had close friends by my side, traversing the starry skies, and at the end, I even took in a proud disciple. Looking across ancient and modern times, how many can match my flair? Heaven has truly been kind to me. Ha ha ha." Reviewing the Thunder God's life, aside from his defeat at the Dragon God's hands back then, it was truly like a refreshing novel template. From the moment he took form as the Thunder God, he held a venerable position, dressed in fine clothes and riding furious horses, overlooking all spirits of the world. Later, he traveled with many comrades, conquering the starry seas, fighting with peerless style, and leaving behind endless legends. Later, during the expedition to the starry seas, though he met defeat, at the end of his life, he stepped into the God-King realm he had once dreamed of. What dissatisfaction could there be with such a life? In the next moment, a surge of purple-gold light burst from the Thunder God's body, reaching its peak density, almost dyeing the surrounding space purple-gold. In an instant, his form completely dissolved into the light, forming a majestic purple-gold great sun. Then, a beam of purple-gold divine light shot from Chen-Yi's sea of consciousness straight into the sky. The great sun slowly turned into golden mist and dissipated into the sea of consciousness, leaving only a solitary bead suspended in the depths. Disciple respectfully sends off master. Gazing at the spot where the Thunder God had stood, Chen-Yi's heart was filled with respect. He slowly knelt and deeply kowtowed, performing the final farewell rite as a disciple to the departing Thunder God. Though this was their first and last meeting, and the other had not taught him for even a day, the Thunder God's free-spirited character still left a deep impression in Chen-Yi's heart. After a long while, Chen-Yi slowly stood up, surveying the surrounding Thunder Sea. His gaze turned outward, seeing Mu-Shi and the Great Elder guarding by his side. A gentle expression finally appeared on Chen-Yi's face, and he silently vowed in his heart, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely become a god and recreate the Thunder God's myth." Chen-Yi slowly walked toward the divine position seed, a trace of obsession in his eyes. This would be the foundation of his rise and the guarantee for leading the body sect to the peak in the future. He then immersed his mind into the Thunder God's divine skills within. Beside it, a pair of weapons emerged. These weapons were entirely purple gold, with bodies as smooth as mirrors, faintly flickering with electric light, as if thunder traversed within. The divine artifacts were engraved with mysterious star maps all over, carrying the momentum of thunder-stirring clouds, lifelike, as if thunder would roar out at any moment. It was none other than the Thunder God's super divine artifact, the Thunder God Maces. Chen-Yi withdrew his gaze and refocused on the massive stone tablet before him. On the tablet's surface, the words, "Thunder God 9 Arts," were engraved with a thunderous momentum, the strokes bold and heavy, as if each one contained thunder power that could shake heaven and earth. After looking for a while, Chen-Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. With his current mere level 10 soul power, this divine skill was still too advanced. He could only try it later when his cultivation improved. Just as Chen-Yi was about to withdraw his mind, a piece of information nearby made his eyes widen. This is the Soul Core Cultivation Method. 22, Chapter 22, Awakening. This is the Soul Core Cultivation Method. Chen-Yi was naturally familiar with soul cores. This was something every titled Douluo would possess 10,000 years later. When a soul master cultivated to the titled Douluo level, their originally liquid soul power would compress into a solid state, settling in the soul master's dantian to form a soul core. The soul core would continuously rotate, absorbing external soul power through the soul master to supply them, making their combat power and recovery far superior to before. Hence the saying, achieving titled Douluo is like ascending to heaven in one step. In the later era of Peerless Tang sect, titled Douluos were considered by many readers to have the most watered-down strength. After all, titled Douluos 10,000 years ago broke through relying on their own abilities, with far superior comprehension and application of martial souls compared to those in the Peerless era. It could be said that titled Douluos from this era, if placed 10,000 years later, would all have the potential to become Super Douluos. But in this era where the Soul Master system was still imperfect, most of them could only get stuck at the ordinary titled Douluo level, not even touching the threshold of Super Douluo. As for the Dragon King Legend era, it went without saying with the fusion of Soul Masters and technology, donning battle armor made them invincible at the same level and undefeatable across levels against traditional soul masters. This made titled Douluo from the intermediate peerless era feel awkwardly middling and embarrassing. Originally, Chen-Yi planned to attempt condensing a soul core in the future, and he even had his first target in mind, Douluo. After all, that old poisoner had the foundation of condensing a poison core, making his chances of forming a soul core much higher than others. But he never expected the Thunder God to have already developed this soul core method, saving Chen-Yi at least 10 years of hard work in the future. For the body sect, this was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Don't be fooled by the body sect currently having 3 Douluos, which looks strong, and it is indeed strong. Aside from the Spirit Hall, the Hidden Sea God Island, and the later Clear Sky sect, this lineup is quite formidable. But the problem is, if the body sect wants to gather all body martial soul masters in the world, they must emerge. Nowadays, the Soul Master world's surface resources have basically been divided up by the Spirit Hall, major empires, and Soul Master families. To get a share, they inevitably have to clash with other forces. Without strength, why would others give you such a big piece of the pie? With this soul core cultivation method, Chen-Yi believed the body sect's strength would experience explosive growth. His father Chen Zhen and the third elder could soon break through to titled Douluo. Adding in future immortal herbs, when the body sect emerges in the near future, they could have at least 8 titled Douluos. What does 8 titled Douluos mean? The later Clear Sky sect had only 7, and the Hidden Sea God Island was around that number. Excluding the Spirit Hall, this is the strength of a dominant force on Douluo continent. This power could become a decisive force in changing the future continental landscape and secure a very good position for the body sect in the upcoming great changes on Douluo continent. At the same time, the arrival of this soul core cultivation method solved the major issue of whether the body sect could continue to prosper in the future. After all, the effects of whale blue would eventually be discovered, and the time to nurture immortal herbs was too long. This self-condensable soul core was the key for later generations to preserve the foundation laid by their predecessors. Even in the worst case, if the body sect declines in the future, they could publicize the soul core cultivation method, earning the title of founder of the Soul Master cultivation system and creator of the soul core system, bestowing favor on all soul masters in the world. At that time, all soul masters would owe the body sect a debt of gratitude. Chen-Yi rubbed the soul core cultivation method before him, a surge of indescribable bitterness welling up in his heart. With the Thunder God's cultivation, this soul core was utterly useless to him. Researching it was clearly to give Chen-Yi some additional foundation. How could Chen-Yi not be touched by such intentions? Master, rest assured, your disciple will definitely change the fates of the 2 martial uncles and the God realm, and in the future, I'll see that higher scenery on your behalf. After a while, Chen-Yi withdrew his thoughts, looked outward, and sighed softly. It's time to go back. Outside, in the Qi blood-soaring hall, 3 days had passed since the awakening ceremony. After Chen-Yi was enveloped in the light cocoon, Chu Shan-He and the others moved him to a side room in the Qi blood-soaring hall. At this moment, Mushi's eyes were slightly red as she looked at the light cocoon, her expression haggard and her aura listless, clearly the result of not resting for a long time. You stinky kid, how could awakening a martial soul cause such a big mess? I've never heard of anyone having this happen during martial soul awakening. Xiao-Yi, hurry and come out. In a bit, Mom will make your favorite braised beef, okay? Then Mom will take you to Vast Sea City to play with your father. Heartbreaking murmurs echoed in the quiet room. Ever since Chen-Yi fell into the light cocoon, Mushi had been sitting by the bed, quietly guarding him. Even though the sect master and great elder said Chen-Yi would be fine and would wake up soon, she agreed verbally but couldn't rest easy. Just as Mushi's voice carried a sob, her fingertip gently brushing the light cocoon's surface, the layer of purple-gold glow suddenly trembled slightly. She froze abruptly, subconsciously lightening her breath. Her originally dim eyes instantly brightened, staring fixedly at the light cocoon. The next second, the light on the cocoon receded like a tide, revealing the youth sitting cross-legged inside. Xiao-Yi. Mushi pounced over, her trembling hand stroking Chen-Yi's cheek. Feeling the warm touch, tears finally rolled down uncontrollably. You've finally woken up. You scared Mom to death, you know. Chen-Yi slowly opened his eyes, still carrying a bit of the daze from just awakening. Upon seeing the person before him clearly, he smiled weakly and reached out to hold her hand. Mom, I made you worry. As soon as he spoke, Chen-Yi realized his voice was somewhat hoarse, but an unprecedented power surged within his body. It seemed that this time, whether it was the gradual awakening of his bloodline or martial soul, it had strengthened his body immensely. After a long while, Mushi released Chen-Yi and carefully examined him. She first touched his forehead, then pulled his hand to check, confirming he was truly unharmed. Finally, the first smile in 3 days appeared on her face. You're fine. You're fine. What do you want to eat? Tell Mom, and I'll make it for you right now. Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi's lips couldn't help but curl up. He grabbed the hand that was pinching him all over and comforted her. Her child is fine, just hasn't spoken in a few days, so my throat is a bit dry. But just now, I heard you say you'd make braised beef for me. After I rest a bit, I'll eat the braised beef you make. Mushi lightly tapped the little rascal's head and scolded with a smile, You're just a little glutton, never forgetting about food at any time. Not long after, upon hearing of Chen Yi's awakening, Chu Shanhe and the Great Elder also appeared in the room. Seeing that Chen Yi was fine, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the room, candle flames flickered. The sect master and Great Elder exchanged a glance, their eyes falling on Chen Yi before them. Shao Yi, release your martial soul. The sect master's voice was steady, carrying a scrutinizing tone. Chen Yi nodded. Soul power suddenly surged around him, his entire body rapidly expanding a circle, with purple gold thunder roaming his whole body. At that moment, an obscure halo lit up at his brow, and a pressure far exceeding the Soul Master category quietly spread with him as the center. Faint thunder patterns rippled in the space within a 10-meter radius. Small stones on the ground trembled slightly under an invisible force, and the thunder elements in the air seemed summoned, converging toward him. This is... The Great Elder suddenly sat up straight, his eyes full of shock. The sect master also had his pupils contract, his fingertips unconsciously gripping the armrest. Domain. It's an innate domain. Chen Yi himself was slightly surprised. He could clearly sense that within the domain, his control over thunder had increased several times. At the same time, the thunder patterns at the domain's edge flickered erratically, faintly forming an invisible barrier that isolated other auras inside. The Great Elder quickly walked to the domain's edge and reached out to touch the thunder patterns. A numbing current came from his fingertip, then he was gently but firmly repelled. What a strong innate thunder domain. He turned to the sect master, his tone unable to hide excitement. Shao Yi not only had a special martial soul awakening but also came with an innate domain. His future achievements are limitless. At that moment, the Great Elder suddenly swept his mental power, and his pupils contracted. Level 20. 23, Chapter 23, Confession. Level 20. The Great Elder's shocked voice rang out in the room, stunning the other two. Great Elder, what do you mean level 20? Among the 4 people present, there were 2 titled Douluos, 1 soul sage, and 1 who had just awakened his martial soul. Where did level 20 come from? The Great Elder didn't answer Mushi's words. He grabbed Chen Yi's wrist, and a pure strand of soul power immediately flowed into Chen Yi's body. How is this possible? Shao Yi's current physique is comparable to a top beast soul elder, his meridians are far stronger than average. Most importantly, his soul power has actually reached level 20. But during the breakthrough, I clearly sensed innate level 10 full soul power. The Great Elder's words were full of disbelief. Chen Yi still hadn't absorbed a soul ring, and without absorbing a soul ring, one couldn't break through the level 10 limit. This was common knowledge even for ordinary people. After checking, Chu Shanhe was equally shocked. After all, innate level 20 soul power was too astonishing, unheard of on the entire Douluo continent, completely overturning their understanding. Watching the two incredulous big shots, Mushi nearby was listening in confusion. What? Level 20? The sect master and Great Elder mean my son has innate level 20 soul power. How is that possible? In all recorded history of Douluo continent, no one has ever had innate soul power exceeding level 10. The next moment, Mushi was suddenly alarmed. Could this situation cause any problems to his body? Sect master, Great Elder, Shao Yi won't have any issues, right? The Great Elder shook his head upon hearing this. Shao Yi is as good as can be. His physical body and mental power far exceed his peers, and his foundation is extremely solid. It's even better than those top soul ancestors who have been bathed in medicine since childhood. Mushi grew more confused the more she listened. So where did this extra 10 levels of soul power come from? You know, the legend of the angel god left by the Spirit Hall records that the young angel god also had innate level 10 soul power. While the 3 racked their brains for a reason, Chen Yi directly said, I think I know why. The 3 were stunned. How could Chen Yi know something that a group of old foxes who had eaten more salt than him couldn't figure out? My innate soul power should only be level 10. The extra 10 levels are probably God-bestowed soul power. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Chen Yi didn't plan to be mysterious. After all, in his future plans, whether it was immortal herbs or the soul core cultivation method, these weren't things a child who had never left the sect could produce. So, the identity of the Thunder God's inheritor had to be revealed. Otherwise, even if he spoke eloquently, people would just treat it as a child's delirious ramblings after days of coma. As for why he wasn't worried about someone killing him for treasures, it was because the body sect was too pure. In their hearts, there was only one goal, to make the body sect a soul master holy land like the Spirit Hall. Revealing his identity as a divine inheritor was great news for the body sect. If Chen Yi becomes a god in the future, reaching the height of the Spirit Hall would no longer be a dream. What? God-bestowed soul power. God. God-bestowed? Shao Yi, is it the god I understand? Shao Yi, you're talking about gods. Do eternal, immortal gods really exist in this world? God-bestowed soul power. Even without much explanation from Chen Yi, the two could understand what it meant, which was why they were so horrified. Why could the Spirit Hall reach its current height? Because they produced a god 10,000 years ago. The 6-winged angel martial soul left by him suppressed all martial souls in the world, producing peerless talents generation after generation, and no one on Douluo continent dared to disobey. Gods, the legendary level 100 deities, a dream pursued by countless powerhouses for 10,000 years, driving many mad, only to end in despair. Nowadays, many believe gods are just rumors, fantasies. Now, Chenyi said he had God-bestowed level 10 soul power, which meant what? It meant Chenyi had likely gained the favor of a god and might even become a new god in the future. If the body sect produced a god, they would completely sweep the continent, with no rivals. Looking at the three in utter shock, Chenyi nodded heavily and said solemnly, "The reason your disciple was in a coma these days is because I obtained the inheritance of a god named Thunder God." Chenyi told the three about what happened in his sea of consciousness after falling into the light cocoon, of course omitting details about his previous life. Upon hearing that Chenyi had gained the Thunder God's favor in his sea of consciousness, not only taking him as a disciple but also passing the divine position to him, the three were stunned speechless, clearly still not recovered from the world-shattering news. After a long while, Chu Shanhe said hoarsely, "So, as long as you break through to Soul Sage, you can undergo the divine position assessment. And if you succeed, you can inherit the Thunder God No, the Thunder God King's divine position." The great elder's eyes flashed with brilliance as he hurriedly added, "That's right. Ha ha ha, good, good, excellent." Hearing Chenyi's affirmative response, the two elders laughed excitedly. How many years had it been since they laughed so freely? This was the relief of a heavy burden lifted, the wild joy of anticipation for the future, and the excitement of prisoners walking in darkness for so long finally seeing the dawn. 800 years ago, since the first sect master founded the body sect, generations of disciples had sacrificed everything for the rise of body martial souls. No matter how dark or bumpy the road, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they charged forward without regard, with no regrets even if it cost everything. But it had been too long, so long that they couldn't see hope. The suffocating success rate of secondary awakening and those determined young faces tormented their hearts, unsure if it was for that invisible sliver of hope or for those young children. 3 years ago, the whale glue proposed by Chenyi did greatly increase the success rate of body martial soul secondary awakening, but it relied on resources, and whale glue would eventually be exhausted. This was why Chu Shanhe risked his life to obtain the Breaking Clan's alchemy techniques, even knowing Qian Daolu might be nearby, even knowing he was just a slightly larger ant before Qian Daolu. But he went anyway, just to prepare a backup path for the younger generation. The laughter gradually faded. Chu Shanhe raised his hand to wipe the unwitting moisture from the corner of his eye, looking at Chenyi with eyes full of fervent expectation. "Shao Yi, with the Thunder God's inheritance, the body sect's 800-year wish will finally be realized in your generation. From today onward, your safety is the sect's top priority. The divine position assessment will undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. The sect will spare no effort to pave the way for you." The great elder also restrained his excitement, his tone grave. Gazing at the sincere expressions of the sect master and great elder, warmth surged in Chenyi's heart. This was the body sect, this was his home in this life. 24, Chapter 24, 90,000-year diamond mammoth left leg bone. Under the night sky, the Yuntian mountain range was even more desolate, constantly torn by howling winds and snow, with houses whimpering under the battering. Aromas of food wafted from the room. Mushi, Chu Shanhe, and the great elder sat around the table, wearing ant-like smiles as they watched the figure devouring food ravenously. Having been hungry for 3 whole days, Chenyi no longer cared about his image. His chopsticks kept shoveling rice into his mouth, cheeks bulging, wolfing it down as if to make up for all the lost energy these days. Snap. Only after swallowing the last piece of braised beef did Chenyi finally put down his bowl and chopsticks, patting his now round belly with an expression of utmost satisfaction. Seeing Chenyi finally finish eating, after Mushi cleared the dishes, the great elder set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and said, "You now have innate level 20 super full soul power. Normally, as soon as you obtain your first soul ring, you can immediately get your second. Additionally, based on my and the sect master's assessment, your current physique is equivalent to a top beast soul elder. That means your first soul ring can absorb one around 2,000 years, and for the second, we estimate above 4,000 years, but it's hard to exceed 5,000. Even the great elder, who had seen many geniuses as a titled Douluo, was inwardly shocked. A first soul ring over a millennium at this pace, it's highly possible to attempt absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring by the 7th ring. Upon breaking through to titled Douluo, there would be 3 100,000-year soul rings, and the strength would be terrifyingly unknown. Exchanging a glance with Chu Shanhe, both had unconcealed excitement in their eyes. An body martial soul titled Douluo with 3 100,000-year soul rings, combined with secondary awakening, would be ridiculously exaggerated. Even at initial titled Douluo, the strength could surpass most super Douluos. Coming back, Chu Shanhe added, "Your martial soul is your body, so normally, the best choice is a top power type soul beast, but your martial soul also carries extreme thunder attributes, so the optimal selection is soul beasts that combine power and thunder attributes. Secondary choices are power type or thunder attribute soul beasts. Ultimate thunder." This was Chenyi's description of his thunder attributes level, the extremity of thunder attributes, far surpassing other thunder martial souls. Having felt that thunder up close, the two agreed it was indeed so and accepted the term. Chen Yi stroked his chin. A top soul beast combining power and thunder in his impression, there really was one. He shook his head. That guy wasn't something he could covet now, and even if killed, he couldn't absorb its soul ring. Chu Shanhe and the Great Elder didn't know this kid had already planned his future soul rings and continued. The sect is closer to the extreme north, where there are many ice, water, and wind attribute soul beasts. Thunder attribute ones are few and of average quality. There are plenty of power-type soul beasts, but to find the most suitable soul ring for you, we still need to make a trip to the Stardo Great Forest. The Stardo Great Forest, as the gathering place with the most diverse soul beasts on Douluo continent, satisfied at least 70% of Soul Master's soul ring needs, no exaggeration. Stardo Great Forest. Qin Yi's eyes finally lit up. Having been in Douluo continent for 6 years, seeing nothing but ice and snow every day, it would be a lie to say he didn't yearn for the outside world. But due to his age, he could only suppress the idea. Now that Chu Shanhe said he would take him to hunt souls in the Stardo Great Forest, it gave him the excitement of a country bumpkin heading to the city. Seeing the sparkle in the little guy's eyes, the three smiled knowingly but didn't find it strange. Living in a place forever covered in ice and snow for 6 years, anyone would want to go out and see. In that case, tomorrow morning, I'll personally lead the team to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, the Great Elder decided. Chu Shanhe nodded. Yuan Hua was one of the sect's rare wise men, with level 93 strength combined with silver level secondary awakening, able to fight even against level 95 titled Douluo. Plus, his strong mental power would give a significant advantage in soul hunting. By the way, 3 years ago, you contributed the whale blue method to the sect, a tremendous contribution. But at the time, you were still young, so we only gave you access to the body secret realm. Now that you've awakened your martial soul, it's time to give you this. As Chu Shanhe spoke, a pitch-black iron box appeared in his hand. The box was entirely dark, emanating cold air, clearly forged from some extreme cold metal. Looking at the box, a flash of pain crossed Chu Shanhe's eyes before he placed it on the table and said to Chen Yi, "My suggestion is to absorb this after obtaining your soul rings, though you could absorb it now, which would greatly increase your success rate in absorbing soul rings." Hearing Chu Shanhe's words, Chen Yi finally felt a spark of curiosity. He had heard from his father Chen Zhen about the sect master's promise back then. His parents had confidently said the sect's reward would definitely be a soul bone, and a 10,000-year one at that, since the body sect was always generous to its own. From Chu Shanhe's words now, it was indeed a soul bone, and more importantly, Chen Yi noticed a clear shock on the Great Elder's face when Chu Shanhe took it out. Clearly, this soul bone was no ordinary item. With curiosity, Chen Yi opened the box on the table. Immediately, a barbaric aura hit him. What met his eyes was a complete human left leg bone covered in diamond-like crystalline facets. The entire crystal refracted colorful, chilling lights under the lamp, as if sealing the aurora of the ice plains within, both gorgeous and carrying the intimidating force of a prehistoric beast. This is. In recent years, the body sect had been hunting sea soul beasts extensively, naturally harvesting many soul bones. So Chen Yi had seen soul bones before. 2 years ago, his father Chen Zhen had sent back a 20,000-year ice frost sword shark right arm bone as a birthday gift for his mother, who then broke through from level 73 to 75 after absorbing it. But that soul bone was incomparable to the one before him, whether in completeness or aura. According to Chen Yi's guess, this was highly likely a top-quality soul bone dropped by a top soul beast over 50,000 years old. In terms of quality, it even surpassed most inheritance soul bones of the upper 3 sects and would be a foundational treasure even in the unfathomable spirit hall. Seeing Chen Yi's shocked expression, a smile appeared on Chu Shanhe's face. "You little punk, always acting so calm, now you can't keep it up, huh?" Cough cough. Clearing his throat twice, Chu Shanhe put on a nonchalant expression and said lightly, "This is the sect's reward for you, a left leg bone from a 90,000-year diamond mammoth." 25, Chapter 25, Grand Gesture. What? Even though Chen Yi had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by Chu Shanhe. What is a grand gesture? This is a true grand gesture. A diamond mammoth left leg bone, and 90,000 years old. This was a true blood sea treasure, worth more than many 100,000-year soul bones. Wait. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Chen Yi looked at the seemingly indifferent Chu Shanhe and asked, 90,000-year diamond mammoth? Sect Master, this soul bone wouldn't be from the same soul beast as your 9th soul ring, would it? Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhe could no longer maintain his calm expression. His eyes twitched violently, clearly hit by some unwanted memory, his face visibly unnatural. Ha ha ha. The Great Elder, who had been silent nearby, couldn't hold back anymore and laughed heartily while stroking his beard. It really is. Seeing their rare loss of composure, Chen Yi's tone was full of emotion. It wasn't a secret in the body sect that Chu Shanhe's 9th soul ring came from a 90,000-year diamond mammoth. After all, the sect's social circle was small, not just soul ring origins, even Chu Shanhe's youthful gossip could be easily found out with intent. It was said that back then, the body sect mobilized everyone to find a suitable soul beast for Chu Shanhe, finally discovering a diamond mammoth nearing 100,000 years in the extreme north, which thrilled everyone at the time. In the Soul Master world, it was long rumored that top soul beasts like diamond mammoths had gone extinct, but unexpectedly, one still existed in the extreme north, with over 90,000 years of cultivation. According to Chen Zhen, that diamond mammoth was not far from 100,000 years. In the end, everyone expended tremendous effort to hunt it, and rumors said the old sect master was severely injured in that hunt, passing away a few years after returning to the sect. It's just a pity that diamond mammoth's cultivation didn't reach 100,000 years, or it wouldn't be just a left leg bone. Looking at the soul bone, Chu Shanhe's eyes were complex, with reluctance and regret. On Douluo continent, aside from growth-type external soul bones, the importance order of soul bone parts is generally torso bone, skull, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone. As a left leg bone, it was inferior to other parts, but its top quality was enough to compensate for all shortcomings. It was well known that 100,000-year soul beasts guaranteed a soul bone, and it would be the part the soul master lacked. But that diamond mammoth, though close to 100,000 years, ultimately fell short, and the dropped bone was a left leg bone that Chu Shanhe already had, which depressed him quite a bit back then. You should be content. That beast at 90,000 years already beat us so badly. If it were really 100,000 years, we probably all would have perished there. The Great Elder didn't think so. Diamond mammoths were top power-type soul beasts with extraordinarily strong defense. One of the 7 major sects, the Elephant Armor sect, had diamond mammoth as their inheritance martial soul, and sect master Huiyan Jin could even challenge titled Douluo relying on its power. Hunting a 100,000-year diamond mammoth would require significant effort even for the current body sect, let alone back then. Seeing the Great Elder's speechless expression, Chu Shanhe gave an awkward laugh. I was just sighing. The Great Elder ignored him and turned to Chen Yi. When to fuse this soul bone is up to you, but you can consider the sect master's suggestion. If you fuse it now, the soul power boost effect upon breakthrough will be greatly reduced. When soul masters hit a bottleneck and don't promptly acquire a soul ring to continue cultivating, they can still improve, bursting out upon getting the ring, but the effect isn't ideal, as that time could have raised 1 or 2 more levels. The same applied to soul bones. If absorbed now, Chen Yi would gain at least 3 levels less than absorbing later. Chen Yi thought about it. With his current physical quality, first soul ring 2,000 years, second 4,000 years. Under the boost of 2 millennium soul rings, he could at least reach level 26, and with some effort, level 30. After getting the 3rd soul ring, fusing the soul bone could push him to at least level 36. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sucked in a cold breath. Damn, is this the benefit of innate level 20 soul power? Cultivation is like flying. TL, and yet Qian Rongxu wasted it. LOL. However, sect master, if I absorb it now, can my absorption limit increase a bit more? Chen Yi looked expectant. Chu Shanhe shook his head and explained, you spend a lot of time in the library, so you should know that soul ring years are indeed important for soul masters, but whether the soul ring fits is even more crucial. Moreover, you're only 6 years old, your body's still developing. Absorbing a soul bone now might raise the limit, but how much higher could it go? Chen Yi touched his nose, the expectation on his face gradually fading, replaced by clarity. Yes, his current physique was already world-shocking. Even in the future, among heirs of major forces who took heavenly treasures from childhood, those achieving Millennium Second rings were rare, let alone Millennium First rings. Moreover, with divine trials and body martial soul secondary awakening, higher soul rings were only useful early on for him. Since that's the case, why force it? I'm sorry, sect master, Great Elder, your disciple was short-sighted. The Great Elder smiled slightly. Actually, your idea isn't wrong. But Shao Yi, remember, on Douluo continent, the golden stage of cultivation must prioritize raising soul power. Everything else is illusory. Your disciple is enlightened. Chen Yi bowed respectfully to the 2 elders. The 2 nodded satisfied and slowly stood. In that case, we'll leave first. Little guy, see you tomorrow. In a mysterious world suspended above endless nebulae, enveloped in 7-colored auspicious lights, under a giant tree that seemed to reach the heavens, a serene-faced woman, emanating life force, smiled at the man opposite her, her eyes full of affection. Little green, some time ago, the Red Moon Plain had an evil spirit blood sacrificing the entire plain to become a god. If not for the god of abundance arriving in time, there might be no more Red Moon Plain. Recently, I inspected the god realm's outer outposts and found those guys neglecting their duties. It really pissed me off. And that Azura guy, I don't know what's with him lately. As the enforcement god holding judgment authority, his mind isn't on enforcement at all. Truly derelict. The green-clothed woman smiled as she listened to the man's complaints, pouring him a cup of fragrant tea while laughing. Little Purple, the god of Azura has always been fair. It should be an unintentional lapse. Of course, those negligent gods should indeed be reprimanded. Sigh. Hearing his wife's words, a trace of helplessness flashed in the purple-clothed man's eyes. He naturally wanted to properly clean up the god realm's issues, but this was a problem from god kings down to divine officials. How could one person handle it? When did the god realm's enforcer, known for being swift and decisive, the god of destruction, become so hesitant? Suddenly, a light laugh came from under the giant tree. A tall, imposing man appeared before the two. The purple-clothed man and green-clothed woman were abruptly startled. Someone able to appear before them silently. Even the god of space couldn't do that easily. Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman's pupils contracted, her face full of incredulous shock, but the man beside her stiffened, then a trace of moisture appeared in his eyes. Little Thunder, is it you? 26, Chapter 26, The Thunder God reappears. Looking at the familiar face before him, the memories long sealed deep in his heart resurfaced. The god of destruction, who always prided himself on his ironclad demeanor, finally revealed a side unimaginable to outsiders. It's me, brother. The person before him was none other than the thunder god who had dissipated in Qin Yi's sea of consciousness. At this moment, he gazed at the resolute man, his heart filled with mixed emotions, as if there were countless words he wanted to pour out, yet they stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. After a long while, he finally said, "I'm back." That's good. These words stuck in the god of destruction's mouth, hard to utter. With his realm, how could he not see that the thunder god before him was merely a remnant thought, not even a remnant soul, incapable of reincarnation? The divine consciousness of the god-king realm, which he once took pride in, now turned into the sharpest dagger, stabbing ruthlessly into his heart. Little Thunder, where did you go back then? The God Realm Center transmitted news of your fall. Little Purple and I used the God Realm Center to search for your traces, but we couldn't find you no matter what. The always sentimental goddess of life looked at this man she had raised from childhood and cried uncontrollably. The man before her had grown under their couple's protection even before he took form, and they had personally taught him. Named brother and sister-in-law, but in reality like parents. Now, seeing the once-spirited younger brother who wielded dual maces and fought across the heavens reduced to just a remnant thought, it tore at their hearts like knives, making it hard to breathe. Sister-in-law. Seeing the goddess of life crying like a tear-streaked person, the thunder god's voice choked up, and the thunder light around him dimmed a bit. Now separated by yin and yang, how could he not be heartbroken? Back then, he was just a dying man. How could he have taken the thunder god position and left? It was because his brother and sister-in-law stood up against the pressure from the God Realm Committee and even split off a portion of their life origin, allowing him to roam the starry skies with quasi-god king strength. When he learned of his brother and sister-in-law's fate, he didn't hesitate to burn everything in return, abandoning his chance at life, all because they were his only two family members. Brother, sister-in-law, after I left the God Realm back then, I wandered in the starry skies. So you don't need to be sad. Though your little brother is gone, I ultimately saw the scenery of a higher realm. You should be happy for me. After hearing the thunder god's experiences, the goddess of life's eyes turned red, and her repeated, "Poor little brother," brought tears to those who heard it. Her whole body trembled as she reached out, but her fingertips only touched a faint, cool halo. The remnant thought was too fragile, like a candle flame in the wind, swaying gently, making her afraid to touch it too forcefully. The god of destruction raised his hand and gently pulled his trembling wife into his embrace. His usually tightly clenched fists loosened slightly, but his knuckles turned white from the force. Looking at the thunder god's remnant thought, his gaze lost its usual majesty, leaving only undisguised pain and regret. You foolish guy, what higher realm scenery? In our eyes, nothing compares to you living well. Hearing this, the thunder god grinned and said, I know, but I was so close to that step. If I didn't try, I wouldn't be content. Seeing this guy who would grin foolishly in front of him whenever he made a mistake, trying to muddle through, the god of destruction didn't scold him harshly as before. He could only let tears well up in his eyes, forcing them not to fall, while regret surged in his heart like a tide. If, back then, I had been more resolute and kept you in the god realm, perhaps. The thunder god smiled and interrupted his brother's self-blame. We all knew the situation back then. Even if I stayed in the god realm, even with sister-in-law's help, I would just be lingering on. Better to fight it out. Even if I failed in the end, I have no regrets. Besides, facts prove I succeeded, didn't I? The god of destruction was dazed for a moment. Yes, for a true cultivator, especially a pure seeker like Little Thunder, what they pursued in life was never just safe survival, but to personally touch the scenery of higher places. Since he had glimpsed the scenery of the God-King realm and seen the wonders at the end of the starry skies, what was there to regret in this life? By the way, besides seeing brother and sister-in-law to make up for the regrets in my heart, I have one more request. The Thunder God looked at the two God-Kings of life and destruction, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. In the Douluo plane, I took a disciple with extraordinary talent. I've left the Thunder God position and the super-divine artifact in his body. Once his cultivation reaches the point, he can start the divine position assessment and inherit the Thunder God position. That little guy is also someone who yearns to pioneer. I believe when he enters the God realm, he can help you. The God of destruction nodded heavily and said solemnly, Don't worry. Your disciple is like my own nephew. As long as he passes the Thunder God inheritance, I'll definitely help him quickly establish a foothold in the God realm. Hearing this, the Thunder God smiled, then looked seriously at the couple. This time, in the spacetime storm, due to the temporal chaos, I glimpsed a corner of the future. Ahura has also found his own successor, and like my disciple, they are both in the Douluo plane. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction and goddess of life exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. As the enforcement god in charge of judgment, though not explicitly stated, he was recognized as the leader of the three enforcement gods. Now, he had a favored inheritor, and they hadn't heard a thing about it. The Thunder God continued, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot contain two tigers. With both of them in the Douluo plane, I'm afraid there will be friction. Moreover, Ahura's inheritor is no pushover. From what I've observed, my disciple isn't one to be trifled with either. I have confidence in my disciple if they clash. Ahura's inheritor is no match. At that time, please protect him, brother and sister-in-law. The goddess of life nodded without hesitation. In her view, since both were god-king inheritors, it was best to avoid conflict if possible. However, the god of destruction beside her caught the implication in the Thunder God's words and asked puzzledly, Little Thunder, from your tone, it seems you look down on Ahura's inheritor. Yeah, Little Thunder, what do you mean? The goddess of life also realized. From the Thunder God's words, Ahura's inheritor was definitely no match for his disciple. But Ahura, as the most slaughter-oriented among the five god kings, had impeccable judgment. Without direct confrontation, how could he claim certain defeat? The Thunder God looked at his brother and sister-in-law, thinking of their future fate, his heart full of pain. But for his disciple's safety, he still didn't reveal the future. It's nothing else. Ahura's inheritor is fine in other aspects, but his character is somewhat average. What? Average character? The god of destruction and goddess of life were both shocked. The five god kings of the god realm had different requirements for inheriting divine positions due to their unique powers. The god of destruction and goddess of life had the highest demands on the inheritor's abilities and compatibility with the divine position, nothing less than ultimate destruction and life, or they wouldn't consider it. The gods of kindness and evil mainly looked at the inheritor's comprehension of good and evil forces. Of course, this depended on the god king's personal view, it could be high or low, so their divine position inheritances were more casual as long as it wasn't too bad. The Ahura divine position, as the god-king position in charge of judgment authority, was known as the god realm's pinnacle of slaughter. A slight misstep could lead to erosion by slaughter's evil thoughts, so the requirements for the inheritor's character were extremely high, almost no room for error. But now, the Thunder God said Ahura's chosen inheritor had poor character, which shocked them. 27, Chapter 27, I'm back. Upon hearing that Ahura's inheritor had poor character, the god of destruction's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. His purple-black cloak billowed without wind, and terrifying destructive divine power surged in the life temple. He said coldly, what is that guy Ahura doing? After being an enforcement god for so many years, does he not even understand the requirements for his own divine position assessment? Doesn't he know what an inheritor with poor character means? As one of the few proactive doers in the god realm, the god of destruction placed great importance on divine inheritances, which concerned the god realm's prosperity. Naturally, he hoped the inheritors would be as excellent as possible. Though he was dissatisfied with those gods who lazed around and wanted to slack off all day, people had their own aspirations, and gods had their own ways of living, he didn't force it. But Ahura, as one of the enforcers and a dignified god king, was being so frivolous it was simply absurd. The goddess of life also frowned tightly. Even with her mild temperament, she was greatly displeased. As a pillar of the god realm, Ahura's action wasn't just not taking the divine inheritance seriously, it was not taking the god realm seriously. Ahura has gone too far. For the goddess of life, known as the most gentle and kind, to utter these 4 words showed how angry she was inside. The Thunder God was also puzzled. Ahura, as one of the oldest gods in the god realm, had deep feelings for this place. Even if he wanted to resign and leave, he shouldn't allow someone like Tang San to inherit the divine position. You see, Tang San simultaneously obtaining the Ahura god and sea god dual divine positions already violated the god realm committee's rules. Not to mention, when he inherited the Ahura divine position, he didn't even undergo the first 8 tests, he just participated in the 9th test of the inheritance as a formality. It could be said that Ahura's approach was itself a provocation to the god realm's rules, which was one reason why the god of destruction targeted Tang San so much later. After all, no matter where, those who trample on rules are despicable. I don't know why Ahura chose this inheritor, but I believe if my disciple conflicts with him, Ahura will likely intervene. The god of destruction also understood the Thunder God's concern. No matter why Ahura did this, since he did, when his inheritor faced a crisis, even if he didn't act personally, he would obstruct secretly. Don't worry. In the coming time, your sister-in-law and I will take turns watching Ahura. We absolutely won't let him harm a hair on your disciple's head. The god of destruction patted his chest, solemnly guaranteeing. Then thank you, brother. Even knowing that the god of destruction would agree if he asked, at this moment, the Thunder God felt relieved. With 2 god kings protecting him, as long as Chinny didn't court death himself, there wouldn't be major issues. It's about time. After a long while, the Thunder God chuckled lightly, looking at his brother and sister-in-law whose expressions immediately tensed. Now that my wishes are fulfilled, it's time to go. The god of destruction and goddess of life's body shook. They knew this departure was eternal farewell. Brother, your personality is unyielding, and you can't tolerate sand in your eyes. That's fine for our own people, but those lax gods aren't like that. If you're going to make big moves, be extremely cautious. Sister-in-law, you're gentle and unwilling to break fairness for personal reasons. That's both good and bad. Remember, you and brother are husband and wife, you should advance and retreat together. Don't wait until things happen to regret. As a person nears death, their words are kind. After saying these last two sentences, the thunder god turned into a thunderous great sun and disappeared on the spot. Little thunder. Boom rumble. At this moment, the skies above the god realm were engulfed by endless thunderclouds. Purple-gold electric serpents danced wildly beneath the clouds, and the world lost all color. Endless immortal source chi trembled under the thunderlight, and the originally indestructible space was crushed into spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would detach from the world in the next instant. A figure slowly emerged from the core of the thunderclouds, majestic as if connecting the dome to the netherworld. Thunderlight flickered around him, each strand bursting with world-opening might, illuminating the vast chaotic starry skies as bright as day, making even distant extraterrestrial stars dim in comparison. Evil Temple. The god of evil, who was originally pondering where to find some fun, trembled all over upon sensing this terrifying aura. What terrifying thunder might! Who is he? With that, his divine eyes flashed, the playful mockery replaced by solemnity. Before his words finished, his body turned into a dense black smoke and disappeared in an instant. In the kindness temple in another direction, the god of kindness was admiring an immortal flower with a pure white halo in her hand, her eyes showing obsession. Suddenly, a world-shaking thunder might swept through the god realm, causing the flower's halo to tremble violently. The next moment, under the god of kindness's heartbroken gaze, the immortal light dimmed, and the petals gradually withered. Without time to investigate, the god of kindness sharply raised her gaze toward the source of the thundermight, her face filled with alarm. Penetrating my divine power straight to the temple core. This level of thunder Tao attainment, a god king. With that, she turned into a gentle white light, forcefully breaking through above the temple and speeding toward the thunder source. Azura Temple. The Azura god with blood armor and white hair sat quietly in the center of the temple, a heavy sword emanating bloody killing intent placed before him. Upon closer inspection, this sword was condensed from pure slaughter sword intent. Boom. As if splitting heaven and earth, the thunder might collided with the Azura sword might inside the hall. Azura's eyes opened, scarlet red, with visions of corpse mountains, blood seas, and the extinction of all spirits flashing in his eyes. This aura, thunder god, how is that possible? Didn't he fall in the outer domains hundreds of thousands of years ago? How could he appear here? With shock and doubt in his heart, Azura god joined two fingers, turning into an extremely sharp sword light that split the space before him, stepping directly into it, leaving his voice echoing in the empty temple. In a vast space so broad that even gods couldn't see its end at a glance, invisible laws intertwined, mutually entangled yet clearly divided. Dazzling seven-colored divine light flowed in the divine domain skies. A slender figure tightly wrapped in a long robe appeared in the divine domain skies. The usually calm and low-key him was now trembling all over, his gaze fixed on the distance, excitedly roaring. Big brother, is it you? You're back. 6 rays of light sped over. Looking at the space god, who was so excited he could barely speak, the youthful-looking wind god grabbed the latter's sleeve, trembling as he asked. Little space, is it big brother? He didn't die, he's back. The hot-tempered fire god stepped forward, divine power surging to instantly engulf the skies, burning the entire sky red, with surrounding space crackling. Why say so much? Whether it is or not, we'll know if we go see. With that, without waiting for responses, he impatiently crossed the void. The other elemental gods exchanged glances and immediately followed. In various parts of the god realm, one after another reclusive gods rushed toward the source after sensing this might. In an instant, gold, green, silver, gray, blue, countless divine lights rose from all sides of the god realm like a brilliant star river converging, dyeing the entire sky with flowing colors. The thunder god defies heaven and returns. The god realm stirs with winds and clouds. His majestic form stood in the skies. The thunder god quietly sensed the approaching auras, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Among these auras were familiar and unfamiliar. Once it seemed that after the battle of old, too many old friends had left. The next moment, the thunder god's gaze focused, looking at the nearby space, and said, Evil, long time no see. What, seeing an old friend and not coming out to greet? As soon as the words fell, ripples stirred in the space before him, and an extremely handsome young man appeared, dressed in black, long hair flowing, with a special gleam in his eerie eyes. It was one of the God Realm Committee's 5 god kings, the god of evil. At this moment, his eyes held no playful attitude toward the world, only indelible memories. It's really you, Thunder God. You're back, and you've broken through to God King. The Thunder God smiled self-mockingly. Can't you see my current state? It's just a lingering obsession that hasn't dissipated. The god of evil wanted to say more, but the next instant, another figure appeared beside him. Thunder God. It was the god of kindness. At this moment, her face was surprised, her tone complex. I didn't expect it was really you. You actually stepped into the god-king realm. Though she knew that among the known Thunder Dao gods in the god realm, besides the god of destruction, only the Thunder God had a chance to break through to God King, she didn't dare believe it. The reason was simple: the Thunder God's injuries back then were too severe. Even the goddess of life using her divine origin could only barely control Theme. It could be said his foundation was utterly ruined, with no path forward. But now, his reappearance as a God King, even if only a remnant thought, still made the god of kindness, who had spoken so definitively back then, feel her face heat up. A bone-chilling cold swept over, accompanied by a bloody scent. In an instant, it was as if ghostly howls resounded. Blood-colored war armor covered his body, killing intent almost substantiating. His pale long hair was neatly combed, his face resolute. It was Azura God. Thunder God, it's really you. Seeing his old friend, Azura God let out a long sigh. Even with his tough mindset, seeing his former comrade reduced to a mere remnant thought left him dazed. Long time no see, Azura. The Thunder God's expression was complex. Back then, as the leader of the elemental gods, his status in the god realm rivaled God King's, and he had served as an enforcer for a time. The two had been friends then, but now meeting again, each had their own thoughts. Desiring to buy Osmundus and share wine, but it's not like the youthful travels. You. Azura sighed lightly. Back then, he had most opposed the Thunder God leaving the god realm. In his view, the Thunder God was already at the end of his rope, his strength sustained only by the divine position. Rather than venturing out for illusory opportunities, it was better to leave the Thunder God position in the god realm as a foundation. But in the end, it fizzled out due to opposition from the god of destruction and goddess of life. Now seeing the Thunder God achieve kinghood, he was happy for him but didn't regret his decision, as it had been the most beneficial for the god realm at the time. Tear. A space-tearing sound rang out, and the 7 elemental gods quickly emerged from the dark rift, eyes teary as they rushed toward the Thunder God. Big brother. Thunder boss. Seeing the excited 7 elemental gods, the Thunder God's face lit up with a brilliant smile, opening his arms to welcome them. Old Earth, Little Fire, Little Water, Wind Girl, Light Sis, Little Black, and Little Space, I am back. With one I'm back, the 7 couldn't hold back and wailed loudly. The most emotional water god threw herself onto the Thunder God, sobbing uncontrollably. Big brother, how did you end up like this? Sister misses you so much, really misses you. Thinking of how their once heroic, mountain-like reliable big brother had become like this, the water god cried heartbrokenly, and the entire god realm grieved with her, pouring down heavy rain. The Thunder God gently patted his little sister's back, soothing her sorrow, and said softly, hee, big brother misses you all too, but it was beyond my control. Now, as soon as I had time, I came back to see you. Don't cry. Has Little Fire bullied you these years? If he has, big brother will sort him out. Hearing the Thunder God comforting her even on the verge of dissipation, the Water God cried even harder but lifted her head, sobbing, oh, no, that silly big Fire God wouldn't dare bully me. I have big brother backing me up. Good, good. The Thunder God chuckled and patted the Water God's head, then turned to the other 6, a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. These years, have you been well? The 6 nodded. The God of Darkness spoke, we've been fine these years, living without disputes, not conflicting with other gods. It's been quite flavorful. But the Thunder God didn't think so. Back when he was around, the 7 elemental gods were powerful with the elemental grand array, they could challenge God Kings. Plus himself, one of the strongest below God King, they were unmatched for a time. But after he was injured and wandered the starry skies, the 7 elemental gods gradually faded from the gods' view. The reason was faction struggles. When he was there, the elemental gods had a backbone and feared no outsiders. After his departure, especially after news of his fall spread, the elemental gods no longer had the capital to remain neutral. The god of destruction and goddess of life had close ties with him, but the god of destruction had the 7 original sin gods as his direct line, so the elemental gods wouldn't be highly valued there. The goddess of life was one of the few gods who didn't form cliques and avoided outsiders' allegiance. The gods of evil and kindness, as the oldest god kings, had deep-rooted prestige in the god realm and didn't care for other gods' allegiance. As for Azura God, back then the 7 elemental gods had clashed fiercely with him over the divine position, nearly activating the elemental grand array to fight. With their pride, they couldn't stoop to that. These years, it's been hard on you. 28, Chapter 28, Entrustment. These years, it's been hard on you. The Thunder God could naturally imagine that after his departure, the 7 elemental gods' lives couldn't have been great, but they could barely maintain. But later, when Tang Sen inherited the Azura divine position, and the gods of kindness and evil passed their positions to Lai Yen and Ji Dong, in just a few years, the god realm structure underwent massive changes. With 3 of the 5 core god kings resigning, how could they remain neutrally safe in such upheaval? In the great changes, to maintain their status, the 7 elemental gods had to align with a god king. Excluding the god of destruction and goddess of life, among the new factions, the evil god Ji Dong and kindness god Lai Yen, as husband and wife, could stand proud in the god realm even without super-divine artifacts, though they could join, but it was far inferior to the isolated Tang San on the other side. Though Tang Sen entered the God Realm Committee, due to backdoor reasons, he was suppressed by the God of Destruction, and many gods looked down on him. His status was far from stable. Among the Shrek 6 he brought to the God Realm, the rabbit was just a decoration, and the strongest war god Dai Mubai was merely a top second-level god, offering little help. At that time, the 7 elemental gods stood by his side, quickly helping him stabilize in the God Realm. Later schemes all relied on this powerful support, making him even more dependent on the elemental 7 gods. Frankly speaking, Tang San's later ability to challenge the god of destruction was inseparable from the elemental god's aid. Though Dai Yuhao was also a first-level god, were the 7 original sin gods weak. As original sin gods similar to the evil god's power, their divine positions were no less than the god of emotions. But all this would change with Qin Yi's arrival. As the future thunder god, Qin Yi was naturally of the elemental god faction, and the 7 elemental gods would do their utmost to protect his growth. Thinking of this, a flash appeared in the thunder god's eyes. He steadied the water god in his arms and looked at them, saying, "I found a disciple in the lower realm. I've left everything of mine to him. In the future, he will inherit the name of thunder god and return again. However, I've long fallen, and in the end, I have the heart but not the power. I hope you brothers and sisters can protect him when the time comes." Azura god would be watched by the god of destruction and goddess of life, making it hard for him to interfere, but his brother and sister-in-law were one upright and one merciful, so finding opportunities wasn't difficult. And that sleazy sea god, according to Qin Yi's memories, he wasn't easy to deal with. Even a slim possibility had to be considered. Thus, a group with direct interests in Chen Yi and who didn't follow rules rigidly was needed to watch. The 7 elemental gods were the best choice. What? Thunder god's disciple. Inheriting the thunder god name and returning again, does thunder god mean? In the distance, a crowd of gods had already gathered, awakened by the thunder god's unmasked thunder might, all wanting to see what happened. But they didn't expect this world-shaking thunder might to come from the ancient thunder god who had long vanished in history's river. This alone shocked the gods, but the thunder god's mention of a disciple exploded the pot. Before disappearing, the thunder god was only half a step from God King and had once contended with the legendary dragon god. Such a fierce figure was awe-inspiring just from his records. Paired with the 7 elemental gods who could challenge God Kings, it was a force capable of altering the God Realm's current structure. Moreover, the aura the Thunder God now emitted was clearly God King level, meaning he broke through before falling, elevating the Thunder God position to God King tier. They had wondered why this remnant thought showed no divine position, thinking perhaps he encountered danger and only an obsession escaped, leaving the rest in the outer domains. But now it seemed, though the Thunder God died, he brought back his divine position, and more importantly, he had found a disciple. This meant the God Realm Committee would soon add another seat. As fellow elemental gods, the 7 elemental gods would firmly stand with the new Thunder God, equivalent to this faction having 2 God King level combatants in the future, a powerful lineup that could truly break the God Realm's balance. Big brother. With this call, the 7 elemental gods' sorrow surged even more intensely. The divine position and God were intertwined in life and fate. As long as the divine position existed, there was always a sliver of hope for return. The Thunder God's action undoubtedly declared his complete fall, with no way back. No need for sorrow, the Thunder God raised his hand to wipe the tears from the Light God's face. There's a saying in the outer domains, hear the Tao in the morning, die content in the evening. As a seeker of the Tao, at life's end, I witnessed the extremity of Thunder Tao, and now I can bid farewell to family and friends. Heaven has been so kind to me. Hearing this, the 7 elemental gods said no more, but the sorrow on their faces didn't lessen. Instead, it condensed like ice, becoming clearer in their eyes and brows. They stood quietly, gazes on the Thunder God's gradually fading figure, memories of shared battles and starry conquests flashing like broken stars in their minds. His gaze turned to the 3 God Kings, sweeping over evil and kindness, finally landing on Azura God with a slight sigh. My disciple has excellent talent. Inheriting the Thunder God position won't be difficult. I hope you 3, for old time's sake, won't make things too hard. Azura God went without saying. Since he did it, there was no turning back. He just hoped he remembered his duty as God Realm Enforcer and didn't make it too ugly. As for the gods of evil and kindness, though he still couldn't understand why, after retiring, they handed the God Realm Center to Tang San, a newcomer with no strength, no qualifications, no prestige, instead of the more suitable god of destruction. It was too late to pursue. But as the oldest gods, though these 2 were sometimes unreliable and always thinking of running away, they still valued the God Realm's development highly. They wouldn't be unclear on what a God King divine position meant. With the words spoken, the divine light around the Thunder God gradually dimmed, and his body began to turn transparent. Seeing this, the Thunder God smiled freely. Looks like my time is up. As this variable that should have left long ago, it's time to go. Big brother. The 7 elemental gods roared in sorrow, the water god collapsing in tears in the fire god's arms, the darkness god tightly holding the light god, eyes bloodshot. Little guy, this is all I can help you with. The Thunder God gazed remotely toward the Douluo continent, sighing inwardly. The next instant, golden thunder light burst from his body, not the violent rage of battle, but a nearly holy brilliance, like countless tiny thunder crystals exploding in the air, dyeing the entire void a glorious purple gold. When the thunder light's intensity peaked, the Thunder God's form had turned into a vast thunder sea. The next instant, all light suddenly retracted, billions of thunderbolts returning to silence in a flash. The Thunder God's figure completely dissipated, leaving only a faint trace of Thunder Dao aura, slowly diffusing in the vast universe, ultimately merging with heaven and earth. Big brother. The gods present looked toward the direction of the Thunder God's dissipation, right fists lightly touching their chests, performing the most ancient divine salute to this God King. We respectfully send off the Thunder God. 29, Chapter 29, Emerging. In the early morning at the body sect, the sky was still sunk in ink. Chen-Yi faced the cold wind and practiced a set of fists. Mother and son hurriedly finished breakfast, then headed with his mother Mushi to the Qi blood-soaring hall. After many years, he could finally go out and see the world, and the destination was the Star Do Great Forest, a must-visit for traversers. Just thinking about it made Chen-Yi's heart leap with uncontainable excitement. The mother and son waited in the hall for not long before Sect Master Chu Shan-He arrived with the Great Elder. Both looked at Chen-Yi, who wore a felt hat and was wrapped in a cotton jacket, and smiled in unison. Chu Shan-He teased first, "Shao-Yi looks very spirited. Couldn't sleep from excitement last night." Chen-Yi's face heated up, nodding sheepishly. Today they were going to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul rings. This anticipation left him with no mind for sleep. He had even gotten up extra early, but instead of being listless, he was somewhat radiant. Haha, that's normal. Back when this old man first went to the extreme North Ice Plains to hunt soul rings, I was so excited I didn't sleep all night. The Great Elder didn't mind at all. After all, he was just a child. It was normal to be unable to sleep for such an event. Even many adults couldn't manage it. Amid the laughter, dawn broke, tearing a shallow gold through the black sky curtain. The Great Elder cleared his throat and glanced at the three. "It's getting late, we should set off." Mushi stepped forward, carefully smoothing the wrinkles on Chen-Yi's cotton jacket, her fingertips carrying reluctant warmth. "In the forest, listen to the elder. Don't be reckless. Mother will wait for you at home." Chen-Yi nodded heavily, "Mem." With that, he followed the Great Elder's steps. Mushi watched Chen-Yi's back from afar. Chu Shan-He beside her advised, "Shao Shi, Yuan Hua is also a titled Douluo. Protecting Shao-Yi won't be a problem." Mushi glanced again in Chen-Yi's direction but didn't answer Chu Shan-He's words. Instead, she asked, "Sect Master, is the body sect preparing to emerge?" Hearing this, Chu Shan-He was stunned for a moment. "Yes, the sect's strength has greatly increased these years. It's time to emerge." The body sect planning to emerge wasn't a secret. After all, the issue with body martial souls was if they didn't emerge to gather body martial soul possessors from the Douluo continent, they'd have to change names in a few years. But Chu Shan-He's next words stunned Mushi. "However, I plan to delay the emergence." "Why?" Mushi was puzzled by Chu Shan-He's decision. Emerging and standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent was the goal of generations of body sect predecessors. Now, with it within reach, Chu Shan-He wanted to postpone it. These truly baffled Mushi. Sect Master Chu Shan-He should be the most fervent about the body sect emerging. It would etch a glorious page in the sect's history, and in future ancestral worship, he could vie with the founding sect master for the top spot. Chu Shan-He slowly turned, looking toward the ancestral hall of past sect masters, and said solemnly, "The former body sect, though its overall strength couldn't match the upper three sects, didn't fear them in high-end combat power. Do you know why we didn't choose to emerge back then?" Without waiting for Mushi to speak, Chu Shan-He continued, "Because the foundation of body martial souls rise is the secondary awakening method. Once the body sect emerges, this secret will be out in the open. Then, the upper three sects, the two great empires, and even the spirit hall will come like sharks smelling blood. Even if our sect has 3 titled Douluos, even if secondary awakening is unparalleled, facing that overwhelming tide of powerhouses, we'd still fall. That's why we didn't choose to emerge." The secondary awakening method for body martial souls was the body sect's foundation, allowing body martial souls to leap from ordinary to top tier. But this only applied to body martial soul possessors. But would those great forces believe it? The answer was certainly no. "You say it can't. I haven't tried it myself. Who knows if you're telling the truth?" Taking a step back, even if your current secondary awakening method doesn't apply to other martial souls, once I get it, I might develop my own secondary awakening theory. Mushi remained silent. She had personally witnessed how powerful body martial souls became after secondary awakening. Now, Chen Zhen was only a mid-level soul Douluo, but after secondary awakening, he was no weaker than some titled Douluos. This wasn't just potential enhancement, it was a leap in combat power. The Soul Master world had always been survival of the fittest. Those seemingly neutral and detached forces, were they truly transcendent? No, they just hadn't encountered interests tempting enough. But the secondary awakening method clearly offered enormous benefits. Especially the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. They had long been obsessed with breaking the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's limits. Once they learned of a method for martial soul secondary awakening, even if there was only a sliver of possibility, even if it was ethereal, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would pour their full strength to seize that chance. But, doesn't the clear sky sect have the ring explosion divine skill? It was understandable when Tang Chen was around, but why hasn't anyone targeted them now? The ring explosion technique, the true foundation of the clear sky sect's claim as the world's #1 sect. Back then, Tang Chen had used this divine skill to edge out Qian Daolu. Tang Hao had used it to fight 1 against 3, defeating 3 title Douluos and leaving Qian Sunji mortally wounded. Ring explosion technique? Hee. Hearing Mushi's doubt, Chu Shanhe's face showed a trace of mockery, saying coldly, the upper 3 sects each have their unique skills: Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's Dragonification Secret Technique, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's Heart Separation Control, Clear Sky Sect's Clear Sky 9 Absolutes and Great Samuro Hammer. But Dragonification requires Dragon Bloodline, and its combat boost isn't top tier. As for Heart Separation Control, even our Body Sect has something similar, not to mention Spirit Hall. And the Great Samuro Hammer. This technique, I saw Tang Chen use it back then. Its power is peerless, worthy of the divine skill name. But, Xiao Shi, do you know? Ring Explosion has extremely high demands on the body, far beyond ordinary title Douluos. Back then, Yuan Hua deduced that to avoid backlash from Ring Explosion, one needs not only over level 90 cultivation but also a full set of soul bones throughout the body, and they must be a complete set of 10,000 year plus power type soul bones. How high is this requirement? You know, even title Douluos don't all have soul bones, let alone a full set of 10,000 year ones. If not for this restriction, would the Clear Sky sect have been scared into hasty seclusion by Spirit Hall? Soul masters with a full set of 10,000 year plus soul bones are at least level 96 and up. Powerhouses at that level all have their own trump cards and might not even fancy the Great Samuro Hammer. 30, Chapter 30, Old Child. So, for those forces, a Great Samuro Hammer that few can use has no comparability to Martial Soul Secondary Awakening. Listening to Chu Shanhe's explanation, Mushi fell silent. What a joke! Powerhouses with that setup might not even guarantee victory with Ring Explosion. Then, why delay emerging? Mushi didn't understand. At most 10 years, her husband Qinjin could break through to title Douluo. Then, the body sect would have 4 title Douluos, a lineup that even the upper 3 sects, the 2 empires, or Spirit Hall wouldn't dare move lightly against. Because of Xiao Yi. Chu Shanhe said solemnly, Xiao Yi possesses a divine inheritance and may become a god in the future. This is a huge threat and temptation to all forces on the Douluo continent. Even someone like Qian Daolu might violate his principles to eliminate Xiao Yi. After all, his Qian family enshrines a god. For title Douluos sound strong, but before Qian Daolu, they're no different from low-level soul masters. So, before Xiao Yi grows up, the body sect won't emerge, to avoid attracting Spirit Hall's attention. Mushi took a deep breath. She had originally wanted to mention this, but now Chu Shanhe planned to delay emerging, making her a bit embarrassed. Seeing Mushi's discomfort, Chu Shanhe smiled indifferently. You don't need to feel bad. Whether from a mother's perspective or as a member of the body sect, it's a good suggestion. Though Chu Shanhe said nothing, her face was still red. This was only possible in the body sect. In other forces, a soul saint daring to instruct a title Douluo would get slapped to death. If you still feel ashamed, then work hard on cultivation. In the coming storms, a soul saint won't have a chance to intervene. Thank you, sect master. This disciple understands. Ugh. Sour water mixed with undigested spiritual fruit porridge from morning surged out. Chen Yi leaned against the sun-warmed azure boulder, knuckles white, shoulders uncontrollably trembling. His stomach felt like a rampaging beast was stuffed inside, each spasm bringing burning pain. He vomited until only dry heaves remained, then his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. His head hit the slightly cool grass, but he couldn't even feel the pain, only that the whole world was still spinning. Earlier, right after leaving the sect, the Great Elder had grabbed him, saying something like, let you experience what a title Douluo's speed is, then carried Chen Yi straight into the sky, one moment diving into clouds, the next skimming treetops, with air currents deliberately blasting into his nose. Now, eyes open, staring at the sky fragmented by leaves, his gaze empty enough to hold 2 coins. Hair stuck to his forehead with sweat, chest heaving in spasms like a salted fish just washed ashore, without even the energy to flop. Hee, kid, just this. The Great Elder squatted beside him, arms crossed, his gray robe lightly brushing Chen Yi's ankle. He poked his stiff cheek. Just under 3 hours, and you're vomiting your soul out. If you become a title Douluo later, will you need someone to carry you while flying? Chen Yi opened his mouth to retort, but acid rose in his throat, so he just hummed. No choice. Chen Yi had motion sickness in his previous life, and unexpectedly, the habit carried over. Even if the Great Elder wasn't a speed-specialized agility attack title Douluo, he was still astonishingly fast. Who knew the Great Elder had an old child's personality? Chen Yi wailed inwardly. Think of it this way, if this old man didn't carry you flying, from the Yuntian Mountains to this Ozway Kingdom would take at least 2 more days. Hearing the Great Elder, Chen Yi opened his eyes and looked at him, puzzled. Wait, 4th Grandpa, isn't hunting soul rings at the Stardo Great Forest? What are we doing in Ozway Kingdom? The Star-Do Great Forest was in the central Douluo continent, right on the border of the two empires. But Ozway Kingdom was in the southern part of the Heaven Do Empire. Detouring from here would add 5 extra days. The Great Elder didn't answer but countered, have you decided on your soul ring? At this, Chen-Yi perked up, immediately sitting up and taking out a notebook from his soul guide, flipping through it while saying, last night, I thought about all the suitable soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest and selected a few that fit me well. Look at this Mad Thunder Vajrate's a variant of the Vajra Baboon. Not only does it match top power-type soul beasts in strength, but it's also outstanding in thunder attributes. According to records, Thunderclap Academy once had a Vice Dean whose 5th soul ring was a 10,000-year Mad Thunder Vajra, and the soul skill it provided was even stronger than his 6th. For thunder attribute soul beasts, I lean toward the Thunder Roar Tiger Lion. As a descendant of the Thunder Sound Storm Tiger and Thunder Shadow Lion, it's top in both strength and speed among peers, with thunder attribute level comparable to the Mad Thunder Vajra. For power-type soul beasts, if possible, we can choose super soul beasts like the Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear. Of course, if not, Titan Giant Ape or Dreadclaw Bear would do. Chen-Yi grew more excited as he spoke. These years, he had soaked in the library, his knowledge of soul beasts rivaling senior teachers at advanced soul master academies, so he started with top-tier soul beasts. The Great Elder nodded repeatedly beside him, clearly approving of Chen-Yi's mentioned soul beasts. As for being overly ambitious, what a joke, a divine-level martial soul not worthy of those super soul beasts. Could he, a dignified title Douluo, not catch a few soul beasts? After talking until his mouth was dry, Chen-Yi gulped down a big mouthful of water and looked at the Great Elder. What do you think of my ideas, old man? Not bad. Whether primary or backup soul beasts, they'd provide a very good soul skill as your 2nd soul ring. Looks like you didn't slack in the library. The Great Elder stroked his beard, chuckling. That's right, I've taken plenty of flack for soaking in the library these years. Hearing the praise, Chen-Yi accepted it without humility, then realized and asked, 2nd soul ring? But my 1st soul ring isn't settled yet. Hearing this, the Great Elder smiled mysteriously and pointed to the city ahead. Your 1st soul ring is right there. 31, Chapter 31, Thunder Spirit. Following the Grand Elder's finger, Chen-Yi also looked at the magnificent city before them. It covered a vast area, surrounded by mountains, and the endless stream of people at the city gates all indicated that this was a prosperous metropolis. That was, the 2nd largest city in the Ozway Kingdom, a military stronghold. Aldrich City. The first family of Aldrich City is the Rich family. They originally started as merchants, but later, during the rebellion of the current Ozway royal family, they poured all their wealth to support them, earning the merit of following the dragon. For centuries, they've lived prosperously on their hereditary marquis title. The current Rich family patriarch is a soul sage. Many years ago, that patriarch captured an injured thunder spirit in a lightning-struck area. At the time, the thunder spirit was less than 1,000 years old, but after all these years, that soul spirit should certainly meet your requirements. In the hotel on the 2nd floor, after Chen-Yi stuffed a piece of beast meat into his mouth, he mumbled unclearly, that doesn't make sense, 4th Grandpa. Logically speaking, if a top-tier soul beast like the thunder spirit appeared, why didn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family make a move to seize it? That doesn't match their usual style. On the way into the city, the Grand Elder had already told Chen-Yi that the origin of the soul ring was a thunder spirit captured by the Rich family many years ago. The thunder spirit, a spirit of thunder born from heaven and earth. It possessed extraordinary lightning power. Though it lacked the dominance of ultimate thunder, it was a natural controller of thunder, able to summon and wield lightning with ease. However, due to their extreme rarity, they had become soul beasts that existed only in records 1,000 years ago, even recognized as one of the extinct species. Similarly, thunder spirits held immense temptation for thunder attribute soul masters because they could only provide one soul skill, thunder attraction to the heart. This was a domain-type soul skill. Once activated, it would form a thunder-dense field within a certain range, amplifying all aspects of the soul master's abilities in a comprehensive manner. More importantly, the range of this soul skill would expand with increasing cultivation, and the amplification would also improve slightly. Domain-type soul skills were already top-tier skills that soul masters dreamed of, and a growing domain soul skill was even more madness-inducing. However, what truly puzzled Chen-Yi was that if even the body sect knew about this, there was no reason the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family didn't. With their domineering nature, it was simply illogical that they hadn't tried to seize it. Hearing Chen-Yi's confusion, the Grand Elder set down his fragrant tea and extended 3 fingers. 3 reasons. First, the guys from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect mainly cultivate dragon martial soul power, and their requirements for lightning are far less than the former. Second, it's the limitation of the Thunder Spirit soul ring itself. The soul skill it provides has growth potential, but this growth isn't endless. Its range does expand with increasing cultivation, but the growth is limited, at most increasing by 5 times the age limit. A 2,000-year Thunder Spirit can at most reach the 10,000-year level. The last point is that the Rich family controls the economic lifeline of the Ozway Kingdom, monopolizing many sources of livelihood. For the latter, the rich family absolutely cannot have any issues. If something happens, the kingdom would immediately teeter on the edge of collapse. So the Ozui royal family won't allow the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to bully the rich family. No matter how strong Yu Yuanzhen is, he's just a level 95 titled Douluo. He can't afford to provoke a national-level war machine. Chen Yi nodded. This was one of the reasons Douluo continent was called a low-tier Fantasia's the pinnacle of worldly combat power. A titled Douluo actually had to avoid the edge when facing an army composed of ordinary people. In Chen Yi's view, this last point was the real reason the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was unwilling to forcefully seize it. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect had a large family and business. Directly confronting a national machine, even if they succeeded in the end, would inevitably lead to decline. Titled Douluo held a lofty status on Douluo continent, not below the emperors of the two great empires, but still slightly inferior otherwise. The emperors of the two great empires would be below titled Douluo. So, are we just going to charge in directly? Chen Yi asked uncertainly. Since a titled Douluo's face didn't carry much weight, the only method was to fight their way in. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder revealed a mysterious smile. Kid, today this old man will teach you another trick. The barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. With that, he picked up the teacup on the table, drained it in one gulp, stood up, and said, "You stay here and don't move. This old man will be back soon." He left Chen Yi with a dashing back view. Seeing this, Chen Yi was stunned, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Why do I feel like I've been taken advantage of? No, it seems like I'm the one taking advantage. This is a problem worth pondering. Vast Sea City. As the largest port city on Douluo continent, its annual cargo throughput started at hundreds of thousands of tons, making it one of the most economically prosperous cities in the Heaven Do Empire. In the Body Sect's outpost, the second elder was holding a secret letter from Sect Master Chu Shanhe, his expression constantly changing as he murmured, "The Sect Master suddenly summons us back to the sect. Could it be that something major has happened in the sect?" Setting down the letter, the second elder called out, "Go notify Hongyu, Qinzhen, and Zhang Tao to come here. This old man has important matters to discuss." Yes. At this moment, the Grand Elder was seated high in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the table beside him, looking extremely relaxed and at ease. But the kneeling members of the rich family below were trembling with each tap. Heavens have mercy. The rich family's internal ball was in full swing, with clansmen and relatives chatting and laughing merrily, a scene of harmony. Suddenly, an old man plummeted from the sky, his gaze sweeping over, sending the family's enshrined soul sage guest flying. The next moment, the terrifying pressure of a titled Douluo enveloped the entire hall like a mountain pressing down, instantly choking everyone's breath, making it impossible to even straighten their waists. "Hasn't it arrived yet?" the Grand Elder casually asked as he accepted a teacup from a servant girl. "It's almost here, almost here. That thunder spirit is locked in another manner. It'll be here soon." The rich family patriarch hurriedly replied, then cautiously added, "However, Your Excellency, this thunder spirit might have some issues, so when the time comes." The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, this old man came here only for the thunder spirit. As long as it's alive, you don't need to worry about the rest." The rich family patriarch was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you." Soon, the Soul Emperor who had gone to fetch the thunder spirit returned, handing the tightly gripped soul tool to the rich family patriarch. The patriarch immediately passed it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder scanned it with his mental power, a flash of sharpness in his eyes, then slowly narrowed them with a cold laugh. "Heh, you lot have quite the nerve to do something like this." 32 Chapter 32 Clan leader disputes are always like this. The thunder spirit inside the soul tool was already withered beyond recognition, completely skin and bones. If one didn't sense carefully, they couldn't detect any life aura at all. It was clear it had suffered inhuman torment for a long time. As an expert in the path of chi and blood, the Grand Elder could tell at a glance that this thunder spirit had probably been drained of blood every few days for decades, its origin long withered. Its cultivation seemed to have reached over 2,000 years, but it was obviously piled up with drugs, utterly unstable. He looked coldly at the rich family patriarch, his voice devoid of any warmth. "You've got quite the guts, daring to nourish yourself with this method. Aren't you afraid the people from the spirit hall will discover it and reduce you to ashes?" As a spirit born from heaven and earth, the thunder spirit's blood contained pure heaven and earth vital energy, which could delay aging and enhance chi and blood. The Grand Elder had known this long ago in the Dark Era 10,000 years ago. It wasn't uncommon. But such actions ultimately violated human decency, so after the angel god swept away the world's degenerates, this behavior was classified as a fallen act, a key target for the spirit hall, especially the angel lineage. The rich family patriarch smiled ingratiatingly. "It's just capturing a small thunder spirit. With Your Excellency's experience, you must know this isn't rare. The spirit hall's attention is on those rampant degenerates. Even if they knew, they wouldn't go after my clan for one thunder spirit." In the past century, friction between the spirit hall and the two great empires had intensified, making them like fire and water. If not for Qian Daolu, who served as the Spirit Hall's Judgment Elder and made a fearsome name on the continent, terrifying the two great empires, a war would have been inevitable. Since the new Pope Bibi Dong took office, the authoritarian wind has grown stronger, and disputes between the empires and the Spirit Hall have almost come to the forefront, just one layer of window paper away from being pierced. Even if the Spirit Hall knew about this, they were powerless. The noble forces were even less likely to accept it after all, which noble family didn't have some dirty secrets? And as the other said, the Spirit Hall might not make a big fuss over one thunder spirit. After all, they hadn't killed for cultivation or massacred soul beasts. If that counted, all soul masters on Douluo continent would be degenerates. Not to mention, for Whale Blue, the body sect had committed plenty of slaughter in the oceans. Take care of yourselves. With a faint warning, the Grand Elder's figure vanished from the hall. Phew. Seeing that this ancestor had finally left, everyone's hearts finally settled back into place. As a top noble in the Ozway kingdom, even a major power in the Heaven Do imperial city, when had they ever felt like a knife was at their throats? Looking at the empty seat, the rich family patriarch's eldest son said unwillingly, "Father, are we just letting him take the thunder spirit like that? That thunder spirit could still be used for at least 2 more years." Slap. The rich family patriarch, whose face had been calm, immediately turned and slapped his eldest son across the face, the piercing sound echoing through the hall. "Father, you." The eldest son clutched his face in disbelief, not understanding why his father had hit him. He was thinking of the family's dignity and his father's health. "You what?" Seeing the disbelief in his eldest son's eyes, the increasingly angry rich family patriarch kicked him flying over 10 meters, roaring, "That's a titled Douluo. If we don't let him take it, what can we do? Are you going to snatch it back?" Cough cough. The eldest son got up, coughing painfully a few times, blood trickling from his mouth, and said angrily, "So what if he's a titled Douluo? Back then, Thunder Douluo Yuanzhen couldn't take the thunder spirit from us either. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Yuanzhen?" Hearing his eldest son's childish words, a trace of helplessness flashed in the rich family patriarch's eyes as he painfully closed them. The second son beside him said to his big brother, "Big brother, Thunder Douluo has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family behind him and naturally wouldn't dare act rashly against the entire Ozway kingdom. But do you know the background of that titled Douluo just now? Is he alone or from some major force?" With just a glance, he knocked out Elder Dai. To do that, he must be a mental type titled Douluo. Hearing his younger brother, whom he'd suppressed for years, dare to reprimand him, the rich eldest son flew into a rage. "So what?" The rich family patriarch said coldly, "So what? In the past century on Douluo continent, no mental type titled Douluo has appeared publicly. He's either a hidden expert or a high-level figure from a hidden sect. How can you deal with someone whose traces you can't even find? Moreover, mental type titled Douluo are far more mysterious and threatening than ordinary ones. Do you think the kingdom would offend him for one thunder spirit?" The rich eldest son still felt unwilling. For years, he'd been high and mighty, turning clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with the other. Today, someone had barged in like this, and he had to bow and scrape. How could he swallow this? What if he's just an ordinary titled Douluo, only with stronger mental power? Before he could finish, the rich third son interrupted from the other side. "Does it make a difference? Mental power comparable to a specialized mental type titled Douluo hate level of cultivation is that? Do you think we can afford to provoke it? A powerhouse with mental power comparable to a mental type titled Douluo starts at Super Douluo at least. Hoping he's a Super Douluo is worse than him being a mental type 1. The latter they might have a chance to confront the former, no chance to resist. The royal family wouldn't offend a Super Douluo for the rich family." The rich eldest son finally understood, his eyes full of unwillingness. At that moment, his father's voice came again. "Eldest, there have been some issues from the branch family recently. Go handle them." The eldest son had been his key cultivated heir for years, diligent and qualified. But today's performance was too disappointing, ignorant of advance and retreat, disrespectful to the strong. This was a path to death. Upon hearing this, the rich eldest son's face turned ashen. His father's words sounded nice, but they meant he'd been abandoned. The second and third son's eyes flashed with ecstasy, looking at their big brother with mocking smiles. "Don't blame us, clan leader. Disputes are always like this." Soon, only the eldest son remained in the hall. His body trembled, despair and unwillingness gnawing at his heart like venomous snakes, nearly bursting from his throat in a roar. No Super Douluo has appeared for decades, yet now they pop up. One outside Clear Sky City, rumors of Sword Douluo from 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect breaking through, and now this suspected Super Douluo. He stared fixedly at the empty seat, grinding his teeth in resentment, full of malice. "When Qian Daolu the killer and Tang Chen were around, why didn't you come out and strut? Now, one by one, you're all showing off." 33, Chapter 33 Barbarism Packaged as Civilization. Seeing the Grand Elder appear in the private room, Chen Yi hurriedly wiped his mouth and walked up to him. "Follow me." The Grand Elder's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he spoke, he flicked his wide sleeve, and a gentle yet powerfully pulling force enveloped Chen Yi. The next second, their figures melted into the air, suddenly disappearing from the room. When they reappeared, they were in a scenic area outside the city with mountains and clear waters. Chen Yi suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and looked at the Grand Elder, who had his back turned, about to speak. The next moment, a purple object was placed in front of Chen Yi by the Grand Elder. This is that thunder spirit, with over 2,300 years of cultivation. Not bad. Chen Yi focused and saw that it was a creature with a disproportionately small head, eye socket sunken into black holes with only faint electric sparks flickering weakly inside. Its body was withered and clinging to the skeleton, like a skeleton where the thin, paper-like spirit body would shatter at a touch. This is a thunder spirit. Chen Yi was shocked. Thunder spirits were spirits born from heaven and earth. Even if nothing else, their appearance was top tier. The Snow Empress, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the extreme north, was like that, one of the beauty ceilings in the entire Douluo series. But the thunder spirit before him looked like a skeleton wrapped in cheap hide, utterly devoid of aesthetics. The Grand Elder didn't hide much and explained what the rich family had done to this thunder spirit. Listening to the Grand Elder's account, Chen Yi fell silent, finally asking quietly, "Doesn't the Spirit Hall or Heaven Do Empire care?" The answer was naturally no. The Grand Elder just said coldly, "It's just one thunder spirit. Even if the Spirit Hall knew, they wouldn't act against a noble crucial to a kingdom for this. After all, they didn't commit mass slaughter at most, it's a personal moral failing, not a major error. The Heaven Do royal family is even less likely their own backsides aren't clean. Xiao Yi, remember this, some things weigh only 4 ounces off the scale, but on it, even 1,000 pounds can't hold. No force's rise is ever clean, all are accompanied by unknown filth and dirt." Chen Yi remained silent. He was no saint and knew the dark jungle law was the essence of every world. Survival of the fittest was an unchanging rule in advanced societies or primitive tribes. Killing itself wasn't wrong. But he accepted killing, not torturing. The rich family's actions were no different from degenerates, just like the scum from his previous life. Years of education had drawn a bottom line in his heart. Slaughtering livestock or hunting soul beasts was for survival, but abusing a complete life was something he absolutely couldn't accept. From the moment he stepped into Douluo continent, Chen Yi knew the depictions in novels from his previous life were just the tip of the iceberg. Take the 2 great empires' explicit bans on slave trading, yet in Heaven Do City's largest auction house, cat-eared girls were openly displayed on the shelves without any disguise. Note that martial soul mutations like cat girls or leopard girls, though different in appearance, meant thick bloodlines and outstanding talent. From what Chen Yi knew, those with such mutations never had innate soul power below level 7. What did that mean? Even Zhu Zhuqin was only innate level 7. In other words, once grown, these people would at least be soul sage level powerhouses, pillars in any force, precious combat power for the 2 great empires. Yet even so, the royal family chose to turn a blind eye, even secretly participating. This was with explicit bans and spirit hall pressure. Without those constraints, Chen Yi dared not imagine how chaotic Douluo continent's order would be. Like those self-proclaimed beacon nations in his previous life, the world knew their hypocrisy, but when that island's list was exposed, it still shocked the world. As the Grand Elder said, some things weigh nothing off the scale, but on it, 1,000 pounds can't hold. The Grand Elder raised his hand and patted Chen Yi's shoulder, his tone heavy. "I know you might find it hard to accept, but I must tell you, in the future, you'll see even worse things." From years of interaction, he knew Chen Yi well. This kid acted like he commanded the world, treating it as a plaything, but in his eyes, Chen Yi was just talking strategy on paper. If he had to do the dirty work himself, he absolutely couldn't. Because in Chen Yi's heart, there was an uncrossable bottom line, reverence for life. He couldn't say if Chen Yi's was an innate saint's heart or just naivete, but he knew this bottom line would lead Chen Yi to stop killing with killing in the future. Douluo continent was a man-eating world. If Chen Yi reached the pinnacle, he'd have to clean the world's filth. But to clean filth, one must first be in it to see its form. What he needed to do now was shatter Chen Yi's illusions of a beautiful world and make him face the truth. Chen Yi took a deep breath and slowly said, "I'm not unable to accept it, I just think there should still be some difference between humans and beasts. As a world with transcendent powers, slavery on Douluo continent might be understandable, but its biggest problem was that the transcendent powers weren't strong enough to completely ignore mundane order. Thus, sect powerhouses feared the 2 great empires, forming a pattern where kingdoms rule the world, sects attached to survive, rather than sects unifying the continent. Thus, Douluo continent presented this ridiculous scene, a feudal state framework while adhering to the fantasy world's power supreme law, the 2 systems twisted together in a sickly deformity. Chen Yi looked at the distant mountains and sneered lowly, "Heh, what a ridiculous deformity." Clearly intimidated by the numbers of ordinary people and mundane order, they built a civilized society, yet engaged in acts no different from barbarians. This ridiculous behavior was itself a deep-seated pathology. Chen Yi took a deep breath, his fingertip twitching as a cold gleaming dagger emerged from his soul tool. He slowly squatted down, meeting the thunder spirit's eyes, his gaze indifferent without a ripple, falling straight into the sunken black holes. Seeing that calm pair of eyes and glimpsing the dagger, a faint light suddenly lit in the thunder spirit's dead eye sockets. Not fear, but a longing mixed with expectation, like a dying person seeing the last ray of light. Puff. The faint sound of a blade entering flesh rang out. The faint light in the Thunder Spirit's eye socket suddenly brightened, looking at Chen Yi with gratitude, then slowly closed with complete liberation. The next second, a solid purple soul ring slowly rose from its withered spirit body, encircled by faint thunder light. I never dared hope this world could be like before, but at least, it should resemble a normal society. Chen Yi murmured softly in his heart, then without hesitation, sat cross-legged, condensing a strand of soul power at his fingertip, gently pulling the purple soul ring toward his body. 34, Chapter 34, Thunder Prison returning to the heart. The moment his martial soul pulled the purple soul ring toward his brow, Chen Yi felt a gentle energy wrapped in thunderous might surge into his body like a stream, no tearing meridian violence like usual soul ring absorption, but like parched earth meeting sweet rain, seeping silently into every inch along his limbs and bones. The Thunder Spirit's remaining soul power had long lost its wildness from years of tormented imprisonment. Now it was like a traveler finding home, actively wrapping around Chen Yi's meridians, spiraling along his soul power circulation path, finally turning into strands of pale purple thunder silk, quietly merging into his Dantian depths, intertwining with his own soul power. In less than 2 hours, the purple soul ring encircled by crackling thunder light completely melted into him, becoming a hazy pale purple glow dormant beside his martial soul origin. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting thunder light flashing in his pupils. When he raised his hand, tiny electric arcs jumped at his fingertips, emitting faint ZZT sounds upon touching the air, as if disturbing the surrounding airflow. What a wonderful feeling. Is this the enhancement from absorbing a soul ring? He introspected and clearly sensed the changes, bones more resilient, muscle power surging at least 30% stronger than before absorption, as if every breath mobilized a stronger physique. Soul power total unchanged, but circulation speed in meridians much faster, paths that once needed deliberate guidance now flowed like channeled rivers, astonishingly smooth. What surprised him more was the transformation in perception within 100 meters, grass blades trembling, insects crawling, even subtle underground root growth all clearly entered his mind. By his estimation, his current mental power had advanced a good distance in the formless and intangible realm, probably even slightly surpassing veteran soul ancestors. This isn't just from awakening the martial soul and absorbing the soul ring, perhaps due to my reincarnated identity. My soul origin is inherently deeper than ordinary soul masters. Chen Yi pondered silently. Standing and looking around, he soon spotted the Grand Elder not far away. The old man leaned against an ancient tree, sipping strong liquor and chewing sauced beef, the aromas of wine and meat wafting in the air. Awake? Come, pad your stomach. Absorbing a soul ring consumed quite a bit of mental energy. The Grand Elder waved his wine jug casually. Chen Yi approached, but his gaze was drawn to a small mound behind the Grand Elder, fresh soil with a moist scent, small but clearly a simple grave. Noticing his gaze, the Grand Elder explained casually, though that Thunder Spirit was prey, it gave you a soul ring and taught you a lesson. This old man is kind-hearted, couldn't let it be exposed in the wilderness for beasts to gnaw. Chen Yi nodded calmly, picked up the wine jug beside the Grand Elder, walked to the mound, and tilted it to slowly pour the liquor onto the ground. The liquid seeped into the soil, carrying a faint wine aroma like a silent farewell. He stood for a moment, then turned back. It was he who ended the Thunder Spirit's life. Even if the intent was liberation, the fact of killing couldn't be erased. No need for pretense, but respect was due. Seeing this, a trace of approval flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes as he nodded inwardly. To stand on Douluo continent, a soul master must first be ruthless to enemies, more to oneself. Only then can one survive in a cruel world. But more importantly, guard the bottom line and discern right from wrong. Otherwise, one would fall into the demonic path, ending as the world's enemy. Chen Yi's current demeanor perfectly balanced both. How's the soul skill? If nothing unexpected, it should be thunder attraction to the heart, right? The Grand Elder chewed beef, his tone certain. Ancient records of Thunder Spirits never aired their soul skills, were always just thunder attraction to the heart. Yes, it's indeed thunder attraction to the heart. Chen Yi replied, then with a thought, soul power surged through his limbs. Accompanying the flow, his aura sharply rose, a solid purple soul ring slowly rising from his feet, circling his body. The next second, with Chen Yi at the center, the air within about a 5-meter radius suddenly became stagnant and heavy, countless tiny thunder silks shuttling through, emitting dense ZZT sounds, forming a small thunder domain. He could clearly feel that in this domain, his soul power circulation speed increased nearly 30% out of thin air. What once took 3 breaths to cycle now took 2. Perception range expanded, even the wing patterns of a butterfly 5 meters away on a grass blade were clear. Moreover, the explosive power in his limbs subtly strengthened, as if every punch carried thunder force. This was the wonder of thunder attraction to the heart. It didn't directly release thunder attacks but built a thunder attribute amplification field centered on oneself, drawing surrounding free thunder elements into the body to accelerate soul power, enhance physique and perception, and subtly weaken opponents entering the field through thunder silk entanglement. Their invading soul power would be cut and disrupted, slowing circulation by at least 10%, essentially weakening the enemy's combat. Power at the root, a top-tier thunder-type auxiliary and control soul skill. The Grand Elder stood and entered the thunder silk-woven field, closing his eyes to sense for a moment, then opened them with praise. What a thunder attraction to the heart. Worthy of a top thunder soul skill. With just this first soul skill, you could now go toe-to-toe with an ordinary soul elder. Saying this, the Grand Elder stroked his white beard, his gaze on the thunder silks around Chen-Yi, adding, what's rarer is that, thunder attraction to the heart, is a top domain-type soul skill, amplifying self while weakening foes. Didn't you awaken an innate domain? If you can combine the two, it might produce unexpected effects. Chen-Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. He instantly understood, thunder attraction to the heart was a acquired domain based on the soul ring, focusing on amplification and weakening, while thunder prison was an innate domain born with his martial soul awakening, leaning toward control. If he fused the domain of thunder attraction to the heart into thunder prison, their thunder attribute powers would stack. Thunder prison's pressure would strengthen from the thunder elements drawn by thunder attraction to the heart, and the latter's amplification/weakening would become more precise due to thunder prison's control. Then, within the 10-meter thunder prison, his soul power speed might increase another 30%, while the enemy's weakening could reach 40% or even 50%. This ebb and flow would bring a qualitative leap in combat power. Seeing the gleam in Chen-Yi's eyes, the Grand Elder knew he'd grasped the key, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Ponder it well, combining these two might become your future trump card. The Grand Elder also looked up at the sky and yawned. It's still a while before dark. Should we head to the Star-Do Great Forest? Chen-Yi glanced puzzled at the Grand Elder but still said, yes, time waits for no one. With your speed, fourth Grandpa, we can still make it to the next place before dinner. The Grand Elder's eye twitched, inwardly cursing the kid for lacking perceptiveness, then stood and walked into the distance. Chen-Yi looked down at the mound, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes again, then turned, stepping firmly forward. This soul ring, carrying liberation and expectation, was not just a power boost but a heavy entrustment, pushing him another step toward the goal of a normal society. 35, Chapter 35, Buying Information. 10 days later, as the sunset's golden glow burned the horizon red, two dusty figures, an old man and a child, finally appeared on the horizon. The Grand Elder had a ruddy complexion, dressed in blue robes, looking like an immortal with white hair and a youthful face. But the child behind him had cheeks reddened by the mountain winds, with stray hairs stuck to his sweat-dampened forehead. But the child's gaze was fixed on the gradually clarifying town ahead. The town nestled at the edge of the Star-Do Great Forest, with low wooden houses scattered about, wisps of smoke rising slowly from chimneys, like a warm invitation to the traveling pair, unconsciously lightening his originally heavy steps. Phew, finally here. Heaven knows how I got through these past 2 days. Chen-Yi let out a long breath. According to the Grand Elder's speed, they should have arrived 2 days ago, but in the previous city, the old rascal insisted on properly training Chen-Yi's perseverance, leaving him alone there and just watching as Chen-Yi ran to the town. During that time, aside from food, Chen-Yi was treated like a complete stranger. The Grand Elder flashed to Chen-Yi's side, a bright smile on his face. Not bad, has my style from back then. Looks like we can move to the next item. Looking at this disrespectful old rascal, Chen-Yi rolled his eyes irritably. How had he not noticed the old man's personality before? Why not go straight in? We still have food with us, no need to resupply. Hearing Chen-Yi's confusion, the Grand Elder just chuckled, pointing toward the town with anticipation in his eyes. No, kid, we'll be in the Star-Do Great Forest for at least 7 days next. Naturally, we should eat something good on this last night. Besides, many dishes here are local specialties, you can't get this good stuff outside. Chen-Yi's mouth twitched. So the so-called resupply was for eating. The next moment, Chen-Yi's face also showed anticipation. Something the Grand Elder was so fixated on must be good he had to try it. Hee, let's go. Today, us grandpa and grandson will have a good meal. The Yuntian Mountains are all wild game, this old man's long tired of it. With that, he pulled him toward the town. The two wove through the crowd. The Grand Elder ignored the surrounding noise and headed straight to a small tavern. Fourth Grandpa, no signboard, even this place legitimate. In this day and age, who comes for legitimate? Saying that, the two picked a spot with an excellent view, and a waiter came over. What would the two guests like? Our shop just got a batch of top-quality 5-colored brocade chickens. The flavor is incredibly fresh. The Grand Elder waved dismissively. Don't try to fool me with this junk. Bring all the popular small dishes from these days, money's no issue. The waiter was stunned, his expression turning more serious, then respectfully said, right away. Chen-Yi looked oddly at the Grand Elder. This is your so-called illegitimate tavern? The Grand Elder explained casually. Kid, don't judge this unassuming shop. It's actually opened by some mercenaries who roamed the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest for years and retired. On the surface, it's a restaurant, but really, they sell soul beast information. The soul rings you picked are too rare. If we search slowly, we'd be in the Star-Do Great Forest for a month. Chen-Yi nodded thoughtfully. So these were intelligence dealers. Soul beasts usually had specific habitat requirements, plus strong territorial instincts. Even if discovered by humans, most wouldn't migrate. So, we're here to buy information. Pretty much, the Grand Elder said casually. One of the founders is your 10th Aunt Grandma. The sect has some ties with them over the years, so they're willing to help with small favors. Plus, the small dishes here are indeed good. 10th Aunt Grandma. Chen-Yi nodded slightly after hearing. The body sect focused on body martial souls, but non-body martial soul masters were also cultivated, usually to soul ancestor level in the sect or sent to external soul master academies as peripheral forces. This 10th Aunt Grandma seemed to be one of them, but he hadn't seen this 10th Aunt Grandma in these years. Seeming to see Chen-Yi's confusion, the Grand Elder smiled faintly. If peripheral disciples find a home outside, the sect won't stop them, but they must swear on their martial soul not to leak sect secrets. At that moment, a middle-aged man came over with several small dishes, set them down, and bowed slightly to the Grand Elder. Liu greets fourth uncle. Looking at the middle-aged man and glancing at his slightly frosted temples, the Grand Elder sighed. Just 5 years unseen, and even you've aged. Liu didn't comment, looking at the Grand Elder and saying, fourth uncle looks younger than ever, your vitality is incomparable to before. I suppose you've taken that step. Just got some opportunities. The Grand Elder didn't dwell, changing the subject. Your kid should be starting Soul Master Academy this year, right? Hearing this, Liu's smile brightened clearly. His son was his pride. Little Kai reached level 20 before turning 12 recently and was admitted to Oakland Advanced Soul Master Academy. Oakland Academy, not bad. A 12-year-old Great Soul Master Soul Emperor is achievable, Soul Sage possible. The Grand Elder stroked his beard. He. Hearing the Grand Elder, Liu showed a childlike smile. Though others had said the same, how could they compare to a titled Douluo? Glancing aside, he finally noticed Chen-Yi and asked the Grand Elder, Uncle, this child is? Chen-Yi stood and replied, Nephew Chen-Yi, son of Chen-Zhen, greets uncle. So it's second brother Zhen's son. 6 years ago, Changyu mentioned second brother Zhen had a precious son, didn't expect him to grow so big in a blink. Liu's face showed nostalgia. Back when they faced hardship, they relied on his mother's legacy to ask the body sect for protection, and it was Chen-Zhen and others who came. Seeing the son of an old acquaintance now, he couldn't help but sigh at the changes of the world. Since you're at uncle's place, treat it like home. I don't have much good stuff, but wild game is plenty. The Grand Elder didn't hold back, picking up a mushroom slice while saying, if these mountain delicacies aren't good, what is? Even the royal family can't eat this every meal. Xiao-Yi, try it too. That's the taste. Ha, as long as you like it. Liu was pleased seeing the Grand Elder enjoy it and Chen-Yi giving rave reviews, then looked at the Grand Elder and asked, you're here for Xiao-Yi's soul ring? Is Xiao-Yi innate full soul power? The Grand Elder looked at Chen-Yi, who was devouring food, with gratification. Correct. Those casual words made Liu suck in a cold breath, his gaze toward Chen-Yi heating up. Innate full soul power, barring midway death, guaranteed titled Douluo, even Super Douluo had decent odds. With Chen-Yi's innate talent and the body sex protection, he was already booked for the continent's peak powerhouse ranks. Though his mother hadn't leaked much body sect info back then, from years of contact, he knew it was a behemoth no weaker than the upper 3 sects. Suddenly, an old man appeared in the shop with a little girl, immediately drawing the two's attention. P.S. First heroine's appearance? 36, Chapter 36, The Nine-Hearted Begonia Yi Family. The unusual movements of the Grand Elder and Liu instantly drew Chen-Yi's gaze toward the entrance. The old man who entered his view was not tall, even somewhat gaunt and withered, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were filled with a compassionate wisdom that had seen through the world's affairs, carrying an air of serene dignity. Even though Chen-Yi had never seen this person before, he could guess that this must be a highly respected elder. Beside the old man was a girl in a long black dress that trailed on the ground, her face covered by black gauze that couldn't hide her youthful innocence. She looked no more than 10 years old, but her eyes held no trace of a child's liveliness, only a bottomless cold silence, like an ice-sealed isolated island, inspiring awe and fear. That's the head of the Nine-Hearted Begonia Yi family, Yi Xian. He's actually here. Seeing the newcomers, Liu couldn't help but exclaim softly, clearly quite shocked. The Grand Elder also narrowed his eyes slightly, apparently recognizing the old man. Interesting, that old guy Yi Xian actually left Heaven Do City. It seems the girl beside him is the young daughter left behind by his son back then. Chen-Yi's heart suddenly tightened, a wave of shock quietly spreading. The Grand Elder's vision and status were evident. There weren't many people on the continent who could make him take notice like this. Among them, only one bore the surname Yeth Douluo, continent's #1 divine doctor, the strongest healing type soul master in the soul master world, the head of the Nine-Hearted Begonia Yi family, Yi Xian. As the continent's unique healing type soul Douluo, in many people's hearts, Yi Xian was the true #1 auxiliary type soul master. After all, the flaw in the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul was no longer a secret among the major forces. With that in mind, the girl standing beside Yi Xian must be Yi Lingling, the auxiliary soul master from the Emperor battle team in the original story. Chen-Yi's gaze involuntarily shifted to the girl, his heart filled with novelty. This was the first original character he'd encountered since transmigrating to this world. As if sensing his gaze, Yi Lingling also turned her head. Their eyes met, but there was no spark. The girl simply looked away expressionlessly, maintaining her cool demeanor. But this subtle interaction was noticed by Yi Xian. He looked at his granddaughter indulgently, following her earlier gaze toward Chen Yi. However, when his eyes swept over the old man beside Chen Yi, his pupils suddenly contracted. Couldn't sense even a trace of aura from this elder. Yi Xian was now an 84th rank soul Douluo, and among auxiliary-type soul masters, he had absolute confidence in claiming the highest cultivation. Even expanding the scope to the entire soul master world, those he couldn't see through were few and far between, and all of them were top powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the soul master pyramid. Although this elder might just be an ordinary person with no cultivation, Yi Xian didn't consider that possibility at all. It was because at this table sat the owner of this shop. Yi Xian had roamed the continent for decades, saving and earning the gratitude of people everywhere, with connections few could match. He had long heard of this shop's origins. For decades, in this lawless zone where power reigned supreme, this shop had stood safely, its own strength not to be underestimated, with a foundation comparable to a first-rate soul master family. And the shop owner, Liu, showed utmost respect to this elder. Based on that alone, Yi Xian concluded that this elder was no ordinary person. He gave a meaningful glance at the unfathomable grand elder, then led Yi Lingling straight into a private room inside the shop. Watching the grandfather and granddaughter enter the room, Chen Yi finally asked the grand elder, "Fourth grandpa, do you know Yi Xian?" The grand elder first nodded, then shook his head. "I know him, but he doesn't know me." Yi Xian has a reputation on the continent no less than that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Master Ning Fengzi. The Nine-Hearted Begonia is the only martial soul on the continent that can compete with the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda for the title of the world's #1 auxiliary martial soul. If not for the Nine-Hearted Begonia's limitations, a conflict would have been inevitable. Even so, in recent years, as the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has grown stronger, their suppression of the Yi family has intensified, and even the tragic death of Yi Xian's only son years ago had the shadow of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect behind it. This left Chen Yi utterly confused. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect had been a sect with two titled Douluos many years ago, with immense power. How could the Yi family possibly contend with them? Chen Yi voiced his doubt, and Liu, who was nearby, explained. Although the Yi family isn't as prosperous as the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, they do have soul Douluo-level powerhouses guarding them. Moreover, generations of Yi family heads have traveled the continent, and countless people have benefited from their kindness, including many powerhouses. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect would have to think twice before trying to exterminate them. Additionally, Yi Xian has an extremely high reputation among the common people on the continent, akin to a living Buddha. Whether it's the Spirit Hall or the two great empires, they all value the Yi family highly and wouldn't stand by if the Yi family were destroyed. Chen Yi subconsciously rubbed his chin. In essence, the Yi family was building prestige, ensuring their safety through righteousness. No matter how extraordinary the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda was, it was ultimately an auxiliary martial soul. In recent years, they had surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and were closing in on the Clear Sky sect by absorbing a large number of rogue powerhouses externally. They could attract so many rogue powerhouses precisely because of the good reputation built by generations of sect masters. If that reputation shattered, their downfall wouldn't be far off. At the same time, public sentiment and grassroots soul masters were the foundation of the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. They wouldn't watch the Yi family be destroyed. But open spears are easy to dodge, hidden arrows are hard to defend against. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect won't act openly, but who knows what they'll do in secret. Liu looked at Chen Yi in surprise. For a 6-year-old child to think of this, his intellect was far beyond his peers. That's right, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect knows this, so they've never targeted the Yi family openly, but behind the scenes, they've never stopped persecuting them. The most egregious incident was 11 years ago when a group of desperados tortured and killed the young master of the Yi family, who had just returned from an epidemic zone that was Yi Xian's only son. At the time, Yi Xian was furious and invited many powerhouses to gather in Heaven Do City. Among them, there were reportedly nearly 20 soul Douluos, including 2 titled Douluos, directly pressuring Seven Treasures City. That was when the entire continent witnessed the Yi family's terrifying network. By the end, Liu's tone couldn't hide his shock. After all, there were only about 10 titled Douluo-level powerhouses on Douluo continent, on the surface, and soul Douluos numbered no more than 100. The Yi family had essentially gathered a fifth of the continent's top powerhouses. What a grand move. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. With that lineup, destroying the Seven Treasures Glazed sect might not be possible, but crippling them thoroughly was no problem. And then, they didn't fight, right? No, the Grand Elder said, his face showing a trace of reminiscence as he slowly continued. At the time, Ning Fengzi, who had just become sect master 3 years prior, personally invited Yi Xian for an all-night discussion. No one knows what they talked about, but afterward, Yi Xian left with his people. Liu was astonished upon hearing this. He only knew the matter had ended inconclusively, but few on the continent knew what had happened. From the Grand Elder's words, it seemed he was well informed. Fourth grandpa, was this information gathered by the sect's powerhouses? The Grand Elder looked at Chen Yi and chuckled, because one of the two titled Douluos back then was Old Hua. Ah, sixth grandpa. 37, Chapter 37, Origins. Sixth grandpa. Hearing that one of the titled Douluos involved was the second elder, Jade-skinned Douluo Huashuan, Chen Yi became even more puzzled. The body sect had always adhered to the principle of mind your own business, yet they had been willing to stand up for the Yi family back then. It was truly baffling. Could it be that the Yi family once did a favor for sixth grandpa, or for the entire body sect? Otherwise, why would he get involved? The Grand Elder smiled upon hearing this and slowly explained, sort of. This dates back over 100 years ago, when the sect was in decline, with only the previous sect master as the sole powerhouse in the clan. To better nurture the younger generation, that sect master turned his attention to the Yi family and personally visited them one night, hoping to obtain their treasured medicinal formulas. How is that possible? Chen Yi was stunned. Asking for generations of a family's hard work like that, the Yi family head back then would never agree. It's wishful thinking. The Grand Elder also sighed with emotion. You're right, no one else would agree, but the Yi family head back then really did. What? Chen Yi's pupils contracted in shock. He knew better than anyone that not every body sect master reached titled Douluo level. The previous one was actually just a sole Douluo. That strength was impressive on the continent, but it wasn't enough to threaten the deeply rooted Yi family. That Yi family head was a rare benevolent gentleman in the world. The Grand Elder's tone suddenly became solemn, his eyes carrying a hint of reverence. After hearing the previous sect master's request, even though he keenly sensed some concealment in the words and knew what those formulas meant to the body sect, he unhesitatingly gifted all the qi and blood medicinal formulas collected and treasured by generations of the Yi family, even adding several precious qi and blood recipes that had never been shared outside. The body-tempering bath formulas you young disciples have soaked in since childhood come from the inheritance gifted by the Yi family back then. That family head truly had a benevolent heart and broad mind. Chen Yi sincerely exclaimed, the fog in his heart clearing up significantly. In this light, every member of the body sect over the past century owed the Yi family a heavy debt of gratitude, one that could make the body sect go all out for them. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and continued. The previous sect master was moved to tears and swore an oath to heaven and earth on the spot. If the Yi family faces dire peril in the future, our sect will assist with all our might, even if it means shedding the last drop of blood, we will not retreat. Over 70 years ago, the Yi family was coveted by the Star Luo Empire for their treasures, facing crisis from all sides and on the brink of destruction. My master, the previous body sect master, to fulfill the oath, resolutely broke through the soul Douluo barrier, forcibly boosting his strength at the cost of burning his life force. He then traveled thousands of miles to the danger zone, sustaining severe injuries to escort the Yi family head and his young son out of the Star Luo Empire and safely back to Heaven Do. And that rescued young son is now the current helmsman of the Yi family Yi Xian. As for the incident 11 years ago, the sect master was accompanying your great-aunt overseas to hunt a 100,000-year soul ring and couldn't get away, so he entrusted your sixth grandpa to personally step in and fulfill the oath. As for the other titled Douluo involved, I'm not entirely sure of their origins, but according to what Old Six said upon returning, based on the unique soul power fluctuations and martial soul aura from that person, it's highly likely they came from a powerful yet rarely seen hidden sect, the Star Crown sect. Chen Yi's doubts instantly vanished upon hearing this. Though the Star Crown sect wasn't famous on the continent, its status was significant. After all, the majestic crown emblem on the Spirit Hall's papal decree was the inherited martial soul of the Star Crown sect, the Star Crown. Moreover, he knew that the Star Crown sect had shown signs of emerging decades ago. Though still low-key, it was in a semi-hidden state, secretly accumulating strength. What made Chen Yi even clearer was the future memory in his mind. After the Sun-Moon Continent War 6,000 years later, the Star Crown Su family would replace the Dai family as the new imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, relying on their formidable strength and deep foundation. To achieve a dynastic change, their sect's foundation and power were imaginable. In his estimation, the current Star Crown sect, in terms of high-level titled Douluo combat power, might not be inferior to the current body sect. With the body sect and Star Crown sect helping back then, even if the forces Yi Xian gathered couldn't fully avenge him, making the Seven Treasures Glazed sect pay a heavy price should have been feasible. So why didn't he pursue revenge for his son's death? It's really unreasonable. This was the most puzzling part for Chen Yi. The grudge of a killed son was irreconcilable. Yi Xian's forbearance was too abnormal. I'm not entirely clear on the specific reasons. Perhaps Yi Xian had deeper plans at the time. The Grand Elder shook his head lightly, his tone carrying a hint of contemplation. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is ultimately one of the upper three sects, with a 1,000-year inheritance and unfathomable foundation. Perhaps there was some unknown deal or secret back then that made Yi Xian choose to stop. Chen Yi pondered thoughtfully. Actually, Yi Xian's decision to back down was understandable. The lineup of helpers seemed powerful, but few were truly willing to act. Those people owed the Yi family great favors. If they didn't show up, even if nothing was said openly, they'd be criticized behind their backs. At their level, face was everything. Showing up to lend support and boost momentum was fine, and it could earn them a good reputation for repaying kindness without fearing the powerful. But when it involved their own lives and fortunes, it was absolutely impossible. That's just human nature. In the private room on the other side, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Yi Lingling, who had removed her veil, already showed an otherworldly beauty despite her young age. Seeing Yi Xian lost in thought, she asked curiously. Yi Xian looked at the girl with a kind smile. "Nothing, I was just surprised by the people at that table earlier." Yi Lingling frowned slightly. The table Grandpa mentioned must be the one with the kid who had been staring at her, but she hadn't seen anything special about them. The middle-aged man accompanying them is the owner of this shop, a top Soul Emperor, probably not far from Soul Sage. And behind this shop are multiple Soul Sage powerhouses as backers on the continent. That's a first-rate force. Hearing this, Yi Lingling finally showed surprise on her face. Soul Sages might seem commonplace in the original story, like they were everywhere, but in reality, with title Douluos transcending the mundane and Soul Douluos high above, Soul Sages were top-tier combat power in the Soul Master world. After all, aside from the Spirit Hall and the 7 major sects, even the 2 great empires didn't have title Douluos on the surface, and Soul Douluos were few. A Soul Sage could almost stand at the peak of various kingdoms. 3 years ago, the Lu family, with 5 Soul Sages, was already the top family in the Barak Kingdom and ranked in the top 50 Soul Master families on the continent. So, this shop's high-level combat power could even contend for the title of the #1 Soul Master family in the Ozway Kingdom. For the head of a force comparable to a first-rate Soul Master family to personally accompany them, the other party must be at least of the same level. An ordinary Soul Sage couldn't achieve that. 38, Chapter 38, First Battle. It seems that Elder isn't ordinary either. Hearing his granddaughter's sigh, Yi Xian smiled with amusement in his eyes. That Elder's aura is plain and simple, but upon closer inspection, it carries a profound thickness and depth, having reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Even with my lifetime of experience, I've seen few such powerhouses. Pausing for a moment, Yi Xian continued, as for the little kid beside him, he's also extraordinary. Don't be fooled by his appearance being around your age. In my perception, he's definitely not much older, perhaps even just having awakened his martial soul. Yi Lingling's face suddenly showed shock. Coming to the Stardo Great Forest right after awakening a martial soul meant something obvious. That boy was likely a super genius with innate full soul power, or at the very least, innate soul power of level 9, a seed for titled Douluo. Such geniuses were rare on the continent. At least, Yi Lingling hadn't seen any in Heaven Do City, known as a gathering place for elites. Seeing the unconcealed surprise in his granddaughter's eyes, Yi Xian still wore a gentle smile, but his fingertips quietly tightened, a trace of heaviness flashing in the depths of his eyes. In recent years, the continent seems peaceful, but undercurrents are surging. He murmured softly in his heart, his tone carrying some worry. The previous pope's unexpected fall has caused turmoil within the Spirit Hall. The Clear Sky sect has sealed its mountains due to Tang Hao's incident, shaking the 7 major sect structure. And now, such a mysterious powerhouse who has returned to simplicity appears, bringing along a peerless talent. He sighed lightly, gazing at the distant mountain ranges as if seeing through the dense forests to the hidden crises across the continent. It's like a seemingly calm sea, smooth on the surface, but hiding countless surging undercurrents and whirlpools beneath. This peace probably won't last long. In the deep, dense forest, tall trees rose from the ground, their sturdy branches intertwining like a net, locking out the sky's light completely. Only a few beams struggled through the layered greenery, turning into slender golden glows that quietly flowed on the moss-covered ground, weaving with the surrounding deep green and adding a cool, eerie silence. At this moment, 2 figures, one old, one young, were threading through the forest on fallen leaves, the surrounding bushes growing denser, the chill seeping from the branches heavier. "All right, it's getting late. Let's rest here for the night and continue tomorrow," the Grand Elder said, setting Chenyi down from his shoulder and scanning the rare open area ahead. After landing, Chenyi stretched his legs, the crisp joint cracks echoing clearly in the forest. He looked up at the intertwined branches overhead, the noisy insect chirps in his ears mixed with distant rustling of leaves, his heart surging with eagerness for a breakthrough. "Fourth Grandpa, how far are we from the place Uncle Li mentioned?" Before setting out this morning, Li Yu had informed them of the soul beasts Chenyi needed and their past haunts. The Grand Elder, seeing the unconcealed longing in his eyes, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This child's mentality was more mature than his peers, but being stuck at level 20 since martial soul awakening inevitably made him obsessed with breaking through. "About noon tomorrow. The ones you're looking for are top soul beasts, mostly hidden deep in the mixed zone, some even bordering the core zone. Whether it's the Mad Thunder Vajra or the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, they like that area. We're still on the edge of the mixed zone now. We'll search slowly over the next few days and are bound to find one. Don't rush." Chenyi naturally understood that on Douluo continent, finding soul rings with suitable years was easy, but combining high quality was hard. Spending 2 or 3 months to find one that excelled in both was normal, but the drive in his heart was hard to suppress. Just as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder suddenly raised an eyebrow, turned to Chenyi, and hooked his lips in a familiar mischievous smile. However, before finding the target, your homework can't be neglected. Huh. Seeing that ill-intentioned smile, Chen Yi's whole body stiffened, instinctively tensing up. These past few days, whenever fourth grandpa showed this expression, he was in for some torment. Look behind you. The Grand Elder nudged his chin toward Chen Yi's back, his laugh carrying a hint of cunning. Chen Yi whirled around and saw a soul beast standing upright not far away, staring at them warily. The beast was over 3 meters tall, its brownish-yellow fur gleaming roughly in the dappled light, brown eyes full of ferocity, unusually long arms hanging at its sides with sharp claws glinting coldly, lips slightly parted to reveal pointed canines. Recognizing the soul beast, Chen Yi's face twitched. These was a winged baboon, recorded in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, and even in the Peerless era, he'd seen it. This was a soul beast that nearly slew a god in the future. Heh, a 1,500-year winged baboon, not bad, right? The Grand Elder's mischievous laugh rang in his ear. Next up is your practical combat lesson. Perform well. Though Chen Yi had only obtained his first soul ring, he was already at the threshold of level 20, with a body tempered since childhood in the body sect and many self-created soul skills from predecessors. Even if he couldn't kill it in one hit, tangling with this winged baboon was more than feasible. The winged baboon initially saw the two humans with greed in its eyes, treating them as delivered prey. But as it approached a few steps and glimpsed the Grand Elder, instinctive fear gripped it, causing it to retreat repeatedly and turn to flee into the dense forest. But how could Chen Yi let it escape? Soul power suddenly flared under his feet, a purple soul ring rising from his soles, his figure shooting out like an arrow from a bow. That was a footwork self-created soul skill he'd practiced for years, light and swift, closing in on the winged baboon's back in an instant. He flipped his palm, purple gold soul power rapidly condensing in his hand, forming a sharp palm strike. Another body sect self-created soul skill, carrying a whooshing sound straight toward the winged baboon's back. The winged baboon keenly sensed the fierce force coming from behind, whirling around with ferocity exploding in its brown eyes, its long arms sweeping out with whistling claw winds, the sharp claws nearly grazing Chen Yi's cheek. But Chen Yi didn't pause. Smack! The palm strike landed solidly on the winged baboon's shoulder. At the same time, he bent his waist backward in an almost exaggerated arc, narrowly dodging the fatal claw, though his clothes were torn by the claw wind. Before he could catch his breath, the winged baboon roared and pounced again, its foul breath assaulting his face. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, sank his stance, soul power surging through his meridians to his fists, fully fusing the body sect tempered body strength with soul power, smashing a fist strike hard into the winged baboon's side. With a thud muffled sound, the fist hit the thick fur, most of the force dissipated, the winged baboon merely swayed, its eyes reddening in rage instead. It lunged forward fiercely, its arms locking around Chen Yi's waist, squeezing until his chest felt stuffy and his breathing hitched. The sharp canines aimed straight for his neck, the stench making Chen Yi frown tightly. Enduring the suffocation, he suddenly bent his knee and thrust it with all his might into the winged baboon's abdomen where the fur was sparsest and the body softest. Awooh! The winged baboon howled in pain, its gripping arms suddenly loosening. Chen Yi seized the chance, twisting his body to escape the hold, his toes tapping the winged baboon's shoulder to flip behind it. Soul power surged wildly in his hands, stacking the palm and fist forces into a denser purple gold light orb than before, slamming it hard into the winged baboon's back of the head. Roar! The winged baboon roared in agony, its massive body swaying, but its ferocity was fully aroused, ignoring the head pain and turning to pounce again. At that moment, the purple soul ring on Chen Yi suddenly lit up, a pale purple domain with crackling electric arc spreading from him as the center. That was his first soul skill, thunder attraction to the heart. The winged baboon, mid-pounce, suddenly froze, fine electric arcs instantly wrapping its body, exploding amid its brownish-yellow fur and leaving dense tiny blood marks. The current drilled into the wounds, causing the winged baboon to convulse, its limbs going numb and weak. Chen Yi seized this fleeting opportunity, closing in, his fists alternating strikes, each punch carrying dual force of soul power and body, smashing hard into the winged baboon's chest and abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. 7 punches in succession, each hitting flesh, the winged baboon wailing continuously, its huge body forced back repeatedly. With the final punch, Chen Yi lifted his foot and kicked viciously into its chest, sending it flying backward to crash heavily into a tree trunk. Boom! The trunk shook, leaves rustling down. The winged baboon struggled to rise, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, the ferocity in its eyes replaced by fear. That barrage had nearly shattered its internal organs. It dared not linger, turning to stagger into the dense forest and vanishing in a blink. Watching the winged baboon flee, Chen Yi's soul power slowly dissipated. He leaned on a nearby tree trunk, gasping heavily, pain assaulting from the shoulder grazed by claw wind and the waist squeezed, but his eyes shone brightly. He clenched his fist, knuckles whitening. This was his first real battle, and he had won. 39, Chapter 39, Flaw Bonus. Pat. The Grand Elder's palm lightly pressed on Chen Yi's shoulder, a pure soul power flowing in like a warm current, instantly smoothing out the previously sluggish soul power circulation. Looking at the youth meditating and adjusting his breath, a trace of satisfaction flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. For an ordinary soul grandmaster to challenge a 1,500-year wind baboon in their first battle was already far beyond the norm. But Chen Yi was different, god-level martial soul, innate level 20 soul power, a millennium first soul ring. He had maxed out the stats for a soul master's starting point. With such foundation, battling a millennium soul beast should be evenly matched. Yet Chen Yi had defeated the wind baboon without using his innate domain, which still exceeded the Grand Elder's expectations. After all, it was his first real combat even with rich sparring experience in the sect. Staying composed against a live, ferocious soul beast showed excellent mentality. However, compared to Chen Zhen and others who had rolled in the outside world since childhood, Chen Yi ultimately lacked some ruthlessness. Growing up in the sect's comfort had left him short on the desperate edge of those from humble origins. But this wasn't a big issue. The Great Fighting Soul Arena wasn't just for show. Fighting a few life and death matches there would do, or at worst, the non-humans in the Yun Tian Mountains were there for today's use. After a while, Chen Yi, having adjusted his breath, slowly stood and said to the Grand Elder, "Next time before starting a fight, could you pick a different spot? We searched a long time for this campsite." The Grand Elder casually replied, "In a place like this, killing a millennium soul beast is impossible for you right now. Your cultivation is what it is. Defeating it is fine, but killing it, no way." The Grand Elder's meaning was clear: since you can't kill it anyway, why worry? So he had let the wind baboon escape. Though soul beasts in this mixed zone had average cultivation, many top bloodline soul beasts gathered here. A slight mishap could still be troublesome. Watching the rising bonfire, Chen Yi stepped forward to add some dry branches, then took out pre-made dishes from his soul tool, carefully placing them by the fire to heat. The orange firelight reflected on his slightly helpless profile, easing some of the tension from the earlier battle. "Your foundation is solid, soul skill operation smooth, and everything looks flawless." The Grand Elder's voice was gentle like a forest breeze, yet carried undeniable seriousness. "But you're missing that decide not just superiority, but life and death ruthlessness. In sect spars, you handle things with ease, but in real life or death fights against enemies, this habit of holding back will eventually be your fatal flaw." Chen Yi took the black steamed bun, feeling its rough texture on his fingertips. He looked down at the fine patterns on the bun's surface, pursing his lips noncommittally. How could he not understand his own flaw? No one in the world is born cold-blooded and murderous. Those who later treat lives like grass are mostly forged in blood and fire, grinding away all hesitation and weakness by reality. It's like how many say, "Give me a gun, and I'd take out so-and-so." Anyone can brag, but actually doing it is another story. Of course, some might be restricted by rules, and in a different environment, they'd be overlords. But such people are rare. Though Chen Yi had received corresponding education on Douluo continent, his previous life's mindset was still deeply rooted in his heart. However, this issue didn't discourage Chen Yi too much. Instead, it made him more clear-headed. Looking at the crackling bonfire, he recalled what his father had once said: compared to the grandfather and father generations born during the body sect's low point, their generation's life was practically comfortable. These new generations had sect powerhouses protecting them from birth, elders guiding soul skills, and the sect supplying resources as needed. They had never truly experienced loss. "Your inherited soul skills are better practiced than mine back then." His father had patted his shoulder, his tone gratified but with a hint of worry. "But if we sparred at my age before awakening my martial soul, you might win, but in a life and death battle, you'd definitely lose." It wasn't just Chen Yi. This was a common flaw among the body sect's new generation. Growing up in a greenhouse without the baptism of blood and fire, they had high realms but always fell short in actual combat ability. That's why sect youngsters, upon obtaining their first soul ring, were thrown into the Great Fighting Soul Arena by the sect, grinding away their pampered air through real fights and forcing out the ruthlessness in their bones. He suddenly recalled a scene from 2 years ago. Third uncle's eldest daughter, upon getting her first soul ring, excitedly showed off to their peers, faint soul ring glow condensing at her fingertips, smiling with curved eyes. But not even a day later, she mysteriously disappeared, and no one in the sect said where she went. It wasn't until 3 months later that the cousin reappeared. By then, she had shed her former delicacy, her eyes sharp as knives, carrying a faint aura of killing intent. Even when standing casually, her entire temperament was like a different person. Lost in thought, the Grand Elder beside him had already opened the pre-made food box, a rich meat aroma instantly spreading. He picked up a black steamed bun, took a big bite, and mumbled while chewing, "In the coming days, as long as we haven't found a suitable soul beast for you, you must go deep into the forest every day and defeat or even kill 3 millennium soul beasts. Remember 2 points. First, no using your domain. Second, end the battle within 100 moves. The fewer moves, the better." At this, the Grand Elder stopped chewing, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he looked straight at Chen Yi. "I hope that before we leave the Stardow Great Forest, you can compress that time to within 50 moves. Chen Yi's heart tightened. He naturally understood the Grand Elder's intent. In his earlier fight with the Wind Baboon, it seemed he won in just a few moves, but he knew the luck involved. First, the Wind Baboon sensed he was only a soul grandmaster and underestimated him. Second, with the Grand Elder pressuring it nearby, the the wind baboon was wary and had no heart to fight, instinctively wanting to flee. If the scenario changed, without the Grand Elder, and the wind baboon fought all out, even if he could win, it wouldn't be within 100 moves, let alone killing it. Gripping the black steamed bun tightly, Chen-Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Disciple understands." The forest wind brushed his hair, carrying the wild scent unique to the soul beast forest, as if foreshadowing that in the coming days, a series of blood and fire temperings was about to begin. Chapter 40, Golden Rift Tiger. Deep in the Stardow Great Forest, thick shade blocked the sun, making it hard for even fragmented sunlight to penetrate the layered branches, leaving only a dim shadow. Amid the damp scent of rotting leaves mixed a pungent, sickly sweet odor that was the blend of a man-faced demon spider's venom and fresh blood. At this moment, the man-faced demon spider, sized like a cow or horse, was retreating step by step. Its signature ferocious human face twisted in pain, its 8 sturdy spider legs carving deep grooves in the ground, each movement laced with sluggish embarrassment. Chen-Yi's earlier heavy blows had already caused cracks in several of its legs. Chen-Yi's figure darted through the forest like an agile leopard, his footwork mysterious and ever-changing, each step precisely dodging the spider webs and venom sprayed by the man-faced demon spider. Seizing the brief moment when the man-faced demon spider was stunned by pain, he stomped the ground fiercely, his body shooting out like an arrow, instantly circling to the spider's side that was the weak spot in its 8 eyes vision and a dead angle hard for its legs to reach. Ha! A low shout burst from Chen-Yi's throat. He quickly overlapped his hands, dense soul power condensing in his palms, purple gold light flowing between them. Without hesitation, he slammed both palms with tremendous force toward the man-faced demon spider's head. Bang! A muffled boom echoed through the forest, Chen-Yi's palm striking solidly on the spider's crown, the massive impact making the ground tremble slightly. The man-faced demon spider's huge body instantly lost balance, staggering backward and snapping a bull-thick tree behind it. Green spider blood gushed from the crack in its crown, sliding down the ferocious human face and dripping onto the rotting leaves with a sizzle, corroding small pits. Chen-Yi gave it no chance to breathe. He followed closely, his right palm tensing, fingers exerting force, the originally broad palm instantly transforming into a sharp palm blade, soul power condensing into a thin, cicada wing-like edge at the palm's rim. Using the forward momentum, he twisted his wrist, the palm blade stabbing straight toward the man-faced demon spider's wide-open compound eyes. With a splat, the palm blade pierced without resistance, dark green venom splashing along the seams, burning several holes in Chen-Yi's sleeve. The man-faced demon spider let out a piercing, ear-splitting wail, its 8 spider legs flailing wildly in an attempt to shake Chen-Yi off, but he had already thrust half his forearm into its eye socket, fingertips firmly pressing its internal vital points. Then, he wrenched his wrist, soul power exploding from his palm, a powerful fist force oscillating along his arm and directly shattering the man-faced demon spider's brain tissue. The wail stopped abruptly, the flailing spider legs freezing before drooping powerlessly, the massive body crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up dust. Its wide-open compound eyes gradually lost their luster, green blood still flowing, but with no sign of life left. The next moment, a purple soul ring slowly emerged above it. Chen-Yi slowly withdrew his arm, shaking off the bloodstains on his palm, his gaze falling on the corpse with no ripple in his eyes. This was already the 2nd Millennium Soul Beast he'd killed today, and the 12th he'd defeated since entering the Stardow Great Forest. From initial hesitation to current decisiveness, these life-and-death battles within 100 moves were gradually grinding away the comfort in his bones. A breeze blew, and the Grand Elder's figure appeared beside Chen-Yi. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, he said with satisfaction, "You've performed well these past few days. Killing a man-faced demon spider within 50 moves, your strength now surpasses quite a few soul elders." It had to be said, Chen-Yi's adaptability was impressive. In just 3 short days, he could choose the most efficient and quickest ways to kill soul beasts. Even yesterday afternoon, he used an injury-for-life tactic, killing a shadow leopard at the cost of minor wounds. This kind of reckless fighting style greatly satisfied the old man. Good thing Chen-Yi couldn't hear the Grand Elder's thoughts, or he'd definitely flip out. Yesterday, right after he just repelled a Millennium Soul Beast and was about to rest properly, a shadow leopard suddenly leaped from behind a tree, nearly injuring him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the injury-for-life method to kill it. Only later did he learn that the Grand Elder, seeing his good progress over the past 2 days, had casually grabbed a shadow leopard on the hunting path and thrown it there to train his vigilance awareness, which made his face darken several shades at the time. "After I rest a bit, I want to try that death demon spider we saw this morning. Please protect me then, 4th Grandpa." These past few days, while searching for soul beasts, Chen-Yi had stumbled upon a 3,000-year death demon spider. As a top soul beast, its cultivation far exceeded Chen-Yi's, and once they fought, he had no guaranteed victory, but he still wanted to try. The Grand Elder stroked his beard contentedly. Chen-Yi's progress these days was quite remarkable. His strikes were no longer hesitant like before, but sufficiently decisive and ruthless. "No rush on the death demon spider, we have a lead on your soul ring." Hearing this, Chen-Yi, who had been pondering how to deal with the death demon spider, immediately looked up, meeting the Grand Elder's smiling eyes, and said in surprise, "Really?" The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, "Follow me." With that, a gentle soul power enveloped Chen Yi, and the two quickly flew toward the other side. Watching the surrounding trees recede at high speed, Chen Yi's heart was exceptionally excited. Once he obtained the second soul ring, he could finally break through the level he'd been stuck at for so long. Soon, they arrived at a small riverbank. Setting Chen Yi down, the Grand Elder said nothing, just indifferently looking ahead. Following the Grand Elder's gaze, Chen Yi finally spotted an exceptionally majestic and domineering soul beast napping on the grass across the river. Its four limbs were sturdy and powerful, tiger claws exuding a chilling gleam, and its originally smooth fur emitted a dazzling golden light. This is a golden rift tiger. As expected of the Douluo Great Forest, even this top soul beast, extinct for nearly a century, is here. The golden rift tiger, one of the golden-type soul beasts, a top power-type soul beast. Legend has it that shortly after birth, this soul beast can tear gold and split stone, and with millennium cultivation, it can challenge ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. However, this soul beast has low fertility and high compatibility with the Douluo imperial family's inherited martial soul, so it vanished years ago, which is why Chen Yi hadn't initially considered it. As a golden-type soul beast, the golden rift tiger perfectly matched Chen Yi's body martial soul. Though it lacked lightning attributes like the mad thunder Vajra, its terrifying power was enough to bridge that gap. Chen Yi quickly calmed his emotions and asked the Grand Elder, "Fourth Grandpa, I remember golden rift tigers evolved high stealth abilities for hunting. How did you discover it?" Golden rift tigers were naturally attuned to metals near metal ores, their aura blended almost seamlessly. Even a mental-type soul sage might overlook it if not careful. The Grand Elder hadn't been targeting these extinct soul beasts lately, so why bother searching for a golden rift tiger? Hearing Chen Yi's doubt, the Grand Elder grinned, revealing a set of well-maintained white teeth. "Originally, I planned to look for other soul beasts, but on the way here, I saw a soul emperor wandering nearby. He lingered for a bit and left. His sneaky behavior made me curious, so I followed to check." This only confused Chen Yi more. In the Douluo Great Forest, seeing a soul emperor was normal, even soul Douluos weren't unusual. Maybe the person was scouting for enemies? As if hearing Chen Yi's thoughts, the Grand Elder continued, "Heh, that soul emperor was from the Douluo Empire's Roaring Tiger Guard." Roaring Tiger Guard. Hearing the name, Chen Yi immediately understood. The Roaring Tiger Guard was a secret death squad trained by the Douluo imperial family, small in number but all top assassins, loyal only to the Douluo Emperor. Realizing this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. A soul beast personally inspected by the Roaring Tiger Guard meant what? It meant this golden rift tiger had long been targeted by the Douluo imperial family. Didn't this mean he was essentially robbing someone else's soul beast? Indeed. In this day and age, snatching from someone else's bowl is the sweetest. 41, Chapter 41, Level 26. Seeing Chen Yi's excited expression, the Great Elder chuckled. "How about it, kid? Want to go up and practice?" Chen Yi immediately widened his eyes and looked at the old rascal who loved watching drama unfold. "What joke are you making? This golden rift tiger looks to be at least 4,000 years old in length, and it has the bloodline of a top-tier soul beast. Its real combat power is stronger than many 10,000-year soul beasts. How am I supposed to fight it with my head? Fourth Grandpa, you old man better not make such jokes. Hee, I saw you were planning to practice with the death demon spider earlier. You kid are really getting cocky. That death demon spider has 3,000 years of cultivation, paired with its terrifying death power. Even ordinary soul kings wouldn't want to mess with it, yet you plan to try. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth." Toward the end, the Great Elder's tone became less polite, warning him, "Remember, when facing an opponent, you need not only the courage to fight to the death but also the rationality to assess the situation. The true strong who grow up are never those who act recklessly without knowing when to advance or retreat. The strong are never those who rely on strength to look down on everything. They have their own pride and rationality." Chen Yi had made rapid progress these past few days, and a trace of arrogance had inevitably sprouted in his heart. If not restrained, this arrogance would turn into hubris. For other disciples, the Great Elder might not say anything, because their foundations were clear, and their future limits were visible. Even if they were arrogant and conceited, someone would teach them a lesson. But Chen Yi was different. His talent was unparalleled, rare in the world. He bore a divine inheritance and was destined to reach the absolute peak. If he went astray, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. Genius? Those with talent are called geniuses, but only those who grow up become strong. On the Douluo continent, there are at least 8,000 geniuses who have been played to death, if not 10,000. Hearing the Great Elder's serious tone, Chen Yi's heart shook. Yes, a genius who hasn't become strong is nothing, just an ant with some talent. This disciple understands. You're teachable. The Great Elder stroked his beard and nodded. He liked this about Chen Yi. He had a sense of proportion, knew when to advance and retreat. Even if he made a mistake, as long as it was pointed out, he would earnestly correct it. For a genius, this quality was extremely beneficial for future cultivation. In the next moment, the Great Elder's figure gradually blurred, reappearing in front of the golden rift tiger. Without extra words, a glint flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, and the sleeping golden rift tiger let out a muffled groan as blood immediately spilled from its mouth. He waved to Chen Yi in the distance, and once the latter arrived, he casually said, "Just now, I used mental power to forcefully shatter its spirit. It won't live much longer. Go give it a quick end." Looking at the great elder's calm and composed demeanor, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. He couldn't help it. Killing an enemy invisibly with a flicker of the eyes was just too cool. Although Chen Yi preferred the thrill of fist-to-fist combat, mental power was undeniably stylish. "After we get back, I'll ask fourth grandpa if he can teach me some mental power techniques," Chen Yi thought secretly to himself. His martial soul was his entire body, naturally including his brain. He hadn't thought about learning mental power usage before, mainly because he had only recently awakened his martial soul. His soul power was insufficient, and his mental strength wasn't too high. Cultivating it now would be more loss than gain. Moreover, perhaps due to the violent genes in Chen Yi's body, compared to elegant styles, he preferred the ultimate experience of fist-to-fist brutality. But after some time, when Chen Yi's cultivation breaks through to level 30, his mental power level would be comparable to an ordinary soul emperor. Then, using such techniques would be safer and more effortless. While thinking these things, Chen Yi's hand movements were not slow. Purple-gold soul light surged on his hand, accompanied by faint crackling electricity. He indifferently glanced at the tiger on the ground, then suddenly exploded with force, slamming a palm down on the king mark. The golden rift tiger's entire body shook and peacefully passed away in its sleep. In the next moment, a purple soul ring gradually rose, though compared to the previous thunder spirit soul ring, its color was deeper, without the electric arc effects. Chen Yi immediately activated his body martial soul, guiding the soul ring to fuse with himself. At the same time, a ferocious power surged into his body like a tide. Chen Yi's body then emitted purple-gold lightning, resonating with the soul ring's glow. Absorbing this soul ring was clearly more difficult than the last time. The previous thunder spirit had been tormented by the rich family for years, its body and mind already broken. Chen Yi had helped it find release, so absorbing its soul ring was smooth sailing. But this golden rift tiger was different. It was sleeping peacefully here, and without incident, it could have lived for several more years. Then the great elder came and glared it to death. Who could it complain to? Fortunately, Chen Yi's physical body had been tempered for years, enhanced by his bloodline and martial soul awakening, plus the boost from absorbing the first soul ring recently. Absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring was still manageable. After glancing at Chen Yi a few times, the great elder came to the golden rift tiger's side, squatted down, and examined it closely. He, golden rift tiger penis, this is good stuff. The Star Luo royal family's favorite delicacy. Kid, you're in for a treat. As he spoke, he pulled out a large pot, and a kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Kid, you'll thank me, ha ha ha. When Chen Yi opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black, except for the bursts of meat aroma coming from his right. Puzzled, he looked at the great elder dressed in chef's attire. Good grief, if you're cooking, just cook. Why are you smiling so, indecently? Sensing Chen Yi's gaze, the old rascal with a sleazy smile immediately restrained it and looked at Chen Yi seriously. Level 26, not bad, not bad. Just entering Soul Grandmaster and already at level 26, plus being only 6 years old. If those geniuses from top advanced Soul Master academies knew, they'd probably die of shame. Chen Yi directly surpassing level 25 was within his expectations. After all, the first soul ring was 2,300 years, the second 4,000 years. Such overspec soul ring ages were enough to push Chen Yi's soul power forward a big step. If not for the level 20 barrier neutralizing much of the first soul ring's soul power, he might have even tried for level 27. In this era, Soul Masters under 20 who could break through to Soul Grandmaster had no problem reaching Soul King in the future. Reaching level 30 made them Soul Saint Seeds, future pillars of various forces. Breaking through to level 40 made them peerless talents, worthy of leaving a name in the Douluo Hall. Now, Chen Yi at 6 years old and level 26, this was absolutely unprecedented and unrepeatable. Standing there, claiming he had divine potential, few would disagree. Level 26. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Chen Yi also flashed a standard 8-tooth grin. As a top forces heir, he was very satisfied with this cultivation. At the same time, he despised a certain golden-haired fool even more. Same innate level 20, yet ignoring good cultivation conditions to go steal some country, only breaking through to Soul Saint near age 30. From what Chen Yi knew, the six-winged angel's light and fire attributes were only comparable to ultimate, but not truly ultimate attributes, so there was no defect of slow cultivation from level 30 to 70. 42, Chapter 42, What is this? After ruthlessly despising the little golden-haired one, Chen Yi got up and came to the great elder's side, looking at the meat in the pot. It somehow felt different from what he'd eaten before. The doubt in Chen Yi's eyes naturally didn't escape the great elder's notice. While stirring the meat in the pot, he looked at Chen Yi and chuckled softly. How about it? How's the soul skill provided by the golden rift tiger? Hearing this, Chen Yi perked up, his eyes shining. Clearly, this soul skill suited his tastes even more than the previous one. My second soul skill is called Power Through the 8 Wastes. When activated, all my attributes double on the original basis for a short time. The Great Elder was shocked by this effect. It was simple and brutal. You know, the Body Martial Soul's silver level second awakening effect was also a 100% all attribute boost. In some ways, this soul skill could compare to a second awakening. Does this soul skill have any drawbacks? Chen-Yi nodded and said gravely, once activated, it lasts only 10 minutes, and it can only be used once a day. Toward the end, Chen-Yi felt a bit regretful. After all, a soul skill with time and usage limits was almost useless in prolonged battles. The Great Elder didn't find it strange. From the effect, Chen-Yi's second soul skill was stronger than many Berserk soul skills, without the typical side effects of Berserk skills. Just having a usage limit already made it a true divine skill. Moreover, attribute-boosting soul skills were very popular among Body Martial Soul users. The reason was simple, the Body sect had too many self-created soul skills that fit perfectly. Many soul ring attack skills weren't as powerful as the inheritable self-created soul skills learned in the Body Secret Realm. Just like Chen-Yi, who loved using self-created soul skills in battle, others in the Body sect were the same, and the higher the cultivation, the more they preferred it. So, Body sect disciples generally weren't short on attack methods. What they lacked were attribute-boosting soul skills. As for operation, that was up to them. Of course, those like the Great Elder with mental-type Body Martial Souls were lacking. After all, even after years, the Body sect had few self-created mental soul skills, and the cultivation requirements were extremely high. Not bad, this soul hunting was very successful. We should celebrate properly. Come, try the meat I personally cooked. The Great Elder was obviously extremely satisfied with this soul skill outcome, as it paired well with many of the Body sect's inherited self-created soul skills. But the next second, his eyes darted slyly, and with a mischievous grin, he pulled Chen-Yi over and served him a huge bowl. Seeing the steaming, fragrant meat, Chen-Yi instinctively shivered, then cautiously looked at the Great Elder. You're not trying some trick again, are you? It wasn't that Chen-Yi doubted the Great Elder's character, it was just that the old man had toyed with him these past few days. Now, in Chen-Yi's eyes, unless it was a big matter, the Great Elder's credibility was barely enough to rent a shared bike. Seeing Chen-Yi actually not trusting him, the Great Elder huffed in annoyance. You kid don't know what's good for you. This is good stuff. The Star Luo royal family might not even get to eat this treasure these years. Even if Chen Jin saw it, he'd be drooling. Chen-Yi said expressionlessly, really? Great Elder, truer than real gold. Chen-Yi, I don't believe it. Great Elder, I never thought in the little guy's heart, this old man is such an untrustworthy person. Fine, today this old man will swear by his martial soul. This scene scared Chen-Yi into immediately grabbing the Great Elder's hand, hurriedly saying, "Oh, no, I believe you, I believe you." What a joke if his parents found out the Great Elder was about to swear by his martial soul, they'd skin him alive. Hearing this, the Great Elder immediately pulled back his right hand, pushed the bowl forward, and watched Chen-Yi with a beaming smile. Chen-Yi sighed helplessly, picked up the chopsticks, grabbed a piece of the fragrant meat, stared at it for a moment, and under the Great Elder's expectant gaze, stuffed it into his mouth. Soft, no weird taste as Chen-Yi expected. Instead, the texture was excellent, paired with the rich broth, giving it a unique flavor. Quite good with rice. Watching Chen-Yi go from resigned to puzzled to enjoying it, the Great Elder's face wrinkled into a big chrysanthemum, and his gradually sleazy voice rose. How is it, kid? This old man didn't lie to you, right? At this point, Chen-Yi grabbed another piece and put it in his mouth. Hearing the Great Elder's words, he replied, it's okay. Of course, if it were cooked a bit softer, it'd be even better. The Great Elder's mouth grinned even wider, almost splitting his face in two. He leaned in close to Chen-Yi and whispered slyly, "Do you want to know what meat this is?" Chen-Yi sighed inwardly. As expected, how could I expect the old indecent one to suddenly become decent? He put down his chopsticks and looked at the Great Elder helplessly. What meat is this exactly? Tiger meat. Chen-Yi frowned and stared at the Great Elder. Tiger meat was problematic in his previous world, but on the Douluo continent, it wasn't rare at all. Chen-Yi had eaten plenty since childhood, but those tiger meats didn't taste like this. Fourth Grandpa, are you sure you're not tricking me? It wasn't that Chen-Yi didn't believe him, it was just that this thing differed quite a bit from tiger meat. If he had to describe it, it was a bit like that exotic thing his college roommate treated him to after getting a girlfriend. The Great Elder knew such words wouldn't fool Chen-Yi, but he hadn't expected Chen-Yi to finish eating anyway. The next moment, with a cheap grin, he looked toward the Golden Rift Tiger's corpse. Chen-Yi followed his gaze. Unlike before, the Golden Rift Tiger was now flipped over, its tail already dyed red with blood. Seeing this, Chen-Yi's mouth twitched. As expected, it was that thing, only now the one in his bowl was much more tiger-like than in his previous life. Turning back, he met the Great Elder's expectant gaze, as if saying, "Puke, go on, puke." To the Great Elder's surprise, there was no extreme reaction. Instead, Chen-Yi seriously said to him, "It's rare that you actually knew to remove the fishy smell." The Great Elder's eyes went blank. "Wait, that's not right, kid, why aren't you following the script? You've been pampered since childhood and never eaten such dirty stuff. After eating so much, even if not furious, at least give some reaction." The Great Elder was overthinking. A mere tiger penis, besides being rare enough, really wasn't disgusting. Too lazy to deal with the Great Elder's dazed face, Chen-Yi picked up a piece of meat, examined it for a moment, and pointed out the dish's shortcomings to the Great Elder. Next time, remember to make some crosscuts on this thing better for flavor absorption, and it looks nicer too. What the heck? Oh right, if you have time, old man, please prepare some rice for me. Thanks. 43, Chapter 43, Confrontation. On the road, the Great Elder looked unhappy. He had thought he could properly tease Chen-Yi, but instead, the other pointed out a bunch of flaws. Worst of all, this damn kid even mocked him for not knowing how to cook. Chen-Yi followed behind, stepping with ghost steps, tightly keeping up with the sulking old child. He hadn't expected such a small counterattack to make the old man so depressed. Chen-Yi had originally wanted to explain properly, but thinking of the other's infamous tsundere personality in the sect, going up now would probably just add fuel to the fire. He could only muster his energy to follow behind. Slap. Suddenly, the Great Elder stopped, and Chen-Yi, who was going full speed, couldn't brake and crashed into the palm the other had placed behind his back. Tidying his messy hair, looking at the old man ahead, Chen-Yi secretly ground his teeth. Deliberate, he must be deliberate. In an instant, the idea of explaining to the Great Elder vanished. The Great Elder turned around with a half-smile, cleared his throat lightly, and said indifferently, "You crashed into it yourself. This old man wanted to steady you, who knew you'd be so impatient." Seeing the thick amusement in the other's eyes, Chen-Yi said irritably, "Can we go now? Your anger should be gone. This old man is famously magnanimous in the sect. How could I stoop to a little brat's level?" The Great Elder pouted. In his view, Chen-Yi was slandering him. Ask anyone in the sect who doesn't say he has a prime minister's belly that can hold a boat. Looking at the dense forest ahead, the Great Elder grinned at Chen-Yi. "Kid, want to see a good show?" A good show? Hearing this, Chen-Yi was stunned. In a remote place like the Douluo Great Forest, what good show could there be? A rabbit transforming? In a place like the Douluo Great Forest, where even high-level soul masters didn't dare act recklessly, not causing trouble was an unwritten rule. Hunting soul rings was not only a breakthrough opportunity for soul masters but also key to strengthening their trump cards. Usually, unless it was extremely trusted family or friends, no one was allowed nearby. Otherwise, it was seen as provocation. If the other party was a soul beast, that was even more fun. With soul beasts' terrifying bestial nature, even soul masters of the same level might not escape them. If you wanted to watch their fun, you'd better weigh if you're qualified. Plenty of unlucky fools got pitted to death like this every year. Don't worry, it's not some life-or-death crisis. It can even get you some protection. With that, the Great Elder grabbed Chen-Yi by the scruff of his neck and dashed forward. A tidal Douluo's speed was terrifying. Soon, they stopped behind a giant rock. This time, the Great Elder didn't play riddles and pointed ahead. Looking at the situation ahead, Chen-Yi's eye twitched, and he speechlessly pointed forward. "This is the protection you mentioned." In the clearing ahead, two groups were in a standoff, the tense atmosphere making the surrounding air seem frozen. One side had three people, particularly familiar. It was Yi Xian and his granddaughter from the restaurant encounter recently, with a giant man over 2.5 meters tall beside them. At this moment, Yi Xian was nothing like the kindly man from the restaurant. His calm face was now filled with rage, 8 soul rings spinning rapidly around him at visible speed. His cold eyes locked onto the three opposite, killing intent undisguised. The giant man stood like an unshakable mountain, holding a mountain-splitting axe in front of the grandfather and granddaughter. Under his feet, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black 8 soul rings spread out. Though not the optimal configuration, he was a genuine 8-ring soul Douluo. The opposing side also had 3 people, 2 old and 1 young, their aura no weaker. The leading elder was tall and burly, his face full of flab forming an unpleasant sneer, surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black 8 soul rings, also a soul Douluo of the same level. The middle-aged man beside him had a mocking face, his gaze sweeping over the Yi family with undisguised contempt. 7 soul rings bloomed under his feet, his powerful soul saint aura rampaging unchecked in the forest. What surprised Chen-Yi even more was that both men's soul power carried threads of blue lightning, their bodies covered in scales flashing cold light, and their limbs transformed into ferocious dragon claws. Such appearance seat was the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as the world's #1 beast martial soul. With such a signature martial soul, the other group's identity was obvious. They were core high-level members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. The Great Elder raised an eyebrow and chuckled lowly. "How about it? This is the world's #1 healing soul master. As long as you have a breath left, they can save you." People from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. How did the Yi family clash with them? Chen-Yi ignored the old rascal and asked lowly. Hearing this, the Great Elder sneered coldly. Who knows what madness these lizards are up to? The blue lightning tyrant dragon family was infamous across the continent. In terms of conduct, even the Lu family paled in comparison. The latter only tyrannized in the Barak kingdom, but the blue lightning tyrant dragon family had a laundry list of crimes in the soul master world. Most notoriously, to maintain their so-called bloodline inheritance, they rampantly abducted female soul masters with dragon attribute martial souls across the continent, drawing endless resentment. However, when Angel Douluo Qian Daolu rose to prominence, he severely beat down the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, making them restrain themselves a lot. The Great Elder's gaze shifted between both sides, finally stopping on Yi Xian, sighing, "It seems the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect incident back then, while Yi Xian deterred many with ill intentions, also stirred malice in some self-important fools." Back then, though Yi Xian gathered a force that could shake the continent, his eventual inaction made some major forces look down on him, especially the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who fancied themselves number one. "Then shall we go up?" Chen Yi looked at the confronting groups, eager to try. The body sect owed the Yi family a favor. This help was unavoidable. "You kid getting cocky again." The Great Elder speechlessly covered his face. Didn't he just teach him to assess situations yesterday? How is he suddenly sky high again? "Isn't it because you're here, old man? A couple of old lizards are just a piece of cake." Though Chen Yi himself was a weakling, he had a big shot beside him, a level 93 title Douluo, and a unique mental type 1 at that. Beating a soul Douluo and a soul saint was child's play. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was infamous for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They struck hard against the weak, but their bottom line was extremely flexible against the strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't just self-proclaim as number one instead of proving it by storming other sects' gates. So Chen Yi wasn't worried at all. "You're right," the Great Elder didn't deny Chen Yi's words. With his strength, protecting Chen Yi was easy even against Yu Yuanzhen himself, let alone two minor Soul Douluo and Soul Saint. Yi Xian is a respected elder on the continent. Since these lizards don't know respect, let this old man teach them how to behave. 44, Chapter 44, Eating the Household. This old man will say it one last time, if you want treatment, come to the clinic in Heaven Do City. This old man is old and frail, can't travel far. Looking at the three opposite, Yi Xian's words were full of coldness. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Douluo wasn't annoyed, just chuckled. "Meeting today is fate. Why must Master Yi keep people at arm's length? You are the continent's number one divine doctor, highly respected. If you come to our clan, we'll treat you with utmost courtesy." His words sounded nice, but the casual tone was undisguised, clearly not taking Yi Xian's group seriously. Seeing the other's arrogant posture, Yi Xian snorted coldly. "Do you believe your own words, Yu Yuaneo? I'm afraid once this old man enters the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I won't get out." Given these madmen's arrogance, once he stepped in, he'd never escape in this lifetime. The big man in front of Yi Xian took a step forward, his violent aura spreading, looking at Yu Yuaneo like a barbaric bear. "The family head is right. Everyone on the continent knows what your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is. This talk might fool a 3-year-old, but saying it here is laughable." Yu Yuaneo's eyes narrowed slightly at the big man's astonishing aura. This person's cultivation was above his, and with Yi Xian assisting, if they really fought, he definitely wasn't a match. Though wary inside, Yu Yuaneo didn't back down verbally. "Tai Su, with your level 85 soul power, you dare provoke my clan? I think you're tired of living. Is that so?" Tai Su grinned, revealing neat white teeth, and laughed at Yu Yuaneo. "Just you. A third-rate who only broke through to Soul Douluo relying on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's resources. Even after 10 more years of practice, you're not qualified." Hearing this, Yu Yuaneo's face turned ashen. The other was right. If not for absorbing some family heritage, his chance of breaking through to Soul Douluo was slim. Compared to Tai Su's life of constant life-and-death battles, he indeed had no chance in a fight. Yu Yuaneo didn't respond, but the middle-aged man beside him flew into a rage, as Yu Yuaneo was his father. "Tai Su, you old fool, a mere rogue cultivator dares mock my father, truly seeking death. Today, this place will be your grave." With that, Blue Lightning danced, and he was about to attack. But he was quickly stopped by Yu Yuaneo. Under his son's puzzled gaze, the latter looked at Yi Xian again. "This old man came only to invite Master Yi and his granddaughter to our clan for a chat. Why make it so tense?" Though the other side had 2 support soul masters and they were all strong attackers, Tai Su had the highest soul power, plus Yi Xian's support. If they fought, it'd likely be mutual destruction. Moreover, the events of years ago were still fresh. If even one of the Yi grandfather and granddaughter escaped, repeating the past incident, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family might not protect him. Back then, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect not only had the Heaven Do Empire as an ally but also influence everywhere. Even so, it ended with Ning Fengzi bowing his head. Let alone the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon secta family with no reputation, extremely insular, basically zero in everything except strength. Today, seeing nephew Yi Hui's daughter, breaking through to Soul Grandmaster at such a young age, truly limitless potential. First complimenting Yi Lingling's talent, after a pause, Yu Yuaneo continued, "Coincidentally, my grandson Tianfeng has extraordinary talent. Nearly 12 and already a Soul Grandmaster. He and this girl are a match made in heaven." So today, this old man thickens his face to ask Master Yi for a marriage alliance. The true purpose revealed. This was why they blocked Yi Xian's group. The nine-heart begonia was the continent's strongest healing martial soul, and Yi Xian was the #1 healing soul master, with transcendent status. If his grandson could marry the other's only granddaughter, he'd surely climb higher in the future. Yu Tianfeng was overjoyed. Though Yi Lingling wore a black veil, her figure showed she was a beauty. As the future head of the Yi family, if he married her, he might even compete with Yu Tianheng and Yu Tingzhen. Thank you, Grandpa. Senior, you know, Grandpa Tianfeng promises to treat Lingling well from now on. Yi Xian's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected them to target his precious granddaughter. After his son's death, his granddaughter became his only hope. For this soul kin, he even gave up revenge on the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. How dare you, Yuaneo? Yuaneo, do you really think this old man is a fish in the market anyone can slap around? Marriage alliance? Look at your worthless grandson, 12 years old and just got his 2nd soul ring. And he dares seek my granddaughter's hand. Yu Tianfeng, 12 years old, level 21 soul grandmaster with such talent, soul Douluo was hopeless, and even breaking through to high-level soul saint was a luxury. In contrast, his granddaughter broke through to soul grandmaster at 10, a top among the continent's young generation, not to mention being a support type. Becoming a support soul Douluo after him was within reach. Yuaneo's action was undoubtedly an insult to him and a contempt for the 9-heart begonia family. Hearing Yi Xian's disdain, Yu Tianfeng's face darkened, his gaze toward Yi Xian turning vicious. Yuaneo, this old man gives you one chance, take your worthless grandson and disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, even Yu Yuanzhen can't save you. With that, a slender figure slowly emerged behind Yi Xian, also emanating a soul saint's aura. It's you. Shadow Lin Shi, you actually broke through to soul saint and joined the Yi family. What a Yi Xian, you hid deep. Shadow Lin Shi, who once assassinated a soul saint as a soul king, becoming famous. He later assassinated multiple nobles, then vanished after multiple families issued kill orders. Thought dead, he had joined the Yi family and broken through to soul saint. The moment Lin Shi appeared, Yuaneo knew today's matter couldn't end well. Otherwise, if word got out that the Yi family harbored Lin Shi, it'd bring big trouble. Thinking this, Yuaneo was full of regret. He had seen the Yi group hunting soul rings here and got greedy, thinking to force Yi Xian into a marriage contract, using the Yi family's heritage to elevate his branch's status in the clan. He didn't expect this old thing to be so unyielding. Beside him, Yuaneo's son also realized this, secretly transmitting to Yu Tianfeng to restrain Yi Lingling, then gravely looking at Lin Shi. The soul pressure grew more terrifying, the ground trembling underfoot. Blue lightning, holy white light, and solemn black aura rendered the surrounding space distinctly divided. At this moment, an old man with a youth drew both sides' attention. The old man released soul light to protect the youth as they slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. Seeing this old and young pair, Yi Xian and Yi Lingling were stunned, as they were the mysterious powerhouse and genius youth from the restaurant. Who are you? Yuaneo's voice was low. Protecting someone so casually into the battlefield, his strength was probably not below his. At this moment, both the old and young had somewhat speechless expressions. They hadn't expected Yuaneo's side to block the Yi family for forcing a marriage. Yi Xian was old, Yi Lingling young. Plenty of forces waited to eat the household after Yi Xian passed, but they all waited for him to die. Someone as direct as Yuaneo was rare. After all, the Yi family's terrifying network was an invisible resource. But they could understand, as the last hope of the 9-heart begonia family, Yi Lingling had no shortage of suitors. Compared to them, Yu Tianfeng was mediocre in talent and background. To win the beauty, he could only use such crude methods. The old man, the great elder, ignored Yuaneo's words and looked at Lin Shi with interest, clicking his tongue. I didn't expect you to survive being besieged by 5 soul saints and dozens of soul emperors. Worthy of the continent famous king of assassins back then. I dare not accept such praise from your excellency. As Yi Xian's shadow guard, he had naturally heard Yi Xian's evaluation of the great elder that day. This seemingly ordinary old man was an unparalleled powerhouse. Seeing the great elder ignore him, Yuaneo's eyes cooled. As an elder of the upper 3 sects, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, even the Pope wouldn't ignore him so. Your Excellency ignores this old man's pressure to come Herido. You intend to make an enemy of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Stardo Great Forest, as the continent's soul beast gathering place, almost all soul masters came here to hunt. With more people, to prevent equal forces from mutually destroying over one soul beast, high-level powerhouses like Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo released pressure when hunting, indicating the area was occupied. Entry was forbidden, or it was seen as declaring war. Many soul masters did the same for private grudges. Earlier, when confronting the Yi family, Yuaneo had released Soul Douluo pressure. Now, the great elder ignoring this unwritten rule and entering must be targeting them. As for targeting the Yi family, impossible. That's reputation. Hearing Yuaneo's low roar, the great elder finally turned slowly, dug his ear casually, and said, I felt it, but who do you think you are? Boom. Yuaneo's robes fluttered without wind, his originally calm face twisting ferociously. Terrifying thunder pressure exploded in the space, countless heart-palpitating electric lights rushing straight at the Great Elder, as if to tear him to shreds. Clearly, the Great Elder's words had enraged him to the extreme. But shockingly, this lightning, enough to make ordinary soul saints retreat, gradually dissipated 10 meters before the Great Elder, leaving no ripple. On the other side, Yuuneo's son looked at the Great Elder with an icy face, coldly saying, "Your Excellency wants to meddle. Do you know who we are?" "Oh, who are you?" The Great Elder straightened his posture slightly, looking seriously at Yuuneo and his son, eyes full of curiosity. "Could it be that Golden Crocodile is your dad?" These words made Yuuneo's face flush red, his eyes murderous as he glared at the Great Elder. His son panted like a bull, roaring angrily. "You're courting death." Unlike Yuuneo's side's fury, after a moment of stun, the Yi side erupted in uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, well said. These fools who forget the pain after the scar heals really think Golden Crocodile is your dad. Ha ha ha." Even Lin Shi, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle lowly at these words. Back when Xian Daolu swept the Soul Master world, he wanted to wipe out pests like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but spared them for Tang Chen's sake. Instead, he sent Golden Crocodile Douluo to storm their base, smashing their then sect master a level 95 title Douluo death in the sect square in front of everyone. This incident shocked the entire Soul Master world. A title Douluo ending so miserably made countless powerhouses sigh. That sect master's son was Thunder Douluo Yuenzhen, who witnessed his father's tragedy. The once arrogant Yuenzhen became cautious afterward, stuck at level 95 for decades with no progress. Yuenzhen broke through to title Douluo at 52, stunning an era, far ahead of Pierce's true peak Douluo talent. But that incident broke his spirit, and he never recovered. In the later Spirit Hall Soul Hunt, Yuenzhen fought 1 against 3, killing 1 and heavily injuring 2 same-level powerhouses. His combat power even surpassed the level 96 sword Douluo then. Truly terrifying. Beside him, Yi Lingling looked confused, obviously not getting the joke. Seeing his granddaughter's puzzled eyes, Yi Xian used soul power to transmit the story, and soon Yi Lingling giggled too. The hot-blooded Yu Tianfeng was furious, pointing at the Great Elder and cursing, "Where did this old undead come from, daring to humiliate my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? You're tired of living." As a core disciple of this generation in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he had heard of the sect's past humiliation. The Great Elder sneered at Yu Tianfeng, then turned to Chen Yi. "You kids always wondered how old 8 got crippled. I'll tell you now, the culprits are these beasts from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Chen Yi's eyes turned cold. He flipped his palms, stomped the ground, cracking it slightly, and shot like an arrow toward Yu Tianfeng. Grandpa 8, Zhu Hai, had treated them juniors like his own since childhood. His injury was always a sore spot. They didn't know what he encountered to turn that generation's genius, once on par with the sect master and 2 elders, into that state. Over the years, they guessed endlessly, never expecting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yes, if not an upper 3 sect, with the body sect's strength, why fear? Only the then united upper 3 sects with Tangchen could make the body sect, with multiple soul Douluo, swallow such a grudge. Today, not just the Yi family's connection, but family vengeance. This debt starts with this Yu Tianfeng. Today, I'll start collecting a bit of blood debt from you. 45, Chapter 45, Torn Apart Alive. Seeing Chen Yi dare to strike first, Yu Tianfeng's eyes were vicious. Though he couldn't compare to Yu Tianxin or Yu Tianheng, he was still a top genius in the sect. How could he tolerate being looked down on by a brat? Ignorant little beast, today this young master will show you what the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is. Dazzling blue light bloomed at Yu Tianfeng's forehead, countless blue electric snakes swimming around him. Soon, a lightning rune appeared on his forehead, and his body swelled a size. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings spun rapidly on him, emanating a heart-palpitating pressure. Seeing Chen Yi still not releasing his martial soul, Yu Tianfeng's killing intent surged. Today, he'd use Chen Yi's blood to declare to the world, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon cannot be insulted. Fingers tensed into claws, his right hand swung fiercely, accompanied by ear-piercing crackles, slapping toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes were cold. He stepped with 7 stars, quickly arriving before Yu Tianfeng. Was the flowing light-chasing shadow the Great Elder created. Without extra moves, Chen Yi didn't dodge, grabbing the incoming electric claw. Seeing this, Yu Tianfeng's heart rejoiced. This fool dared grab his hand, ignoring the electricity, truly seeking death. Crack. Ah. Before he could celebrate, a piercing pain came from his wrist. His eyes widened in shock, meeting Chen Yi's icy gaze, while the crisp sound of wrist bones shattering exploded in his ears. Seizing the chance, Chen Yi punched out like a heavy hammer, smashing into Yu Tianfeng's chest, sending him flying 10 meters and crashing to the ground. Pfft. Yu Tianfeng spat a mouthful of blood, looking at Chen Yi in horror. His strength was so terrifying, far above his own. Seeing Chen Yi speeding over without hesitation, Yu Tianfeng ignored his chest pain. His 2 soul rings shone brightly, left hand forming a claw to clash with Chen Yi. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Second soul skill, Thunder 10,000 June. Seeing Yu Tianfeng's full force, Chen Yi's mouth curled in disdain. Mere weak electricity from the blue lightning tyrant dragon daring to bare teeth at his ultimate thunder, truly laughable. A mere soul grandmaster daring to compare physique to his, comparable to a soul ancestor. A firefly daring to compete with the bright moon, get lost. Chen Yi snorted coldly, flipping his palms, soul power surging in theme. It was the self-created soul skill stacked waves palm the great elder made based on Chen Yi's description. The palm force stacked higher and higher. The first soul power wave just touched Yu Tianfeng's thunder claw, shattering most of the lightning arcs. The second wave followed, numbing his left arm, slowing his soul power flow. Before he could react, the third wave erupted like a tsunami, with unmatched might, slamming into his chest. Pfft! Yu Tianfeng spat blood in midair. Looking at the murderous Chen Yi, he had no pride left, turning to Yu Yuaneo and crying urgently, "Grandpa, father, save me." Seeing their grandson, son, losing to Chen Yi and beaten so miserably, the dazed Yu Yuaneo father and son finally reacted, exploding with soul power to attack Chen Yi. "Little beast, you dare. Kid, you dare hurt my son. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect won't let you go." Powerful soul power fluctuations surged toward Chen Yi, but how could the great elder beside allow them to kill? A glint flashed in the great elder's eyes, vast mental power enveloping heaven and earth, instantly freezing Yu Yuaneo father and son in place. Yu Yuaneo father and son felt their bodies stiffen, surging soul power suddenly lagging, like invisible chains binding them. The soul light meant for Chen Yi slowly dissipated before them. Title Douluo. Yu Yuaneo had constantly overestimated the great elder's strength, thinking at most he was at Yu Luomian's level, able to resist fully. But in this moment, under the great elder's terrifying pressure, he realized he was wrong, horribly wrong. The other wasn't a soul Douluo at all, but a title Douluo standing at the continent's peak like sect master Yu Yuanzhen, and a rare mental type title Douluo. As expected. Feeling the great elder's aura, the Yi side wasn't too surprised. Back that day, Yi Xian had speculated he was likely a title Douluo. Showing this strength was within expectations. While Yu Yuaneo regretted, Chen Yi had reached Yu Tianfeng. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Chen Yi's mouth showed a cruel smile. His left hand grabbed the head, right hand following to seize the left shoulder. "Die!" Chen Yi roared. In the horrified eyes of everyone present, his hands exerted force. Crack! Tear! Accompanied by the sound of ripping cloth, Yu Tianfeng's body flew apart toward Chen Yi's sides. Then Chen Yi slowly turned to Yu Yuaneo father and son, expressionless. "You said I dare." Silence. Dead silence. Including the Yi family, no one expected Chen Yi to really kill Yu Tianfeng. This was a direct-line genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, an absolute core disciple, and he died like Tis in such a way. "Little beast, how dare you?" Staring at his two-part grandson, Yu Yuaneo's son was stunned, then his eyes blazed toward Chen Yi, but remembering the great elder beside, he instantly changed. "How dare you? How dare I?" Hearing this, Chen Yi sneered coldly, looking at Yu Yuaneo father and son chillingly. "This is just the beginning. You." Hearing Chen Yi's cold voice, Yu Yuaneo's heart raged, but he quickly reacted. "Beginning?" He turned sharply, meeting the great elder's indifferent eyes. Instantly, a chill rushed to his crown. Your Excellency, could you show mercy? We father and son are willing to swear by our martial souls, absolutely no thoughts of revenge." Yes, Yu Yuaneo's son quickly added. "We guarantee no revenge, the sect won't know of today, we can even represent the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to ally with your force." At this point, Yu Tianfeng's death was insignificant. Saving their lives was priority. Just one son, he had over a dozen concubines at home, no shortage of heirs. The great elder ignored their pleas, instead saying to Chen Yi, "Allying with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, hee, indeed tempting. Kid, what do you think?" Seeing Yu Yuaneo father and son's hopeful eyes, Chen Yi's mouth curled in disdain, slowly spitting one word. "Kill." 46, Chapter 46, Reminiscing. "Ha ha ha, excellent. That's the style of our sect." Hearing Chen Yi's murderous words, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. This was one of the reasons he liked Chen Yi. Once someone was confirmed as an enemy, he showed no mercy. In the next moment, blue light surged in his eyes, and two blue sharp swords shot out from them, heading straight for Yu Yuaneo and his son. No, you can't do this. I'm an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." Seeing that the Grand Elder not only didn't stop it but even winked at them directly, Yu Yuaneo and his son were terrified, their souls scattering. Violent thunder surged around them, trying to form a defense, but their bodies instinctively turned to flee. However, the two mental swords were faster, completely ignoring the roaming thunder barriers, piercing precisely into their foreheads like two streams of light, instantly freezing their fleeing figures. Boom! With two thuds as they fell, the two notorious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon powerhouses in the Soul Master world perished. Hee, looks like luck is on our side today. Seeing the red light emanating from Yu Yuaneo's right arm, the Grand Elder stepped forward, arriving beside Yu Yuaneo and his son. With a casual slap, Yu Yuaneo's entire body turned into a mist of blood. The Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and a stream of light from the blood mist was drawn into his hand. Chen Yi looked closely. It was a pitch-black right arm bone emitting a bloody glow. Weighing the soul bone in his hand, the Grand Elder smiled with satisfaction. Judging by the quality, it's around 30,000 years old. Not bad at all. Coming out to hunt a soul ring and picking up a 30,000-year soul bone for free, one that matched the body sect's power-type soul bones. Even the Grand Elder, a titled Douluo, couldn't help but sigh that they'd struck gold. Senior, congratulations on obtaining such a treasure. On the side, Yi Xian and the others approached now that the matter was resolved. Regardless of the others' motives, they had indeed solved a big problem for them. Otherwise, even if they could win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Soon, they looked at Chen Yi standing obediently behind the Grand Elder, their eyes filled with shock. That day, they had only guessed from Chen Yi's appearance that he had just awakened his martial soul not long ago and hadn't probed his soul power deeply. But today, seeing that he had already reached above level 25, and earlier, without even using his martial soul, he had torn apart a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master. Even with over 70 years of experience, they had never seen such a shocking genius. Behind them, Tai Su and Lin Shi watched them warily. Although the incident started because of them, the one who ultimately acted was this titled Douluo. Not only had he killed 2 elders of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan and a genius disciple, but he had also seized a 10,000-year soul bone. Who knew if he might kill them to silence them and avoid trouble? Seeing Yi Xian stop in front of him, the Grand Elder's eyes glazed over in a daze. Back then, his master had personally gone to Star Luo, escorting Yi Xian and his father thousands of miles to the Heaven Do Empire. At the time, he and his fellow disciples had received them at the border. It had been over 70 years. Sensing the Grand Elder's distraction, Yi Xian was immediately puzzled. Could he have some connection with the other? But Yi Xian racked his brain and couldn't match anyone he knew to this person. In the Soul Master world, there hadn't been any powerhouse or genius resembling him in the past century. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Chen Yi quickly tugged at the Grand Elder's sleeve. Ha, when people get old, they love reminiscing about the past. Snapping back, the Grand Elder chuckled and said to Yi Xian with a light smile. It's been years since we parted. The little guy who was held in Patriarch Yi's arms back then is now white-haired like me. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The other knew his father and had seen him as a child, but he must have been too young last time, or he would remember. May I ask your name? The Grand Elder had no intention of hiding it. Though the body sect lived in seclusion, forces like the Yi family and Skywater Academy, which had ties to the sect, knew of them. My name is Yuan Hua, and my master is Gan Wengang. Gan Wengang was the name of the previous generation sect master of the body sect. Upon hearing Gan Wengang, Yi Xian was struck as if by lightning. He was all too familiar with this name. Back then, his father had taken him, a young child, to travel and seek treatment in the Star Luo Empire, but they were forced and imprisoned by the Star Luo Emperor. Countless people dared not speak out due to the Star Luo Empire's might, but only senior Gan Wengang came from thousands of miles away, rescuing them from Star Luo City. He even fought the Star Luo Emperor, the White Tiger Douluo, enduring a titled Douluo-level martial soul fusion skill. Yi Xian still remembered that blood-soaked, imposing figure. 11 years ago, when he rallied continental powerhouses, a titled Douluo claiming to be Senior Gan's disciple had come to assist. So you're Senior Gan's esteemed disciple? Then the brother Hua 6 from 11 years ago is your fellow disciple. Hearing that the Grand Elder was from his benefactor's lineage, Yi Xian was overjoyed and immediately grasped the Grand Elder's hand to ask. My master has 11 disciples, I am the 4th, and Shu Wen is the 6th. Looking at the excited Yi Xian, the Grand Elder sighed at the unpredictability of life. The little one from back then was now a grandfather, unlike himself single then, and still alone now. So it's 4th brother Yuan in person. 4th brother, please accept Xian's bow. Saying this, he pulled his granddaughter Yi Lingling to bow to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing that this was the senior brother of the one who had stood up for her parents back then, Yi Lingling quickly bowed as well. No need. What happened back then was just repaying a favor our sect owed your family, it was only right. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter about to bow, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and a surge of soul power stopped their movements. Feeling his body no longer under his control, Yi Xian knew the other wouldn't accept the bow, so he smiled bitterly and said, 4th brother, you're mistaken. What my great-grandfather gave your sect was just some herbal knowledge and a few prescriptions. That favor was repaid when Senior Gan helped us. Moreover, without brother Hua 6's full effort 11 years ago, the Yi family would have been erased from the Douluo continent. 11 years ago, though the Yi family invited many powerhouses, they came out of obligation and wouldn't truly risk their lives against the then-dominant 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect for the Yi family. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had the Sword and Bone Douluos and was allied with the Heaven Do Empire, vaguely the world's top sect. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect initially dismissed the Yi family's actions, knowing the invited guests would only fight easy battles, not risk their lives. It wasn't until Hua Shuwen stormed the gates and fought Bone Douluo Gu Rong that Ning Fengzi took it seriously, forcing the other assisting powerhouses to confront them. Frankly, Hua Shuwen was the key to that dignified resolution. Everyone else came second. Yi Xian had heard of his great-grandfather's ties to the body sect. Though he had indeed helped, in his eyes, it was nothing major. This was Douluo continent, where martial souls decided everything. The Nine-Heart Begonia Yi family's foundation was their martial soul. Medicine was just a hobby. 70 years ago, Senior Gan Vengong's 1,000-mile escort. 11 years ago, Hua Shuwen's assault on 7 Treasure City. And today, Yuan Hua killing Yu Yuanao and his grandson. This wasn't the body sect owing the Yi family, it was the Yi family owing an unrepayable debt to the body sect. Hee, brother Yi, you don't know. What that senior gave might seem minor to him, but for our sect, it was a fate-changing event, worth all the emphasis. The Grand Elder neither confirmed nor denied Yi Xian's thoughts. Without experiencing that era, one could never know how hard it was. Even hearing bits from their master left them silent. Not to mention, Gan Vendong's breakthrough to title Douluo was closely tied to the Yi family's prescriptions healing his hidden injuries. Now, the body sect's powerhouses advanced rapidly because of it. Yi Xian shook his head clearly, neither could convince the other. He then turned to Chen Yi to change the topic. This little guy must be Fourth Brothers Jr. Defeating and killing a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Grandmaster so easily at such a young age, his future is limitless. At this, the Grand Elder's smile grew brighter. He waved his hand and said, just a kid messing around. If that little lizard hadn't underestimated him, it wouldn't have been so easy. If Yu Tianfeng hadn't seen Chen Yi not even activate his martial soul and chosen to clash head-on, losing the initiative, Chen Yi would have needed at least 10 moves to kill him. Facing the Grand Elder's irrepressible smile, Yi Xian didn't point it out. Instead, he squatted down, examined Chen Yi closely, and said, my Lingling is about your age. You two can interact more in the future. This girl is used to being alone in Heaven Do City. She really needs a playmate. Though he didn't know why Chen Yi had broken through to Soul Grandmaster right after awakening his martial soul, Yi Xian was certain this would be a world-shaking titan surpassing Tang Chen and Xian Daolu. If his granddaughter could be with him in the future, incidents like today's would never happen again. That sounds great. In a few years, when Xiao Yi is older, I'll send him to your residence to broaden his horizons and see what a family of divine healers is like. The Grand Elder laughed heartily at Yi Lingling, but inwardly sighed. Yi Xian was arranging affairs in advance, seeking a reliable support for his granddaughter. 47, Chapter 47, Chen Zhen's Return. After 5 days of long-distance travel, the old and young finally returned to the sect. I'll go report first. As for you, kid, head home and enjoy a good meal. Leaving those words, the Grand Elder immediately headed toward the Qi blood-soaring hall deep in the sect. Watching the Grand Elder's back, Chen Yi sighed about the life of a worker before heading home. On the way, he surprisingly learned from Zhang Run that her father, Zhang Tao, had returned that morning. That's not right. Wasn't it 5 years per rotation? It's only been 2.5 years. How did fifth uncle come back early? Full of doubts, Chen Yi hurried home. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw Chen Zhen slurping a bowl of noodles, while clattering sounds came from the kitchen. Dad, you're back. Seeing Chen Zhen, Chen Yi rushed forward. Chen Zhen set down his bowl and chopsticks, patted Chen Yi's shoulder, nodded in satisfaction, and said, not bad. You're a bit tanner than before, but much sturdier. Looks like you haven't slacked off these years. Your training hasn't fallen behind. Of course, hearing the praise, Chen Yi accepted it fully, boasting smugly, lately, I've been sweeping through the mixed zone of the Star Do Great Forest, taking down numerous thousand-year soul beasts. Just recently, I defeated a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Grandmaster like chopping vegetables. In front of his parents, Chen Yi was never modes the blew himself up to the skies, recounting his glorious achievements. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? How did you run into those lunatics? Chen Zhen asked puzzledly. It wasn't strange for Chen Yi and the Grand Elder to face soul beasts while hunting, but clashing with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was unexpected. It went like this. Chen Yi explained how, after hunting the soul beast, he and the Grand Elder encountered Yu Yuanao and his grandson forcing the Yi family, and they heroically intervened. After listening, Chen Zhen stroked his chin, feeling the stiff stubble, and said thoughtfully, so, you not only saved the Yi family group but also picked up a soul bone for free. As for why he didn't mention Yu Yuanao and the other Sit was because, in Chen Zhen's eyes, they were just there to deliver the soul bone. Commendable spirit, but not worth mentioning. A guy like Yu Yuanao, no combat power, no talent, no fighting will. Chen Zhen could defeat in 10 moves and kill in 30 without exaggeration. Not worth a thought. But Xiao Yi encountering the Yi family isn't bad. Chen Zhen thought inwardly. The body sect had a decent relationship with the Yi family, and Nine-Heart Begonia was the continent's strongest healing martial soul. Chen Yi gaining some goodwill would only benefit him in the future. Whatever, he went with the Grand Elder, whose strength and experience far surpass mine. No point overthinking. Shaking his head, Chen Zhen looked down at Chen Yi and said solemnly, show me your martial soul. Upon returning, Chen Zhen had heard from sect members that Chen Yi had awakened an incredibly powerful body martial soul, shocking even the sect master. They speculated it might have golden level second awakening potential. A golden level potential body martial soul. This existed only in the imaginations of past body sect powerhouses. Many preferred believing in a silver level second awakening evolving to golden level third awakening over the theoretical possibility of golden level second awakening. At his words, Chen Yi circulated his soul power, and his body swelled. Purple gold lightning patterns appeared on his skin, terrifying lightning arcs gathered in his palms, making him look like a descending thunder god. As thunder surged, 2 purple soul rings symbolizing thousand-year cultivation slowly rose from under Chen Yi's feet. When Chen Zhen saw those 2,000-year soul rings, his eyes widened. Though he'd heard from his wife that Chen Yi might achieve a 1,000-year first soul ring, hearing and seeing were different. A level 26 soul grandmaster with 2,000-year soul rings was too shocking. Good, good, good. In this era, our body sect is destined to rise. My son will reach the absolute peak. 3 good S in a row showed Chen Zhen's ecstasy. No father wouldn't want his child to become a world-renowned figure, and Chen Zhen was no exception. Innate soul power level 20, plus the divine inheritance his wife mentioned this era was destined for his son to dominate the world. At that moment, Mu Shi, who was cooking, came out with a pot of soup. Seeing Chen Yi's 2 purple soul rings, her heart trembled. She couldn't imagine how far her son could go. Tang Chen, Qian Dalu, they were just his starting point. But hearing Chen Zhen's laughter nearly shake the roof, she quickly stopped him, saying irritably, "What's with the yelling at night? If the neighbors come over, see if they don't sort you out. I fathered such a great son, can't I laugh? If they're not convinced, they can come spar with me." He said that, but Chen Zhen wisely shut his mouth. Not for anything else, there were a few tough ones nearby. Mu Shi set the soup on the table, fetched bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and gave Chen Zhen a glare, full of disdain. "What do you mean, you fathered? I gave birth to him after 10 months of pregnancy." Chen Zhen didn't get annoyed, just grinned apologetically. Of course, of course. Wife, you're the great contributor to our body sect. Our son's talent is all thanks to you." "Humph, that's right." At this, Mu Shi huffed proudly, clearly pleased with the flattery. Turning to Chen Yi, she said, "Chao Yi, have you eaten? Mom made dragon bone 8 treasure soup today, try some." Seeing his mother's rare tsunder aside, Chen Yi grinned and said, "Great. I've been craving your cooking after so long outside." As he spoke, he sat at the table, ladling soup into his bowl, not forgetting to ask Chen Zhen curiously, "By the way, Dad, weren't you in Vast Sea City? Why the sudden return? I remember it was 5 years per rotation. A while ago, the sect master suddenly messaged us to return. Not just me, second elder and your great-aunt are back too. I suspect it's related to you." Toward the end, Chen Zhen's pride was unmistakable. Before Chen Yi arrived, the sect master had notified a high-level meeting tomorrow, clearly about Chen Yi. Chen Zhen could already imagine how his son would be the center of attention tomorrow, and he'd be the envy of others. "Damn, how do you get all the good things? You achieved silver level second awakening yourself, married a beautiful and strong wife, and your son is a heaven-defying genius. You really deserve to die." Thinking of his fellow disciples' gritted teeth and jealous voices tomorrow, Chen Zhen felt like he was floating. "No problem, bring it on. Express your resentment with the most venomous words." Chen Yi had no idea of his dad's inner drama. He just paused at the mention of his great-aunt. The great-aunt Chen Zhen mentioned was the eldest sister of his generation Hong Yu, with the martial soul phantom blade, a short sword between tangible and intangible, incredibly sharp. By sect rules, Hong Yu shouldn't be ranked, but she was not only the previous generation sect master's sole daughter, her parents and brothers had all died protecting sect disciples. Thus, the sect made an exception and listed her as core. Chen Yi didn't know her soul power level, but before Chen Zhen's second awakening, she was undisputedly the strongest in the body sect's middle generation, at least mid-level soul Douluo. Of course, after Chen Zhen's second awakening, he surpassed her, becoming the top in the middle generation. It seemed the sect was planning something big, Chen Yi thought inwardly. Last time, he'd left too hastily and hadn't brought out some things. Tomorrow, he'd likely be in the spotlight time to make the body sect great ahead of schedule. 48, Chapter 48, Hong Yu. Qi Blood Soaring Hall. Seeing the Grand Elder approach, Chu Shanhe's stern face showed a smile. "You're back. How did it feel this time?" Standing to pour a cup of fragrant tea for the Grand Elder, Chu Shanhe asked with a light smile. The Grand Elder naturally knew what Chu Shanhe was asking. Dropping his enigmatic attitude from in front of Chen Yi, he smiled, took the teacup, and said, "Not bad. In terms of mindset and adaptability, he's top tier among his peers. Most importantly, he's ruthless but has his own bottom line, he won't end up with nothing." He then recounted Chen Yi's performance during this time. Though the body sect was good to its own, it wasn't blindly so even for a genius like Chen Yi. Genius? A brainless genius was just a disaster. At best a top thug, and uncontrollable genius was a powder keg that could backfire. The Grand Elder had taken Chen Yi not just to protect him but to assess if he was worth the sect's full investment. After all, Chen Yi might face the angel lineage or even the spirit hall in the future, risking the sect's destruction. If Chen Yi's character was worthy, Chu Shanhe would see him as the hope for the body sect's rise, paving his path at all costs. Otherwise, Chu Shanhe would still help him ascend, as it was a once-in-eternity opportunity, but he'd leave a spark for the sect to ensure its legacy. Now, the Grand Elder's assessment was a shot in the arm for Chu Shanhe. Chen Yi was worth it, worth the body sect staking everything. However, from what I observed, Shao Yi harbors extreme hatred for those corrupt nobles, almost murderous. Toward the end, the Grand Elder's tone was grave. As the group controlling the most resources on Douluo continent, those nobles were deeply rooted everywhere. If Chen Yi clashed with them in the future, it would be troublesome. Humph, those decaying noblesse, do they deserve it? Mentioning them, Chu Shanhe's eyes were full of contempt. Most body sect members came from humble origins, innately hostile to nobles. Even now, without revealing identities, many disciples in the sect upheld justice. Fourth brother, you overthink sometimes. You said Shao Yi hates the corrupt ones, not the entire group. With our body sect as backing, those bullies won't dare act rashly. We'll kill some, win over others, that's it. Chu Shanhe drained his tea, casually toying with the cup, nonchalantly deciding the noble's fate. Besides, if Shao Yi truly reaches level 100 and becomes a god, do those nobles' voices matter? Hearing the first part, the Grand Elder was speechless. I overthink? Everyone in the sect knows that though my martial soul is the brain, you're streets ahead in scheming. People know you're the skeleton martial soul, but they'd think it's a belly full of dirty tricks. Though the Grand Elder's martial soul was the brain, he was obsessed with self-created soul skills and didn't care much for plots. In contrast, Sect Master Chu Shanhe was not only the sect's martial force but, under his rugged exterior, meticulous and the top strategist. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, don't mind the details. By the way, this morning, Old Six brought back a bottle of fine wine from Vast Sea City said to be incredibly smooth. We must try it. I'll call him over now, and us brothers will drink till dawn. The next day, Chen Zhen brought Chen Yi to Qi Blood Soaring Hall early. Chen Yi thought the elders would be catching up with family at this hour. But upon arrival, good grief, they were all there, more than even at New Year's. Hee, kid, you didn't think I'd come early, did you? These days, the big show saves the finale. As Chen Yi was dazed, Chen Zhen's voice sounded in his ear, but it felt different from usual. It seemed a bit cheeky. After transmitting to Chen Yi, Chen Zhen's face bloomed into a brilliant smile as he strode toward the crowd. The others had turned their gazes here when Chen Yi and his father appeared. Shocked eyes lingered on Chen Yi before settling on Chen Zhen's sleazy grin. Seeing Chen Zhen strut over with his head high, black lines appeared on their foreheads. They knew Chen Zhen too well. If they were in his shoes, having such a genius son, they'd feel cheated if they didn't parade around Yuntian Mountains 30 times. Sure enough, the next moment. Oh my, isn't this third brother? Your Xiaobing awakened his martial soul 2 years ago, right? Broken through to Soul Grandmaster? Ah, not yet. Hurry up. As the saying goes, if the young don't work hard, the old will grieve. Isn't this ninth uncle? I heard my little junior brother awaken too. How is it? What? Oh, innate soul power level 6, not bad. Breaking through to Soul Sage won't be hard. Yo, second brother, sorry, I was busy and didn't see you. Wife said Hong Fei awakened a body martial soul too, and it's the eyes, a crucial part. Bronze level shouldn't be hard, silver level isn't impossible. As expected, Chen Zhen dragged Chen Yi into the crowd, not giving others a chance to speak, launching a barrage that stabbed right at their sore spots. Their eyes blazed. If eyes could shoot fire, Chen Zhen would be well done by now. Damn, when did your torso martial soul turn into a cheapskate bone? Finally, after talking for a while, Chen Zhen reached a middle-aged woman. He flashed a mechanical smile, about to speak, but she casually shoved him aside with a disgusted voice. Get lost. At your age, still so childish. Don't make me smack you. Chen Zhen's smile froze, and shifted to the others' faces. Ha ha ha, Chen Old Four, you think your little tricks fool big sis. How's that face slap feel? This woman, looking in her early 30s, was the big sister of the body sect's middle generation Hong Yu. As the eldest of that generation, 5 years older than Jiang Wu, in the sect's less prosperous days, she was not just a senior sister but like a little parent, raising many. Though not blood siblings, the sibling blood suppression was fully there. Having been shoved and realizing he tried to show off to big sis, Chen Zhen knew he'd gotten carried away. About to say something, Hong Yu glared at him, and he immediately stood at attention. Chen Yi, seeing his dad silenced by one look from Hong Yu, though not the first time, still found it amusing. Dad and Hong Yu were like him and his sister in his previous life, who hadn't been pinned on the sofa and beaten with tongs by their sister as a kid. It's been 5 years. Shao Yi has grown so big. I remember holding you when you were a month old, just this tiny. Hong Yu said, gesturing with her hands. Though young and often asleep back then, Chen Yi remembered this aunt. He respectfully bowed to Hong Yu. Nephew Chen Yi greets great aunt. Such an adorable demeanor made Hong Yu beam. This little guy was much cuter than the little devil at home. Good, good. Great aunt found some rare gadgets in Vast Sea City these days, you'll love them. As she spoke, sensing 3 auras awakening, everyone's expressions turned serious. The sect master and the others are here. 49, Chapter 49, Decision. Chu Shanhe looked at the many powerhouses below, pride filling his eyes. 3 titled Douluos, 7 Soul Douluos. These lineup was probably only matched by the Spirit Hall on the continent. Under his leadership, the body sect had reached such prosperity. Even facing his teacher in the afterlife, he could proudly say he'd honored the ancestors. Thinking this, Chu Shanhe spoke, "The reason for summoning everyone back to the sect you all know, right?" Everyone nodded. Soon after returning, they'd heard from family about the shocking scene of Chen Yi's martial soul awakening and guessed it was related to the kid. But they were all soul Douluo or soul sage big shot. Show could they speak first? That would show impatience. Some didn't care, though. Right after Chu Shanhe's words, the third elder below the grand elder eagerly asked, "Sect Master, is it true what the sect says about little Chen's martial soul having golden level second awakening potential? Also, didn't he just awaken? But in my senses, the kid is clearly at level 26 soul grandmaster. That defies logic." Hearing the voice, Chen Yi, at the bottom, looked at the old man. The third elder was of the same generation as the sect master and others, the only active elder from the old generation besides the three big shots. His cultivation, per his mother, was level 89, half a step from titled Douluo. Unlike the Grand Elder stuck at level 89 for decades due to focusing on self-created soul skills and missing prime training time, the Third Elder's bottleneck was due to innate talent limits. The Third Elder's martial soul was the right hand, bronze level second awakening. Unlike the perfected second awakening era 10,000 years later, bronze for titled potential, silver for super, golden for extreme. This era's bronze level second awakening maxed at high level soul Douluo. Only silver level had titled Douluo potential, while golden level was just a body sect hypothesis. Years ago, the third elder had been stuck at level 88, even after vast amounts of whale glue, only breaking to 89 recently. His martial soul limited him with his effort. In the future era, even super Douluo might be possible. The second elder was similar, though he'd heard from the sect master and grand elder last night how heaven-defying Chen Yi was. He still wanted to see for himself. Xiao Yi. Chu Shanhe didn't dawdle, calling lightly. Chen Yi was today's true star. At the call, Chen Yi stepped forward, wasting no words. His martial soul activated instantly. Gorgeous purple gold lightning spread, and the two eye-catching purple soul rings emerged. This such terrifying lightning, I've never heard of it in my life. 1,000-year first soul ring? Am I seeing things? How can someone have a purple first soul ring? It's real. Judging by the aura, it's at least 2,000 years, and the other over 4,000. Not just that, this momentum is definitely from top-tier soul beasts. Hiss, is this really possible for a human? Gasps of shock echoed. Awakening with over level 20 soul power was one thing, but these 2,000-year soul rings shattered their worldview. Shock, doubt, ecstasy, emotions swirled in their hearts, finally settling on hope for the future. Chu Shanhe and the others watched the changing emotions with interest until they calmed, then cleared his throat. Ahem, actually, what you've seen is just the basics. There's more. They whipped their heads around. Are you kidding? 2 purple ultra soul rings and level 26 at age 6. This could enter soul master history books, and you say it's basic? Sect master, does Xiao Yi's talent go beyond this? Hearing the sect master's casual tone, Hongyu stood impressed. What Chen Yi showed surpassed the 2 peak without doubt, but the sect master implied he could go further. Further, that was unthinkable, too shocking. It was a realm absent for 10,000 years. Chu Shanhe waved his sleeve, smiling. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Before reactions, the Grand Elder continued, telling them of Chen Yi's Thunder God inheritance and that assessments could start at Soul Sage. Dead silence. Utter stillness. If the prior was talent that could lead the body sect to clear sky sect's heights, the divine inheritance was an undeniable miracle. The body sect would become a behemoth like the Spirit Hall, even unifying the continent. Thinking this, breaths grew heavy, eyes reddening with bloodshot veins. Sect master, this is true, right? Someone panted, then answered himself, no, it must be only omnipotent gods could grant additional 10 levels of soul power. By the end, his face was manic. A god they'd witness a god's birth. The body sect would rule the world. Enough, look at yourselves in front of the child. As madness spread, the Grand Elder's soft shout rang like a bell in their minds. Huff, the voice struck like a wake-up call, and they soon recovered from ecstasy. Realizing, they stood and apologized. We lost composure, please forgive us, sect master. Damn, embarrassing in front of the kid. Really, it's just a divine inheritance worth getting so excited. Well, yeah, it is. Chu Shanhe shook his head but understood even he and the Grand Elder had lost composure then, let alone them. Exchanging glances with the Grand and Second Elders, Chu Shanhe slowly rose, looking at them solemnly. I intend to appoint Chen Yi as the body sect's young master, with status equal to the elder seats. Do any object? In any force, geniuses had high status but fell short of core powerhouses. Ungrown geniuses had potential, not strength. But Chen Yi was different, divine inheritor, innate level 20, golden potential, each far beyond ordinary geniuses. Naturally, no objections. We have none. Good, Chu Shanhe nodded satisfied. He knew it was just formality. Even without this, they'd no longer see this divine inheritor as just a talented junior. Now, next matter, after discussion with the Grand and Second Elders, we've decided to delay the sect's emergence. What? Everyone was shocked, even Chen Yi looked up in surprise. 50, Chapter 50, The Terrifying Spirit Hall. I disagree. The one speaking was none other than Qin Yi's father, Qin Zhen. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared in confusion at the three leaders seated above. Sect Master, I don't understand why we have to delay our emergence. You know how long we've waited for this day. We finally see a glimmer of hope, and now we're to postpone it. Sect Master, Elders, why? Qin Zhen's voice was full of pain and unwillingness. They had waited too long for this day. Success was almost within reach, yet they were told the day would be pushed back again. How could they accept that? The others didn't speak, but their expressions and eyes were full of resistance. Clearly, they were all waiting for Chu Shanhe and the other two to give a reasonable explanation. The first and second elders looked at these children they'd watched grow up, and a trace of reluctance flashed in their eyes. When Chu Shanhe had discussed this with them yesterday, they too were unwilling. 800 years of waiting, all for this day, and now they had to wait again. But they still needed to step up and calm the crowd. The second elder raised his hand to press the air, signaling Qin Zhen to quiet down. If the sect master made this decision, he naturally has his reasons. Just listen. When he announced the news, Chu Shanhe had expected this reaction. As expected, even the usually steady Qin Zhen found it unacceptable. Chu Shanhe sighed deeply and began explaining. The reason is simple. The spirit Halley, or rather, the angel lineage, will never allow a new god to be born. Everyone present had risen from humble beginnings and endured countless schemes. They were all shrewd to the core. With just one sentence, Chu Shanhe had led them to the key point. Indeed, Spirit Hall worships a god, and that god even left behind an inheritance that overlooks the entire Douluo continent. How could the followers of an old god possibly allow a new god to surpass the deity they worship? Even Qin Zhen, who had been the first to sharply question Chu Shanhe, fell silent. The sect was giving up its perfect moment to re-emerge for the sake of his son's safety. Thinking of this, a bitter ache surged in Qin Zhen's chest. The first elder followed, saying, compared to the appearance of a true god, whether our sect comes out now or later is less important. Do you understand? Everyone remained silent, clearly accepting this. When compared against a god, the body sect's emergence seemed insignificant. I object. Just as Chu Shanhe and the others were about to move to the next matter, a young yet firm voice shattered the silence in the hall. Qin Zhen looked and saw his own brat objecting and was instantly enraged. Did the boy not understand that this decision was for his safety? You snot-nosed brat, what do you know? Stand down. Qin Yi ignored Qin Zhen and instead looked up at Chu Shanhe and the others with emotion. At first, he too found the decision hard to believe, but the sect master's reasoning stirred a deep, sour ache in his heart. Those who had never lived in the body sect could never imagine the allure of the words re-emerge. It was a dream etched into their bones from beginning to end. Everyone cultivated desperately toward a single goal, for the body sect to re-emerge and shine across the continent. One could say that the sect giving up its emergence for Qin Yi's safety was a price no less than giving up exterminating a mortal enemy, perhaps more so. How could he not be moved? Sect Master, this disciple opposes the decision to postpone the body sect's emergence. The youth's straight-backed figure stood in the center of the hall, his still boyish voice echoing in everyone's ears. Chu Shanhe narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Qin Yi was not immature of mind. Since he still objected after hearing the explanation, he must have his reasons. The only question was whether he truly had grounds or just wanted to show off before the elders. His finger tapped the tabletop unconsciously. With interest, Chu Shanhe asked, "Let's hear your reasons." At this, the others also focused their attention on the youth, curious what high argument he could produce. Under the gaze of so many strong figures, even Qin Yi felt a twinge of tension. But he still met Chu Shanhe's eyes and said, "When I received my inheritance, my teacher mentioned he had vaguely sensed something." At this, everyone sat up straighter. Chu Shanhe, the first and second elders, and the seniors unfamiliar with Qin Yi alike. There was only one person Qin Yi would call teacher, the thunder god who had bestowed a divine inheritance. Anything that deity personally mentioned could not be trivial. Their curiosity was fully piqued. The first elder even wore his curiosity openly. "What is it?" Of course, the thunder god had not told any secrets of the Douluo continent. Qin Yi was simply borrowing the thunder god's name to say what he intended to say. Teacher told me that, to his senses, in the central continent, Spirit Hall also produced a genius with innate rank 20 soul power, most likely the inheritor chosen by the angel god worshipped by Spirit Hall. Impossible. Innate rank 20 soul power that appears once in 10,000 years, and now there are two. Chu Shanhe and the others were also shocked. Spirit Hall had hidden away an unparalleled genius, as expected of the most unfathomable power on the continent. The angel god's inheritor? The angel god has always only favored that god's own bloodline. This inheritor must come from the angel lineage. I heard that 3 years ago, Qian Sunji had a granddaughter who supposedly died young. Could it be her? The first elder, a brain spirit martial soul user, quickly reasoned it out. The girl from back then hadn't died but had been hidden by Spirit Hall. That must be it. Damn, those people hide things deep. So strong, and still being secretive, the second elder said complicatedly. Good grief, Heir already #1 on the continent, and still this cryptic? Chu Shanhe's face darkened quickly, solemn and grave. If that's the case, then we must not re-emerge. With 2 divine inheritors, 2 tigers cannot share a mountain, one must be wounded. Qian Daolu absolutely will not permit your existence. If Chen Yi alone existed, Qian Daolu might hesitate for fear of a god's wrath in the future. But with a divine inheritor within Spirit Hall as well, Qian Daolu would surely clear all obstacles for his granddaughter. Chu Shanhe's resolve to postpone their emergence grew ironclad. They could not re-emerge, at least not until Chen Yi reached title Douluo. Hearing the sect master's firm tone, Chen Yi wasn't surprised. Qian Daolu might be a gentleman, but the sect master would never gamble the entire body sect and Chen Yi's life on the character of a gentleman. Sect master, first elder, second elder, and seniors present, please hear me out. Chen Yi raised his voice, interrupting the noisy discussion. Teacher also told me that for God-favored clans like the angel lineage, their greatest purpose is to open the 9th trial. The 9th trial. Everyone murmured. The sect master had just said that a divine inheritance required completing 9 trials. Why say the angel lineage's very existence was for the final, 9th trial? Chen Yi continued, the 9th trial of a divine inheritance requires a massive amount of energy to activate. According to teacher, opening the 9th trial requires roughly the sacrifice of a complete limit Douluo. Chu Shanhe ignored the commotion and stared, stunned. After a long moment, he said. In other words, for the angel lineage's long-awaited divine inheritor to truly succeed, Qian Daolu must sacrifice himself. Exactly. Chen Yi replied firmly. So we need not fear Qian Daolu too much. He now fears death, even fears injury. If he is not in peak condition, whether he can even open the 9th trial is in question. Perhaps 3 years ago, in the Clear Sky Sect incident, Qian Daolu hesitated because he feared Tang Chen and feared an accident that would prevent the 9th trial from opening. At this, others turned hopeful eyes toward Chu Shanhe. Did they still have a chance, then? No, you underestimate Spirit Hall's foundations. The first elder abruptly shattered their hopes. Spirit Hall has ruled the continent for millennia not just because of Qian Daolu, but also because they have far more strong experts than other powers realize. I can tell you this, even without Qian Daolu, Spirit Hall has at least 8 title Douluo. This shocking number made everyone's pupils constrict. The total number of publicly known title Douluo on the continent didn't exceed 10. Even counting hidden sects, the total shouldn't exceed 15. In the past, no matter how strong Spirit Hall was, people estimated they had maybe 5 title Douluo. But now the first elder said at least 8, far too outrageous. Xiao Yi, how about we wait a few more years? Sometimes, you have to bow your head under the eaves. And this wasn't even bowing, just a strategic withdrawal. Chen Yi wasn't surprised by Spirit Hall's strength. As a transmigrator, he knew better than anyone how strong they were. Later, Spirit Hall would field 7 worshippers, 9 elders, plus the Pope Bibi Dong. Even if the current hall wasn't at that apex yet, they had at least 13 title Douluo. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. That number really was something. No wonder Spirit Hall later tried to found a nation and unify the continent. If I had that strength, I'd be crazier than they were. Sect Master, in fact, before teacher left, he left me not only the divine trials, but also this. As he spoke, Chen Yi took a small booklet from his soul tool.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.